thank you. How's the drive? Yeah? How long did it take you?
Hello and welcome back to the UK Pro League. It is day 4. We are racing through the week. We've had some incredible contests on display and we're looking forward to 6 more matches to take us through on court 1. The first of which is on your screen right now. Olivia Nichols up against Elise Maloney. They faced off once before. That was actually at the UK Pro Series last year, where this event was born. 6 weeks of tennis back-to-back in the series. We've got 9 weeks spread across the season for the UK Pro League. And on that occasion, it was Nichols who was the straight sets winner, 6-3, 6-2. But these two are both players who possess a lot of all-court skill, so you can expect a fascinating contest here. Abigail Johnson here to take you through this first match of the day. Full lineup still to come across courts 1 and 2. It'll be George Houghton and Sean Hodkin following this match onto court. Interesting to note because Houghton was a student at Loughborough University and so was Olivia Nichols. This is where she got going, training at Loughborough during her degree studies. She picks up world rankings in both singles and doubles during her second year. Really credits being able to train here with her ability to improve her game, develop it. And she's known largely for her skill on the doubles court, is Nichols. She's in the double digits with titles won on the ITF circuit. Here she is, Olivia Nichols. And even during the pandemic and the domestic British events, we've seen her in significant doubles action. She and Alicia Barnett won the title at the Progress Tour Women's Championships. She also teamed up with Jamie Murray to play a mixed doubles match during Battle of the Brits Team Tennis, so that was a big moment for her. And due to her doubles skill, you can expect to see a lot of net approaches from Nichols. She'll spend more time in the forecourt than at the baseline, probably. She can get a good number of first serves in play. She has a career high ranking of number 220 in doubles. That was achieved in 2019. And she had turned her full attention to doubles for some time because of injury struggles. She had shoulder trouble for years and stopped playing singles just to try and manage the pain, but it turned out she had 2 tears in her rotator cuff, had surgery on it in July 2019 and was just ready to get back to action when the pandemic hit, so doubly frustrating for Nichols. She'd had to learn to lift her arm again, but she's back to full fitness now and loving the opportunity to be out on the singles court. And has had a pretty strong start here at the tournament with 2 wins out of 3 matches. And here's Elise Maloney. She's another player with great court craft, 20 years old. She did play in the Pro Series last year, got injured during week 5, and she's played a bit on the international circuit ahead of this event so far in 2021. 6 match wins picked up in Egypt. And she trains at JET Academy with Alan and Ryan Jones and a certain Joe Dury, 2-time Grand Slam champion, so she's in good hands there. She's worked hard to create a powerful game. She trained at West Hants Academy in Bournemouth before that. And she has picked up a win in her opening match against Tanisha Discianica. Hard fought, 4-6, 6-4, 10-6 coming through in the match tiebreak. Also fought incredibly well in her second match against Alicia Barnett. She was 6-2 and 4-1 down, but displayed some great all-court tennis to come back and force a match tiebreak, which Barnett edged 10-8. And then in her most recent match, Christie just proving too strong out on court 2, 6-2, 6-1 was the scoreline. So Maloney will be looking to bounce back from that one in this match. The 12-player women's draw is split into 2 pools of 6, and points are on offer for each match you play. It's 3 points for a straight sets win, 2 points for a win in 3 sets, and even if you lose, you can still grab a point for winning a set. So much to fight for in every moment here at the UK Pro League. And with Barnett and Christie tied at the top of the group, Nichols is currently in 2nd place, just 1 point behind. So this is a big match for her to try and get her nose out in front. Looks like she's going to be serving to kick us off. Another action-packed day here on court 1 is about to begin. She'll want to try and dig in here early, Maloney, not to give Nichols the scoreboard advantage. See how she dropped that cross-court forehand a bit shorter, so Nichols struggled to get underneath it on the run. Second serves are going to be the opening for these 2 players to really get stuck in early, particularly if, like Nichols, she wants to move up the court. Maloney's second serve definitely more attackable as well. A lot of pressure on those shots. There, that's what you're likely to see. Classic serve and volley. Effortlessly guided. Well, some early chances here for Maloney. Great start. Really good depth on that return to the feet of Nichols, getting a straight on level pegging in the rally. Let's see what she can do with this. And it's a breakthrough. What placement on the forehand from Maloney. She handled that slice of Nichols incredibly well as well. Nichols knifed it over really low. She had to get down. And you can see that she's got great tennis IQ, smart player. So a quick start for Maloney. These 2, their current singles rankings are pretty much around the same mark. So we can expect a good contest. Making a statement straight away, Nichols, that yeah, she might have dropped serve, but it's still early days and she's going to have openings in this match. terrific backhand approach. Deep into the corner, back behind. Just making sure that Maloney was off balance before she made the move into the forecourt. Clinically finished. There we go. Making a statement with that positioning inside the baseline. Seemed like she had all the time in the world on that return. And that's going to make Maloney feel like she has to go for so much more. Great timing on that backhand, using the pace from Nichols, redirecting. But it's not to be. Level at 1-1 in the scoreboard, 2 breaks of serve to get us started. Straight in behind the serve there. We've mentioned how Nichols is going to want to move up the court, and that's going to have her automatically getting that forward movement on her ground strokes, which is going to help the serve to travel more effectively. Having been halted by the pandemic with her comeback, Nichols got back out on the international circuit as soon as she could. Played her first ITF event back around September time last year. The slice was deft from Maloney, but there just wasn't quite enough on that lob. Wasn't traveling deep enough. And when Nichols is at the net, you have to be on point. She'll handle that no problem. So as we head to the first sit down, it is going with serve, but we have those 2 breaks to open, meaning that's the first hold of this match. Nichols currently choosing her moments to serve and volley behind the wide serve, making sure that Maloney's off the court on the stretch, giving herself the best chance of finishing swiftly. So far at the UK Pro League, a couple of straight sets wins for her, and really she was ever so close to being out in front at the head of the group, because in her first match with Christie, she lost the match tiebreak 11-9. Eventual scoreline 5-7, 6-2, 11-9 in the favor of Christie, so that would have bagged her an extra point. The results were 6-1, 6-love over Tanisha Discyanica, dominant performance. And another straightforward 6-love, 6-3 win over Danielle Daly. So she'll be feeling pretty comfortable out here on her home court, shall we say. Nichols continuing to train at Loughborough University after graduating, having finished her studies. A slight opening there for Nichols. She got on top of the rally. She sliced a few backhands here. Interesting to see her try to drive that one. The balls are traveling quite low, so net clearance can be tough. There's still a half chance here. Off the hook. You saw in that previous point for 15-30, Maloney hopping around to get the ball on her backhand wing. Generally the flatter side for players, but for Maloney it is her stronger ground stroke. So Nichols might be looking to stretch her out on the forehand side. Well, a half chance missed there for Nichols. There were 2 or 3 ground strokes there that she had on her racket. Was looking to move up the court and found the net, but it's early stages of the match, just getting warmed up here. Probably her sharpest return of serve even so far. so well finished. It was top defense from Nichols because the first couple of forehands from Maloney were beautifully guided, well placed. Probably lacked a little bit of power on the second one that allowed Nichols to stay in the rally, but no panic there from Maloney. Kept her focus and her level. Nailing those wide serves early on. That's an ace for the books. Strong finish from Olivia Nichols to stay a step ahead in this opener. Starting to land those serves nicely now. We saw Maloney get the breakthrough in the first game, but not sure she's going to have quite so many openings now. That said, her athletic play has been on point at the beginning of this one. Just a few early misses in the rallies costing her when she was broken back. Well, let's have a look then at the order of play still to come. We've got play across two courts, so currently over on court 2 we've got Andrew Watson taking on Dan Cox, who's been in brilliant form so far. George Houghton versus Sean Hodkin to follow this one on. Then we've got Emily Appleton, who's been dominating her recent matches, taking on Beth Gray, who edged in a comeback victory over Alice Gillan last night. Anton Matusevich and Alicia Barnett, top-ranked players in both draws, will be on later, with Jonathan Gray versus Jack Findle Hawkins to finish the day. Last match on. Take note of how far inside the baseline Nichols was stood to get on top of that second serve. She was practically halfway between the service box and the baseline. Feeling it incredibly well on her forehand wing. Oh. Both players striking so close to the lines in that one. Maloney did well to handle the return. It was pinpoint accurate on the sideline. And a well-placed serve as well. Nichols fairly having to hit that ball off her hip. Looking pretty well matched so far, these two. Nichols with a bit more pop on the serve. We'll see if that makes the difference. As I said, that Maloney came out with potentially one of her best serves of the match, but Nichols with her scrambling skills on full display. Just making her play the extra ball. That backhand needs a little bit more lift. no stopping her from inside that baseline. The forward movement still supremely evident. And she's continually finding the sweet spot on that forehand. Well, here's a chance to go a break up for the first time, having been broken in the opening game. Oh. Great deep return. But both players striking so close to the net. Sometimes not quite having the clearance. That's terrific placement. She did lift that backhand. Had to, with Nichols dropping that ball so close to the net. Just touched it into play. Oh, well, this is getting very close right now. Nichols almost in some serious trouble there. Got on top of the return. It was a decent shot to approach behind, but Maloney almost scorching that sideline. She's feeling the ball so well. And as well matched as this has been, you can feel Nichols sensing her opportunity for the breakthrough, going after it. And she overhits, so close, Maloney, to surviving that game. Saw some great creativity from her to stay in the rallies. But Nichols just having the upper hand, dictating a few more of the exchanges. And she has the advantage at 4-2. Needs to consolidate the break, though, to make it count. The accuracy of the wide serve is just piling the pressure on from the word go. Maloney forced to play on the back foot. So she continued to train at Loughborough after graduating Nichols and gained her level 3 coaching qualification. Another achievement under her belt. There we go. Backs up the break. And looks healthily out in front now, Nichols, owning the bigger moments after dropping serve to open the match. She's steadily built up her momentum. And Maloney is left with the pressure of holding serve to stay in the opening set. And she'll know that she needs to get as many first serves in as possible because Nichols is eating those second serves up for breakfast. Back out on the singles court, Nichols, but still with doubles focus. She's had some of her best career achievements on the doubles court. Has played in Wimbledon qualifying, would really love to compete in the main draw. And break into the top 100 in the world in doubles. We're seeing those doubles skill on full display out here on court 1. She can really afford to just have a swing at this return game with her position in the match currently, but would be an asset to break through here and start the second set on serve. And has to remember that although the scoreboard says 5-2, it's just the one break of serve. Sticking with it. And with better clearance now over the net. Looks pretty unstoppable once she's inside that baseline. Was the right move. Tried to drill deep with that forehand, but just drifting long. Will it put her off attempting it again? Keeping that ball on her backhand side. Dictating the rally. That's a great response. But still a half chance for Nichols to get this done here. That's snuffed out with one of Maloney's most accurate serves down the tee. Quite a pressurizing moment for her here, and she's handling it well now. It was close, but it was just long. Well, that's big stuff from Elise Maloney to come through that game. Oh, wow, close. Didn't face break point, but she had to dig herself out of a little deficit. See if Nichols can serve out the lead. It's a different mentality when you come to serve out a set or a match. Just trying to put the finishing touches on. Focus is required. And it's a wobbly start for Nichols. Oh, that's fantastic on the backhand. Kept it so low, and she's got such wheels on her, Maloney. Great on the back foot. Nichols trying to open the court, but doesn't really want to be striking into that backhand wing too much. When it comes over that flat and precise, even for Nichols at the net, it's going to be tough to handle. How short, though, is that forehand drop return? Just slicing it back over the net. Pretty much a drop shot return of the forehand side. Capitalizing on that double fault to open. We've seen some smart tennis from Maloney. And now Nichols under some serious pressure. One saved. Pinpoint accuracy again on the wide serve. But Maloney, so close to that sideline. Some of the margins in this match insanely slim, both in games and ground strokes. One more to go. That's well done, depth of shot. And respect to Olivia Nichols, that love 40 deficit with the way Maloney's fighting. Looks like a bit of a mountain to climb. But she's back to the relative safety of deuce, 2 points away from the 6-3 scoreline. Well, she is feeling the pressure here, Nichols. A double fault to open the game and another to offer Maloney a 4th break point, having just saved 3 in a row. Now then, she's got to look at her second serve, and Nichols has seemingly been feeling the need to go for more. She's got to make this one. Oh, well done. Brilliant touch. Was straight up behind the depth of shot. And that second serve hung off the back of the service box. Was an inch away from disaster. She might be feeling some pressure here, Nichols, but that was a brave move to use the drop shot, knowing the kind of court coverage that Maloney has. And to really reach for the smash volley finish. Four break points saved, and a first set point now. This would be quite the game to come through. She had to play a couple of extra balls there, did well to hold her nerve, Maloney. Still looking focused and zoned in on this game. Tug of war it's turning into. Back behind, beautifully done. That serve kicking into Maloney's forehand. She had to strike it defensively and then just guess at the direction of the volley from Nichols to have any chance of putting a racket on it. Too good when it mattered. Bit of frustration there for Elise Maloney because that was a well-contested set. But Nichols using that wide serve really well and closing the space, putting Maloney under pressure. And there's the first set, 6-3 in Nichols' favour. Great to see sets being won rather than lost. There were a couple of up and down moments for both players at the beginning of that set, but really the quality of tennis, all-court tennis, was high. Both of these two showing off athletic skills, but Nichols was there for the big moments. You can see that pretty much equal chances on the return. Nichols with a fractionally better conversion rate, landing a lot of first serves which was crucial. Double faults did almost cost her there. It is a different mindset coming out to finish off a set. But she got it done. That's the important thing. But all is not lost for Maloney. She made Nichols really have to work for that opener. And if she can get this second set, it would be a 10-point match tiebreak to decide the clash. So she is very much still in this. Nichols will want to carry on her momentum and grab this game right at the start of the set. Doesn't want Maloney to have the scoreboard advantage and the ability to keep her nose out in front. Stunning precision. Smart to take the forehand up the line, just to make the finish that bit easier. And she makes it look so easy in the forecourt. That was much needed, a flatter forehand cross court, stretching Nichols out. That's key. It works quite well at the beginning of the match, keeping that ball traveling even lower, getting Nichols on the run. But Nichols is covering that baseline and putting the pressure on. Maloney feeling the need to go for more, and that one just misses. Early danger. She just caught the back of the baseline there, didn't hold back. Terrific hand skills. Nichols with the forehand, dipping that one over the net. And take a look at this. Maloney having to scoop that over, just chopping underneath the ball. Great touch. What a moment to do it as well. Well, if she can steer her way out of this game, it could be pretty significant. When these opening games of a set go to deuce, they can really set the tone. Oh, she was flirting with disaster there. That ball getting closer and closer to the baseline and eventually drifting long, and big hold from Elise Maloney, credit to her. Having just lost the first set 15-40, you'd have understood if she'd wavered there. But she upped the ante when she was under pressure. And that means that she puts a little bit of scoreboard pressure on Nichols, meaning she has to play catch-up out here. If she does come back to win this set, even though it's right at the start, we could be looking at that opening game as very significant. Nichols with chances come and gone. Oh, great placement. Didn't overhit that backhand, just used the pace that was coming from Nichols. It was all in the timing to guide it up the line. Just a flick. She's really warming up to the rhythm of Nichols coming to the net. Stretched out wide on the forehand. That's been difficult for her behind the serve, but she guided that so well up the line. And her presence in the forecourt, just closing the space from Nichols, rushing her, sending that one into the nets. And this is an interesting moment. Having saved break points to hold, now she has a half chance at 15-30. Tentative with it in the first set, but now she's not striking through, but she's placing well, slicing, lobbing, using the placements. She's got a variety of skills that she's putting on display out here. Nothing you can do about that though. She has routinely found her marks when she's needed to. There's a third double, I think, for Nichols. So far, they haven't been costly, but it was precarious at the back end of the first set, 2 of them, as she tried to close. So she keeps rising up to navigate these tricky situations, but can it last? Can for now. Keeping that final volley a fraction shorter, meaning that Maloney had to run further and ultimately couldn't stop the double bounce. Two big holds to get us underway in the second set. Fun match this is turning into. So swiftly up, big step in for that serve and volley. Applause from her mum. Interesting to see that with the new balls, they tend to fly a bit when they're fresh onto court. And Nichols' timing had been brilliant before. Might take a few points to get used to this new delivery. Well, this would be a help, racing through this game. Kaboom. To 15. That's not bad at all for Elise Maloney. Quite the contrast to her opening service game of this set, where she found herself 15-40 down. Was able to steer through. So players happening here on court 1, but also continuing over on court 2. The match between Dan Cox and Andrew Watson finished in the favor of Cox. Very straightforward, 6-love, 6-love. Dan Cox looking more and more the player to beat on the men's side. He's not the highest ranked in the draw because he's still making his comeback to the international circuit, but he does have the highest career high ranking, just outside the top 200, and players are struggling with how solid he is from every area of the court. And we continue to watch some great all-court tennis here. She's up against it once again. Since these new balls came out, Nichols lost a bit of her rhythm. And look at Maloney putting more and more balls in play there, drawing the first smash error that we've seen from Nichols. Such a fighter. We saw that in her match against Alicia Barnett, that she took right the way down the wire. Well, a double fault has not cost her so far, but might it cost her now? Once again, she's looking at the triple breakpoint deficit. She did survive it to hold serve and close the first set. But Maloney is finding her stride. Well, those numbers on the double were starting to rise, and if she couldn't get that second serve under control, it was a matter of time. Back-to-back doubles for Nichols, that hurts. That said, if the second serve had caught the back of the service box as she did in the previous set, we would have been praising her, so it is such fine margins in tennis. Let's see if Maloney can capitalize on that breakthrough. The timing has just gone fractionally for Nichols, and it's making a big difference on the scoreboard. Her level had been so good, every player has a dip. in a match. Finding the line. That's her best ground stroke for a while. And that forehand had relentless timing early in the match. That might help her find the road to getting it back. Right in the corner. Oh, or not. Oh, show us the mark on the court. The thing is, with no lines judges here, the players are generally making the calls. So that's Maloney's call. And chair umpire isn't going to overrule if it's that close. Well, you can understand why Nichols is asking the questions, because honestly, that was incredibly close, very, very close. And it would have got her to 30 all, which is a half chance, the opportunity to put her on scoreboard pressure. Big difference between 40-15 and 30 all, as that point demonstrates. Maloney comfortably moving up the court. No tightness. And she does consolidate. Well played for 4-1. Nichols, though, has to shrug off that moment quickly. No space for a wander and focus. Well, a lot to think about for Nichols here. She really has to stay in the moment, forget what's past, and take every point one step at a time. As we saw in the opening set when she was 5-2 up, it looked like a significant advantage, but it was only the single break, and the same can be said here for Maloney's lead, which she's worked impressively hard for. Generally, Nichols had looked so strong on serve prior to that last break, coming good under pressure. The placement on the return is getting so much better from Maloney. She's starting to get a better read on these wide serves that did cause her trouble early in the match, and keeping that short, anticipating Nichols moving in. This is brilliant stuff from Maloney. The timing that she's got, her footwork around the court, and finding all the spaces. Hats off to her. Third time that she's developed this love 40 lead, and in this set, it could well be decisive. Big serves, much needed for Nichols now. Brave moves. It is her playground, that forecourt, but she's been caught out a few more times recently. Good to see her sticking to the plan. Well, that is a big breakthrough. Her sheer court coverage, putting on so much pressure, keeping good depth of shot. And Nichols, right now, just doesn't quite have the same control that she had in the early stages. This looks set to be headed to a match tiebreak. Maloney, one game away from leveling and ensuring that she takes a point away from this meeting, which would be big stuff for her. Currently fourth in the group. Big gulf between her and Nichols. Great craft. Using the full length and width of the court there. Had to hold it steady to chop that one. Well, at this point on the scoreboard, might as well take a swing at Nichols, see if she can put any kind of pressure on. Maloney looking pretty comfortable for now. I'll take responsibility for that one with my previous comments. She's got such a unique forehand grip there, compared to a lot of other players in the tournament. Has to be careful on that wing. Oh, brilliant touch. See how she pulls her racket face across this one. Underspin, side spin. And it sets up set points. And to a match tiebreak we go. Elise Maloney levels up. And that opening game of the set did indeed turn out to be weighty. Came out, was 15-40 down straight away. Came through with some great skill. And from 3-1 just ran away with that set. Higher first serve percentage, so crucial for her. During the first set, Nichols was stood right inside the court to absolutely go after those second serves. And Nichols, with the higher breakpoint conversion rate in the first set, unable to capitalize on either of her opportunities in that very key first game that turned out to play a big part in the set as a whole. Let's see where it sits in the context of this match. Maloney right in it. And a 10-point match tiebreak to see who will bag the opening victory of the day on court 1. This was always going to be an entertaining clash of styles. Loving Maloney's athleticism and improvisation. But where's her mentality at? Now it comes down to the final straight. Who's going to have it together in the head is the biggest question. Great start. Nichols making a statement coming into serve and volley, was actually then forced into quite a tough half volley with Maloney's placement on the return. And she did well to keep her cool in that high pressure situation. Well, if that's a taste of what's to come, this should be a great final battle. First blood Nichols. Maloney just overpressing that one. Big for Nichols to win one of those longer exchanges. Maloney's footwork and consistency in the rallies has really been helping her recently in the match. Pushed back by the depth on the return, and Maloney straight back level. She's comfortable on these courts that she's trained on for many years, but Maloney doing her very best to make Olivia Nichols uncomfortable. She's turned defense into attack so nicely in recent times, but just lacking a bit of clearance on the final forehand here. Had Nichols rocking back to her heels. Great backhands to approach from Nichols, though. Significant point for Maloney to win. Didn't want to head into the first change of ends down on the scoreboard. Presses with the depth, and a great start after the changeover as well. No momentum dropped. Can't believe it. Look at Maloney all over that court. Kept that backhand low. She apologizes, it just clipped. Well, you've got to maintain your focus whatever happens in the match tiebreak. Look can have more weight, but there's very little breathing room for errors. So Nichols needs a couple of strong serves here. And there's one to kick off. Look at some returns now, though, and we'll be hoping that she's got a nose back out in front before she has to serve again, get something to capitalize on. Now that's impressive. After the disappointment of going down 5-3, 2 straight points, she's taken it to her opponent. Hasn't held back. And now the pressure's back on Maloney to avoid going down the mini break here. crucial point to come through. Those defensive skills on full display once again. This one starting to edge down the wire. Oh, you just can't call it between these two at the moment. Level heading into the first change of ends, and level again. Nichols had the big moment mentality in the opening set, but lost her rhythm in the seconds. Maloney did win the match tiebreak in her opening match of the tournaments. And Nichols has lost the only previous match tiebreak that she's played here, so we'll see if those numbers have any bearing on this. Oh, that's an impressive start. There's always the danger after that change of ends and the mini stop to the play that you might come out cold again, but Nichols cracking back on where she left off. That was fantastic on the backhand. Terrific timing back behind. Well disguised as well. She could easily have been going cross court there. Piled on the pressure. And that's the first mini break we've seen in a few points. A significant one, takes her 2 points away. Oh, she'd have loved to give herself a little bit of space to try and serve this one out. But maybe a bit of tightness in the slice. Maloney, once again, not holding back from switching it up in a difficult position. 2 serves for it, though. Struggled to see out the first set. It's a tighter affair when it comes to putting a final bow on the match. Can she handle the mental pressure? Sharp serve, great follow-up. And it does give her her first couple of match points, Olivia Nichols. Corner of the service box, and that forehand was relentless in the first set. Oh, what scrambling. Unreal from Maloney. Nichols had done a fantastic pickup off the back of the serve. Maloney has been putting her in some uncomfortable positions with her placement on the return. And Nichols must just have been praying that her opponent found the net there. So near yet so far. She's still got a match point, but it's on the return. Second serve, look how far she stood in. Oh, it's called wide. Could the margins get any slimmer? It was a great move from Maloney, creeping in and closing the space. My word, what a contest. Level again, with a change of ends. It is deserving that this went down the wire. Great big moment stuff from Nichols to open, then great fight from Maloney, and she's showing those fighting skills again, not letting go. Well, every point from now on is absolutely huge. And this one particularly so for Maloney. Oh, really thought Nichols might go cross court with that backhand, but she got quite a nice look at that volley, Maloney, into her strike zone. And the pendulum has swung from 2 match points up. Nichols now facing a match point. And the final outcome of her match tiebreak against Christie was 11-9. Let's hope she's not remembering that at this current moment. Big under pressure. Sticking to her bread and butter. Getting up to that forecourt. And as much as she's done it, it's so much tougher under pressure. 1 point to stay in the match. Wonderfully done. Quickly in for the serve and volley. Just as confident off both sides. Third time lucky is the question. Although no luck in this match, it would be third time hard worked. Not this time. Drifting long as she aims for the depth of shot. Great court coverage. All over the place, Elise Maloney. It was totally the right change-up from Nichols, trying to use the length of the court. But no stopping that. Second chance for Maloney. Nichols has served some sharp stuff with her back against the wall. It's needed now. Licks the paint. Fourth change of ends, and what do you know? It's level. Consistently pushing each other to new heights. Great quality of tennis. Over on court 2. After a quick start for Dan Cox over Andrew Watson. It's currently Billy Harris and Mark Whitehouse getting underway. Harris with the early break. Oh, that is so big. Second serve. A real opening for Maloney, and Nichols consistently landing her final shots on that baseline. Another chance to close. It's the win, and boy did she have to work hard for it. What an effort from both players here on court 1. A brilliant contest to open the day. You can understand the frustration for Elise Maloney, who fought so hard, but eventually Nichols outlasting her in that marathon final rally. She'll be so pleased with that. A painful match tiebreak loss against Freya Christie to open her campaign at the UK Pro League. But she rebounds. 3 straight match wins for Nichols. And with the 2 points picked up there for a win in 3 sets, she momentarily puts herself out in front in Pool A. Alicia Barnett and Freya Christie tied on 8 points. Nichols now with 9. Maloney adds another point to her tally, keeping her firmly in 4th place. 3rd technically, if we're tying Barnett and Christie. So she's got 4 points. Oh, what a contest. Great versatility and creativity on display. And ultimately, Nichols just having the edge in the decisive moments. Big serving when it mattered. And a dramatic match tiebreak. It's what we love to see. Well, if the rest of the day continues like that, we are in for a treat. 1 match down, 5 still to come on court 1. And next up, it will be another player who's trained at Loughborough, George Houghton. He's up against Sean Hodkin, and it will be Pete Odgers to take you through that match.
Well, hello and welcome back to Loughborough University in the Dan Maskell Tennis Centre. Second match of the day in the UK Pro League. After that thrilling encounter between Olivia Nichols and Elise Maloney. Nichols winning that one 14-12 in the deciding match tiebreak. And so we now turn our attention to Pool B in the men's group. And it's George Houghton against Sean Hodkin. Houghton, another Loughborough alumni. Spent a lot of time here at this very centre. Currently ranked 1,561 in the world is the 22-year-old. He's at the far side as they just warm up now. He's got 2 match wins from his 3 encounters so far, and that actually means that he sits atop of the pool so far. Had wins over Andrew Watson 6-2, 6-2, and then beat Mark Whitehouse. Really good win, top-ranked player in Pool B, 7-6, 6-4, but did lose his last match yesterday against Billy Harris, 6-2, 6-3. As for Sean Hodkin, well, he's got 1 win out of his 3 matches so far. He also lost to Billy Harris, 6-4, 6-2, before a win over Andrew Watson on day 2, and then lost to Dan Cox yesterday, 7-5, 6-2. So both of these players have yet to play a match tiebreak. A reminder that, of course, every single set counts for a point. And so if you are able to win in straight sets, you get a bonus point as well. So there's pressure on these young players' shoulders right from the off. That is George Houghton. As I say, 22 years of age. He's only just gone full-time after graduating from Loughborough University. Did the sport and exercise science degree here, which they are always dressed in purple. Very well known around the university. You can't really avoid the sport and exercise science boys or girls. A very good course. It's arguably the best in Europe with regards to sport and exercise science. But he said he chose to go to university, so it just would give him more options if tennis didn't work out for him. As I say, he has now turned pro. And has talked about how Loughborough University really has helped him. He was a mid-range county player before he went to university, but has progressed since then. Represented GB universities at Wimbledon on 2 occasions, and actually lists reaching the semi-finals of a Barnstable ITF 15K event as one of the achievements of his career. Gives a lot of his credit to his coach Tom Kiesel, and his idol is Andy Murray with regards to a player on the circuit. Cites his work ethic as the main reason for loving Andy Murray. And a lot of these British players, of course, have Andy Murray as their idol. It's the same story for Sean Hodkin. He says about Andy Murray being his idol due to his fighting capabilities and quality. Hodkin, incidentally, lives in Sheffield, but trains in Lincoln and Leeds. Started playing actually pretty late. He started playing tennis at the age of 9 before starting to take it more seriously at the age of 15. That's very old for those of you that don't play much tennis, as in a lot of tennis players up and down and around the world usually start playing almost as young as 3. That's sort of pretty natural, but to start playing at the age of 9. But as I say, trained at the age of 15 at the David Lloyd Centre in Lincoln. The proudest moment for him was reaching the quarterfinals of a 25K in Ireland, as well as being ranked #1 in Great Britain in under-18s, winning the British Tour Masters, which must have been a hugely proud moment for him. He describes the toughest things in tennis, being funding, being on the pro circuit. It's not easy for these guys. There is, of course, prize money here at the UK Pro League. And the prize money is relative to where they finish. If you finish 12th, I'm afraid, don't get any money. But other than that, a winner could get £3,750. So there is a fair amount at stake. It sounds like a fair amount of money, but when you consider employing coaches and, of course, stringing, gear, it all mounts up and all adds up. Sponsorship is vital for these guys, as well as support from often either counties or the National Tennis Centre or universities as well. But he's won lots of competitions here before, Sean Hodkin. So he does enjoy playing in Loughborough. He also says that the surface here suits his game. Did play the UK Pro Series 3 and 4. Only won 2 matches in total there. So he does now have 3 matches in this format. 3 match wins, that is, to his name. Didn't end up hearing who won the toss, but we will soon find out who's going to open up this 4th encounter of Pool B. His goal, incidentally, by the end of 2021 is to try and be a top 500 player. Of course, that will be dependent on the ranking system kicking back into place due to these difficult times during COVID. But great that, of course, this tournament allows players to get back on the court playing competitive tennis. So, first set just about to begin, and it will be Sean Hodkin to get this Pool B matchup underway against George Houghton. No ball boys or girls here this week because of the COVID situation. No line judges either. Yeah, that's nicely done. Quite hit the volley as well as he would have liked, Houghton. But it's a very even Pool B right now. All players will fancy their chances of qualifying for the top 2 and then making it through to the semi-finals on Saturday. Only player really trailing is Andrew Watson. Houghton, who does describe his favourite shot as his backhand, so it'll be interesting to see where Hodkin directs most of the traffic. It's the battle of the single-handed backhands, isn't it? And that time Hodkin coming out on top, just catching that one a little late, Houghton. That timing wasn't quite right. Head came up a little early too. Incidentally, Pete Hodges here in the commentary box. I'll talk you through this second match of the day. Third match of the day. Jeremy Drummond will be back in the commentary box to talk you through Beth Gray and Emily Appleton. So a nice steady start for Hodkin. Secures the first game of the opening set. Hodkin, who is ranked nearly 300 places higher than his opponent. 1,239 in the world, highest ranking of 1,182. So Houghton has actually been ranked higher than his opponent in the world rankings. So it is a tough one to call, especially when you consider their previous results coming into this encounter. Houghton with 2 match wins in Pool B, Hodkin with 1. And I was talking about the group with how it all sits right now in Pool B. Dan Cox with a very good win, 6-love, 6-love against Anthony Watson, who I think was struggling with a shoulder injury. And that takes Dan Cox on to 11 points, so he's in a very good position to make it through, as I say, to the semi-finals on Saturday. Oh, what a passing shot that is. It's a stunner from Hodkin. Really looked like he was in a sort of position just to bunt the ball back here. Well out of court. How about this flick of the wrist? Superb control. And yeah, you can understand the celebration. Again, getting himself forward nicely, Houghton. Neatly controlled volley. It was smart because he could see that Hodkin was back behind the baseline, so just delicately played, dropping it short. Textbook technique on the volley. But yeah, as I was saying, Dan Cox on 11 points, so almost looking like he's pretty much secured top spot in Pool B. But the battle for finishing second, which would mean whoever finishes second, of course, will take on the winner of Pool A on Saturday. Both of these players have the opportunity to finish second, especially if they're able to secure a 3-point victory by winning in straight sets. Houghton on 6, Hodkin on 3 points so far. First double fault for Houghton. Just to give you a score update as well from the second court here in Loughborough. I can tell you that Billy Harris has taken the first set against Mark Whitehouse by 6 games to 3. So another point in the bag for Harris. Moves on to 7 points in this pool. Well, despite listing his backhand at his favourite shot, Houghton, he's tend to move around it quite often. Maybe the fact that he doesn't see it as his best shot, might just see it as the shot he most enjoys playing, which usually correlates to his best shot. When players talk about their favourite shots to play. Finds the line. Wonderful whippy forehand from Hodkin. Already got a couple of shots for the show reel. We're only in the second game. Inside in forehand, always the shot. You have to make sure you either get your opponent on the stretch or it has to be a winner, otherwise leave yourself a little exposed. Just missed timing the return. Fair amount of movement on the second serve from Houghton. Hits it with a little bit of slice and a bit of kick as well. Yeah, Houghton comes through the game. So that will relieve the tension somewhat on the board. And it's a game apiece. Hodkin, who was actually pretty late with the call-up after Cash's withdrawal from the tournament right at the start, as in, so everything's a bonus right now for Sean Hodkin. And he's making the most of playing this event. I say with that win over Andrew Watson, he's made a good positive start here too. Both players generally looking to try and get on top of the rally early, of course. Pretty quick courts here in Loughborough. Although it's pretty cold conditions inside the Dan Maskell Tennis Centre, so the ball doesn't tend to fly through the air as quick as other indoor tennis centres. Yeah, he's just missed that one. Again, players calling their own lines. No ball boys or ball girls. Chair umpire can overrule the decisions. So far, it's been a really bright start from Sean Hodkin. A couple of very quick service holds for the man from Sheffield. And it is Hodkin who leads by 2-1 on serve in the first set. We'll of course try and keep you up to date with all the action that goes on over on court 2 as well. As I say, Billy Harris taking the first set against Mark Whitehouse. Another action-packed day of the UK Pro League. 6 matches in total on both courts. As I say, our interest will be on court 1. Beth Gray up against Emily Appleton, which will follow this match, although not before 12:30 local time, which is all of about half an hour. So it will follow this match, unless we have a withdrawal or an injury. And then it'll be Anton Matusevich against Mason Recce, on, again, not before 2 p.m. So that one's whipped into the corner. And then Alicia Barnett against Freya Christie, not before 3:30 p.m. And we round things off with Jonathan Gray against Jack Findle Hawkins in the evening match, not before 5 p.m. Good aggressive tennis from Hodkin, getting Houghton on the move, forcing him back behind the baseline and little shake of the head there from Houghton. Just think he's getting a little frustrated with first serve percentage. Oh, just leaning into that one. As I say, he says his backhand is his favourite shot. That's the first time we've really seen why. Got his body weight forward. Couldn't have timed it any better. Getting Houghton on the move. Interesting game style that Hodkin has, as in often wraps the racket around the side of the ball. He's able to generate some really tidy angles. Just wonder whether Houghton will start adjusting his court position. Cut off those angles a little earlier. Well, that was interesting from Houghton. Of course, percentage play in tennis is to approach up the line. He clearly feels that Hodkin struggles a little more on his backhand side, so decided to go to that wing. Again, the volley not quite holding up, so second service game in a row. Houghton taken to juice. Oh, well, off the back foot, but no problem for George Houghton. Bullet of a winner. A lot of positive energy and noise from Hodkin early on. As I say, backhand has been a little hit and miss so far for Houghton. To have any hope of making the weekend with regards to being with a chance of winning the tournament, Hodkin has to win this match, and you kind of feel he has to win it in straight sets. Would have to win out as well, pretty much, from here on in. Good first serve there, though, from Houghton. He's just pushed that into the tram lines, and again Houghton battling through a service game. Such are the joys of the tennis scoring system. You feel it's Hodkin who has played the better of the tennis, created more of the opportunities. He's holding serve comfortably. Twice he's pushed Houghton hard in his own service game, but after all that, it is 2 games apiece. First set. It's a good point to win for Houghton. Just out-dueling Hodkin. As often see the case in tennis when a player doesn't take advantage of opportunities that they've created. And there can be a bit of a hangover effect, and just wonder whether that's going to happen to Hodkin here. As I say, he may well feel he's played the better tennis, and so perhaps should be a break-up. Just missed it. So in trouble here, Hodkin. Good expansive tennis from Houghton. Only on 1 point in the previous 2 service games of Hodkins, so here's a great chance. Oh, it's a beauty of a backhand.
Start now. Come on.
Again, it was Hodkin who was the one in control of the point, manoeuvring Houghton around. Stepped into it. Couldn't have hit it any sweeter. Good aggressive hitting from Houghton, just keeping Hodkin back behind the baseline where he wants to keep him. So first break points of the match, 2 here for Houghton. Incidentally, Hodkin has won 100% of the points when he's found the first serve. Only 2 from 5 when he's missed it. Well, maybe just choosing the wrong way to go there, Hodkin. And it's Houghton, who, having been under pressure on serve in his opening 2 service games, holding on in them and then pouncing to break first in this opening set. Again, going inside in. And I think it's safe to say Houghton read the play. And Hodkin, in the end, just left exposed. So Houghton, with the early break, leads 3-2. You do just wonder, the start that Hodkin had made there, as I say, he was knocking on the door for a break, but maybe just a little disappointed that he wasn't able to take it. He's been under pressure, though, when he's missed the first serve. Of course, as I say, so often indoor tennis, particularly on these types of courts, it's about first strike tennis. Houghton, who used to train here, very used to the pace of these courts, although, as I say, Hodkin has said that he's won events here in the past and does like the conditions, but it must be some advantage for Houghton, the fact that he's been based in Loughborough as a student. As I say, would have trained regularly every day on these courts. As I say, he's battled through his first 2 service games, Houghton. He's certainly been the player winning the bigger points so far in this first set. Dream sort of game so far for the man from Portsmouth. The old saying goes, it's only a break of serve once you've held your own. Not having to do too much to hold serve here. It's a superb return, and he backs up the return with a sumptuous forehand. And that was the shot that got Houghton on the move, and then quickly transitioning inside the baseline. Plenty of control on the forehand as well, good racket head speed. Well, looked like it was going to be a comfortable service hole for Houghton, but for the 3rd service game running, will be taken to juice. Decent length on the chip return. Just wonder whether Houghton will throw in the serve and volley at times just to try and keep Hodkin honest with the return. Take away that chip return as much as possible. Just got caught well back behind the baseline, Houghton, and he knows it. Didn't get his feet up to the ball at all there. Still moving backwards as he struck the backhand. And having been up 40-love, it's now Hodkin with the chance to get the break straight back. Saves the break point. Timely first serve. Just a little heavy-handed from Houghton with the drop shot. You can argue whether it's the right shot to play. And he clearly got Hodkin well back, so it probably was. It was just a case of execution. Plenty of time for Hodkin to pick his spot, and he did just that. Again saves the break point with the first serve. Still can hear the positive noise coming from Hodkin. As I say, it's just not won the big points in the early parts of this contest. A little bit of confusion in terms of when the ball was called and when it wasn't called. Hodkin felt he'd called it on time. The umpire just saying he called it too late. And that one is just long, so more frustration for Hodkin. Couple of break points come and go, and again the juice game's all going against him. Positive for him is that he's creating opportunities. Negative is that he's not taking advantage of those opportunities, and I think the fact that he just missed there will make the blob ball even more for the man from Sheffield. So Houghton just about able to back up the break for a 2-4 lead. A nice variety there from Houghton, mixing up the speed and the spins and the height of the ball, drawing the unforced error from Hodkin, who's just got to perhaps calm himself down here. As I say, it's an understandable, frustrating start for him, having created the opportunities. Just feel he's a little stressed right now, particularly he will feel the umpire's decision going against him in the previous game. He's someone who generally wears his heart on his sleeve. Generally channels his thoughts in a positive way. I just took a little nick off the net, maybe disrupting Hodkin. That's not going to help his mood. First ace for Hodkin. Digging in here. Maybe channeling that frustration in the right way, taking the anger out on the ball. Oh, he's just missed it. Once it checked by the umpire, she confirms it is just wide. Really stepped in. Houghton. It was a conservative point, really, in truth, from Hodkin, and he gets away with it. Yeah, I'm not sure that was the right shot to play. A risky shot to go for from Houghton. And this time it's Hodkin's turn to win a tight game. First time, really, that's happened. His turn as well to recover from a few points down. You see Houghton just snatching at that one, just saying he needed a little more height and flight. Going for the inside in. Just the one break, the difference. And it's Houghton who got that breaker serve, and so he leads 4-3 as they sit down. Fascinating first set, though, this one. Almost all the games have had a little something in it. Certainly feel both players will think they can win the match. There's no doubt about that. Of course, it's a fascinating scoring system. UK Pro League. 2 pools of 6. And as I said earlier, you get a point for every set you win. If you win in straight sets, you get 3 points. Now, of course, if it is a set apiece, it will be a match tiebreak, so first to 10 points. So the match tiebreaks count for a lot. Well, I said I'd keep you up to date with what's going on over on court 2. I can tell you that Mark Whitehouse is fighting back against Billy Harris. Billy Harris took the first set. They're 6-3. Whitehouse 5-2 up in the second. Meanwhile here, it is Houghton with new balls at 4-3. Tidy tennis. Talked about the fact whether or not Houghton would start to serve and volley just to take away the chip return. Smart play from the man from Portsmouth. Big first serve. Set the point up. Making life very easy for himself when he is finding that first serve. Well, he was up 40-love in his last service game, Houghton, and got pegged back to deuce. He won't want that to happen again. Unforced error. And again, the game's getting interesting. Had very few straightforward games so far in this first set. Well, finding a first serve time and time again, Houghton, and once again able to wriggle through a service game. He's yet to hold serve and win his game by anything more than 2 points. Could say clutch tennis from George Houghton so far. What it all means, Hodkin now serving to stay in the set at 3-5. Again, there's that positive noise from Hodkin. Second ace for the 22-year-old. There's a real big difference when he finds his first serve compared to the second, as I said earlier. It's now on 12 from 15 points behind the first serve, only 3 from 7 behind the second. Oh, some stretch forehand initially from Houghton, but then when he had time on the ball, unable to make it count. And Hodkin is able to hold serve, and he would at least ask the question of his opponent as to whether Houghton can serve this first set out. A couple of times now, just haven't really timed the forehand as well as he would have liked, Houghton, but as I say, generally been able to play his best tennis in the big moments. Talked about Mark Whitehouse fighting back over on court 2, and I can tell you that he has indeed taken the second set 6-3 against Billy Harris, so that one will be settled on the match tiebreak. Of course, the first match of the day on court 2, it was Dan Cox who double bageled Andrew Watson, but I think Andrew Watson has been struggling with a shoulder injury, so you can read as much into that. But Dan Cox continuing his winning form. It's now 4 wins from 4 for Cox. He tops Pool B and is very much in pole position to make it through as the group winner. He may even have done enough to qualify for Saturday already with regards to winning the group. I think he's probably qualified now either way. In fact, I'm almost certain of that. It's definitely claimed second spot. I'll have to do a bit of maths to confirm whether he has claimed top spot and whether he can be caught. Don't think he's quite done enough yet. I think Houghton, of course, if he wins this, could catch him if Cox was to lose his last match. 3 in straight sets to Houghton. And Houghton was to win this one in straight sets as well. In fact, I'm not sure he's fully through anyway, because if Houghton was to win this in straight and then was to defeat Dan Cox in straight, then he would overtake him and move on to 12 points, and that would possibly bring in Billy Harris. Well, if he can win that deciding set against Whitehouse and then defeat Andrew Watson in straight sets, he would end up on 11 points as well. He's just missed that one. Of course, serving for the first set here, Houghton. Yet to be broken in the match, but he has been put under pressure routinely, really, throughout this first set. Yeah, confident tennis. Been a little hit and miss at the front of the court, Houghton. But it was all about setting the point up here. Got plenty of cover on the forehand. And really a simple put away. Just a little upright on the forehand. Didn't quite get the footwork right getting behind the ball. Maybe feeling a few nerves trying to close out this first set. It's a great serve, isn't it? Using the slider to great effect, and that serve gives Houghton a set point. Oh, he's just gone too long. Couldn't resist the backhand. Steady tennis though, wasn't it? From Hodkin, knowing it was such a big point, being set point, just said to Houghton, go on then, try and hit through me. And he couldn't on that occasion. So set point saved. Good movement around the ball from Houghton. Putting Hodkin under pressure there on his backhand side. Still muttering away to himself, and Houghton with a second set point hit. Oh, it's a big strike. It's a fine way to finish the first set for George Houghton. Set throughout, he's been the man who's won the bigger points. And that was certainly the case in that final game. Clenched fist says it all. It was a tight first set, really could have gone either way. Hodkin, you can understand his frustration. Just not able to take the opportunities that he was able to create. But it's Houghton who takes the first set by 6 games to 4. Bathroom break then being used by Hodkin. I think he'll probably just maybe use some water to try and cool himself down. As in, I think overall he can look at that set and say, well, I was doing a lot of the right things. I was creating opportunities. I had break points. I was in a lot of the games where Houghton was serving. Generally held serve pretty comfortably, other than the one game he was broken in. But such is the tennis scoring system. Finds himself a set down. Of course, Houghton gets the opportunity just to chat to his coach, who is sat courtside at the sit-downs. Of course, would be hard to hear anyway. But with the mask, it's even tougher to even lip read. I generally think, though, the coach will be encouraging Houghton to continue to mix it up, to continue to try and play positive tennis, to try and get on the front foot. And that's one of the reasons why Hodkin is a little frustrated there. He only lost one more point than his opponent. He ends up losing the set. I think I'm right in saying Houghton actually only won all of his service games by 2 points. So that's either by deuce or to 30. Both players, of course, a fair bit stronger behind their first serve compared to the second serve. Of course, stats only just flashed up briefly there, but Houghton, who started pretty slowly with the first serve percentage, but ended up with first serve percentage of 75%. Hodkin at 64% with the first serve percentage. He's won 81% of the points behind that first serve, but Houghton doing a good job of attacking the second serve. Houghton himself, though, has struggled behind it. His second serve, too, only winning 36% of the points. Reminder that if he is to win this match, Houghton, especially in straight sets, it will be almost a winner-takes-all scenario against Dan Cox. I say almost because, of course, Billy Harris will still very much be in the mix, especially with the injury issues for Andrew Watson. You'd expect him to win that one in straight sets, so you'd expect Billy Harris to finish on 11. Dan Cox is already on 11, so Houghton needs to win this to move himself up to 9 points. And then if he can beat Dan Cox in straight sets, well, that would guarantee him a place in the semi-finals. So the situation for Houghton still very much in his own hands. Hodkin not happy that he's just missed that one. Did look long, near a fraction long, just asking Houghton for confirmation. I think the umpire has agreed with Houghton. Hodkin, I think it's safe to say, doesn't agree with his opponent. That was a chance at 15:30. Got himself inside the baseline. And you can understand Houghton's reaction there, just looking skywards. So he'll know that Hodkin is probably feeling a little frustrated from dropping that first set. So wanting to try and take advantage of how his opponent is feeling emotionally right now. Again, just snatching at the inside-in forehand there, Houghton. Important service hold for Hodkin. As we get some new balls. A little shake of the head, and you can still see that Hodkin is thinking about what happened in that first set as he has his discussion with his coach. As I say, generally, body language has been positive, but small margins have been going against him. I'm sure his coach is just trying to get him to focus on the positivity again. And you can just hear there, shout of come on from Hodkin, trying to get himself going early in this second set. Coming into this match, that most points that Hodkin could finish on would be 9, but looks like it's now only 8 because, of course, losing the first set. Incidentally, I can tell you that Billy Harris has won the deciding set against Mark Whitehouse, which is a significant win. And that takes him up to 8 points. And very nearly eliminates Sean Hodkin. We'll have to hope for Andrew Watson to do him some favours. So right now it looks like Hodkin probably cannot make the semi-finals. Of course, get different prize money for each position you finish in, so that all players will play at the weekend. Wow, has he just left that? I think he has. It has just gone long. That's a terrific 1-2 punch. Again, opening the court up with the slider of the serve. Of course, it's something you see left-handers use quite often, the slider serve out wide, but right-handers can use it just as well. Really hasn't been able to close out a love service hold yet in this match. Is it going to change here? No, still can't close out a love service hold. Well, his eyes lit up, but again missing. Almost as if Houghton wants to make life tough for himself on serve. Most importantly, though, he has found a way to get over the line in his service games every single time. Well, he had Hodkin so far back behind the baseline, but Hodkin standing firm for the second time in the match on the Houghton serve. Recovers from 40 love down to deuce. Another fine first serve, though. And another point for the game. Oh, it's terrific tennis. And this time, Houghton does come through. I think maybe just suggesting to his coach he is making life tough for himself. 40 love up and 3 unforced errors in a row before closing out the game with a fine first serve and an excellent forehand. So a game apiece, second set. getting Hodkin on the move. Just got to be a little careful here, Hodkin, with regards to his court position. He has just dropped off somewhat. Maybe something his coach might have said to him in terms of just waiting for the error from Houghton. So maybe looking to be a little more consistent in this second set. Ask a few more questions of his opponent. And he's got to be careful he doesn't get too defensive and open up the court and allow Houghton to dictate and use the angles. Yeah, solid overhead. And it was the first serve that set the point up. Just controlling the forehand into the open court. Get his opponent on the move. No fuss with the smash. Oh, he's made it. That is a glorious backhand. Funny what we're seeing from both of these players, sometimes missing quite easy balls and then other times coming up with special shots like that one. It was low, he was out of position. Only real one shot at his disposal. He does apologise, just wonder how much of a miss hit it might have been. Oh, it's a great pickup. Maybe read the play from Houghton. And this time it's a superb pickup from Hodkin. Thought he might have done enough with that forehand, whipped over the top of it. But just too good from Hodkin. Comes through another service game. Still just the one break of serve in this Group B encounter. And that break of serve went to Houghton in the first set. That's why he leads by a set to love. But Hodkin up 2-1 in the second. So yeah, just to run you through as things stand in Pool B. I can tell you that Dan Cox leads the way on 11 points. Billy Harris, who has now played one more match than anyone else, is on 8 points. And then comes George Houghton, who is now on 7 points. That's a live standings update because of winning that first set. So if he is able to win this one in straight sets, would get the bonus point, of course, to move up to 9 points, and then would have that match against Dan Cox. Of course, if he was to win that in straight sets, he'd guarantee top spot in the group. If he was just to win it, then he'll be possibly looking for a favour from Andrew Watson against Billy Harris. So much to play for. That's why it's so exciting, this group format, round robin situation. But it's going to be an exciting couple of days, that's for sure. Again, getting himself inside the baseline, and coolness personified on the final forehand. Forehand has been a bit hit and miss, but that was well timed. And then didn't panic here. Nearly got into a muddle, but kept himself calm. And again, coolness personified, this time off the backhand wing. Didn't try and overhit, just guiding it up the line. overcooked the forehand again. I feel like we're almost stuck in a time warp with Houghton right now. Tends to go up 40-love in his service games, and then either gets taken to deuce or just gets over the line. Either way, he keeps winning them. I'm not sure whether he needed to play the volley, and that might have been why he didn't hit it with full conviction and ends up being made to pay. Just a little sort of over safe playing that. Fine passing shot either way though from Hodkin. And here we go again, chance to get back to deuce again. But once again, it is Houghton who comes through the game a little harder than he perhaps could have won it. Doesn't matter though, does it, in tennis? And so it's 2 games apiece, second set. I think it's safe to say I'm not happy there. Not happy with the call. No overrule from the chair. So both players have now been a little unhappy with each other with regards to the line calling. Of course, they have to accept the decision. Well, it's tough for the chair umpire to overrule on that line. It's the far sideline. I think that's what she's saying there to Sean Hodkin. And this is the difficulty when you don't have line judges, or of course the Hawkeye system. Wonder whether he was almost expecting the call there. Houghton on the baseline didn't come. Of course, the first 2 points though of this game, both players feeling that they won them. A lot of coaches and parents will always say the luck evens itself out. And of course, with the umpire there, I mean that any shocking calls will be overruled. Just moving Houghton from side to side and draws the error in the end, Hodkin. Ticks off another service game, Hodkin, and again, that shout have come on. Leads 3-2 second set. These two so evenly matched, though very tough to tell which way it's going to go. There wasn't much separating the two in the first set. Coach getting a bit of sustenance in as well with the banana. don't know tactically what can change though, really, isn't it? Isn't both players looking to try and get that first strike in. First serve percentage, as I've said throughout, so important with regards to getting the first strike and getting their opponent on the move. I do feel that Hodkin has calmed down somewhat since the end of that first set. Now seeing lots of positive body language and noise from him once again, like we did throughout the majority of the first set, in truth. Still yet to break the Houghton serve, and he's just started it a little slowly in most of the Houghton service games, so he'll be looking to try and change that here. Houghton, who has got into the habit of getting 40 love up and then winning it either to 30 or on deuce. So first time in a while that Hodkin has won the first point on a Houghton service game, so this might be an opportunity for the man from Sheffield. So that half chance increasing. Oh, a bit of sting on the volley there on that occasion. Houghton, a couple of times he's been a little safe with the net play. Not there, particularly on this surface, just skidding low. Good tactic from Houghton just to attack the backhand, which Hodkin can often just chip. And that one just floated and sat up nicely for the volley. Just as I was saying, the frustration had rather gone away. Might be coming back after being up love 30. Return he feels that he should have made. Really good opportunity here for Hodkin. Break point, and he'll get a swing at a second serve. Oh, it's terrific tennis, though, from Houghton. Back against the wall, facing the break point, but he came out swinging. Gutsy tennis from the world number 150, or 1,561, I should say. Has played the big points really well so far this afternoon. smart serve. I like the fact he just mixed it up there, took the pace off, looking to kick it to the backhand and come forward. And I was saying earlier about that serve and volley tactic to the backhand side is an intelligent bit of play from Houghton, because it just makes Hodkin think he can't just chisel that backhand return back into play. And the fact that he hit it slow and got him into a tough position there probably led to the missed return. But all in all, Houghton again battling through another service hold. So 3-all second set. I often talk about it. Player misses an opportunity to break, as Hodkin did in the previous game. Well, he rather had the opportunity taken away from him. Then often there's a hangover effect. Is this it for Hodkin? Again, wary that Houghton might have been coming forward. He's just overcooked that one, didn't get the racket at speed, and therefore lost the control, and the topspin on the ball drifts long. And again, Hodkin, who's had chances throughout not only the first set but the second set too to break the Houghton serve, generally been holding pretty comfortably throughout the match. Now facing 3 break points. Oh, well, that's some shot, and it keeps him alive in the game. Can understand the shot from Houghton. Decided to take on the backhand up the line, of course. Left himself a little exposed, but great movement from Hodkin. Still break points though here for Houghton, and he'll get a second serve to swing at. Well, he gets away with it, Hodkin. Retreated well back behind the baseline. Just how big could that forehand miss be? Still 1 break point remaining. Yeah, just didn't get the control on the volley that he would have liked, Houghton. And again, it's Hodkin who pinches the point. Saves 3 break points in a row to stay alive in this game. It's a tough volley to execute, but he was just a little heavy-handed with it, Houghton. I think Hodkin knew exactly where the ball was going. Big moments in this match right now. Oh, and he's made it. Again, it was Houghton being the one on the front foot. It seems like Hodkin has just decided to retreat away from the baseline and then try and counter-punch his way to victory. And it worked here. Just getting enough topspin on the ball to dip it inside the baseline. What a service hold that is from Sean Hodkin. Down love 40, just digs in. Kind of felt if he'd been broken there, he might have fallen away in this second set, but not so. Both players, as I say, have said how Andy Murray is their favourite player. Both players have referenced his work ethic and fighting capabilities, and showing a lot of fight there, Sean Hodkin. Moves back in front, 4-3 second set. Oh, 5 points in a row there from Hodkin. Huge service hold from love 40 down. And it'll help the belief factor too. As I've said throughout this contest, it's Houghton who's won the bigger points until that previous game. And so now, almost it's a flip with regards to the psychology in this one. Houghton now having to deal with the disappointment of not getting the break. Interesting if Hodkin continues to just sit very deep in the court and continue to just ask the question of Houghton as to whether he can hit through his opponent. Oh, well, didn't quite do enough with the volley again. And it's picked off. Very much counter-punching throughout right now. Maybe this is what his coach has told him to do. It's a test right now, isn't it, for Houghton, because he's the one looking to try and get on the front foot. He's the one dictating most of the play, but he's got to deal with his emotions too. I say that with regards to the fact that because he's on the front foot, he's going to make more errors, and that's going to cause more frustration. With first serve again. point this one. Just overcooked that backhand. A little bit of a loose error that, in truth, from Hodkin. Yeah, great length on the approach. Knife down the back of the ball. Had it been a little shorter, would have given Hodkin the chance to play his topspin backhand, but because it was so deep, it almost meant he had to be reactive and try and play the slice. That's a good hold, though, isn't it, from George Houghton? When you consider that he was up love 40 in the previous game, you have to say the temperament's been spot on. No hangover effect there. And it's 4-all second set. Long second set so far, lots of juice games. 48 minutes on the clock. So much, as I've said before, riding on this match for both players. Hodkin trying to keep his hopes alive of making it into the semis. Houghton trying to put himself into a good position to win the group, or at least make the semis. They just pulled across it. Now it's a comfortable service hold. No drama from Hodkin, and he's a game away now from taking this one to a match tiebreak. We'll have to try and do something that he hasn't done so far, and that is break the Houghton serve, though. But leads 5-4 second set. I can tell you that tennis is underway over on court 2 here as well. In the women's group, of course. Also in Group B, match between Ella Taylor and Kylie Bilchev. And I can tell you that it's Taylor who leads 3-2 in the first set there. We'll try and keep you up to date with that one. Two players who have struggled really so far this week. Plenty more matches, of course, to come on this court, as I say. Following this one, we'll have Beth Gray and Emily Appleton. It'll be Jenny Drummond to talk you through that one. But right now, our focus is here on court 1. And Houghton coming out to serve to stay in the set at 4-5. Oh, well, that's a great pickup from Hodkin. I think Houghton probably thought he'd done enough. Undercut the volley, kept it low. But again, a flick of the wrist from Hodkin. And that was an excellent first volley. Then this one just snatched at it, and you can see the racket face actually turn in his hand. And that forehand has been troublesome for Houghton at times, the inside out. A few times he's in particular missed into the net. Just doing enough with the forehand up the line. I have to say, I thought Houghton could have been up to the ball a little earlier. Half a chance for Hodkin that he's not able to take advantage of. Oh, nearly. And again, you've got to give a lot of credit to Hodkin on the run there, making life so tough for Houghton. Whipping it down to the feet. He nearly picked it up and hit a superb winner. There was a little bit of panic in the eyes there from Hodkin, but he'd done enough. And that's another juice game in this second set. Yeah, just about got enough stick on the volley. Tough passing shot to make that one because it was quite deep. It was coming through quick. Very difficult to wrap the racket around the ball to generate enough topspin to get it to go inside the court. Again, it's another big hold, isn't it? Pressure points he has played so well throughout, other than those 3 points of love 40 earlier on in this set. They say he is someone who doesn't give much away with regards to how he's feeling inside Houghton. Knowing just how important this match is, though, there's been a lot of big points in it. He's kept himself pretty cool and calm. I say it's very cold conditions inside the Dan Maskell Tennis Centre. It's been an almost icy performance from Houghton. A little wild. Has been a similar sort of formula, hasn't it? Hodkin sitting deep. Houghton being the one to try and get inside the baseline and dictate, but every now and then overcooking. And he did so there with that forehand. Yeah, delicately done. Just wonder whether Hodkin will regret the fact that he had an opportunity to come forward there, backed away. And this time it's Houghton who does take advantage. Just got to be a little careful he doesn't go too defensive here, Hodkin. So when you do back away behind the baseline, it means you can play some defensive points. But again, it is a bit hit and miss right now from Houghton. That's a terrific inside-in forehand. Bit more aggression shown there in that point from Hodkin. And again, he's a game away from taking us the distance. There really has been so little to separate these two. You could almost argue that Hodkin played the better in the first set. And he lost one more point than Houghton, despite losing 2 more games. The second set has been very, very even. Very few chances as well with regards to the break points. Of course, those 3 break points for Houghton coming midway through the set. Hodkin has had the 1 break point. Both players not able to take advantage of those chances, though, and that's why we are still on serve in this second set. Only 1 service break in the match. Again, you've got to love that attitude from Hodkin, though. Bounding out of the chair, almost Rafa Nadal-esque. Just sending a message to Houghton that he's ready and raring to go, as he has been really throughout the entirety of the contest. And Houghton coming out for the 2nd time to serve to stay in this set. Just wide. Yeah, just seemed to get a little tangled there, Houghton. In a difficult position on court, didn't know quite where to go. Ends up backing away, movement going back here. Just didn't get himself into position quick enough really for the forehand. Ended up pulling up early on it. And that means it drifts long. It's a real chance here for Hodkin. Well, it was a great first volley. Tough first volley as well, into the body. Didn't have any angle to work with either, right down the middle of the court here. But he just dropped it short. And that meant that Hodkin had to hit up on the ball. Made the second volley very easy. That's excellent tennis once again from Houghton. Just couldn't quite get there. Again, the slider out wide. It's worked a treat throughout this match for Houghton. And rather than being a set point for Hodkin, it will be a game point to take us into a tiebreak. Yeah, good footwork. And again, a steady forehand, simplifying the sport, just going to the percentage plays, and it works for Houghton. Good footwork on the overhead. Never easy, particularly on such a pressure point. And he's just missed the return there, so that's a gutsy service hold from Houghton. And he does indeed take us into a second set tiebreak. We saw Hodkin digging in earlier on serve, and you can say the same thing about Houghton. These two really just haven't been separated by much throughout this encounter. And you're going to feel sorry for whoever loses it, in truth. Probably say on the balance of play, we almost deserve a match tiebreak. And again, just a little annoyed there, didn't miss by much. Trying to keep Hodkin back. Oh, it's great tennis. Huge forehand from the back of the court initially. Great depth as well. That drew the short ball. And then stayed committed for the second forehand. Whipped up the back of the ball, got the racket head speed to get the control. Just missed that one. This is the problem, I think, sometimes with Hodkin. He does just sit deep on the court. And that means he can sometimes get stuck there, which means he's just stretching for that backhand, which means he can then push it long. Doesn't get the rotation on the ball because he is stretching for it. A superb tennis all round as Houghton turns the rally around. turning defence into attack in just a couple of shots. That punch of a backhand up the line was the shot that turned it all around. And then again, nice control with the forehand. Just how significant could that point be? First mini break, and it goes to Houghton. Oh, he finds the corner of the court, probably a little closer than he would have liked, Hodkin. Although Houghton had guessed the right way. It's a great comeback point. Both of these players, incidentally, the same age group. Both turned 23 this year. Not much separating them in rankings, not much separating them in age, and certainly not much separating them today. But that's a tight forehand from Houghton. As I say, that has been his Achilles heel today, the inside-out forehand. And more often than not, the error has been made into the net. So the mini break got back for Hodkin. And this second set tie break pretty much replicating what we've seen throughout in the balance. Going to be either a moment of magic or a moment of madness, you kind of feel, that will separate the two in this second set. Well, maybe just didn't get up to the ball. It was a shaky looking backhand in truth from Houghton. Bit of a loose error. Suddenly it's Hodkin with the advantage. He's the one now with the mini break. Second set ticking towards the hour mark. Have we still got more to come? Have we still got a match tie break to come? Hodkin will hope so. And again, misses with the forehand. Got himself inside the baseline. Hodkin, who's been good on the defence, and maybe that has just forced Houghton to overforce. Oh, and he's overcooked that backhand as well. Positive tennis on that occasion from Hodkin. And he has just been a little bit more consistent, hasn't he, in this tie-break. Having been 3-2 down, it's now 4 points in a row for Hodkin. But more importantly, it's 3 set points. able just to scamper around, but Houghton able to save the first set point. It's just the 1 mini break, so a big serve here would certainly apply the pressure. And he's unable to make the volley, and it's Hodkin who takes the tightest of second sets, and we are indeed heading to another match tiebreak. Gotta say, great credit to Sean Hodkin. He dug in when it really mattered most there and was just a little bit more consistent in the bigger points than Houghton. Another bathroom break for Hodkin, similar to what we saw at the end of the first set. He'll be feeling very different, though, this time around. Takes the second set 7-6 in about an hour. So what all that means to the standings is that, of course, Houghton now really has to win this set to give himself an opportunity to qualify. If he does win the set and then beats Dan Cox, then you're going to have to get your calculators out. As I say, the maximum points that Houghton can finish on after today now will be 8. And then he'd have to beat Dan Cox 3-love to finish level on 11 with him, which would give him the best chances of going through. Remember, Harris is on 8 as well. So we take a look at the second set statistics. Better first serve percentage from Hodkin. If you remember, he was around 64% first serve percentage in the first set, and maybe that was the difference. And both players weren't broken. 3 break points Houghton had at love 40. That was the big moment, really. Missed a couple of shorter balls in those 3 points. You can analyse statistics all you like, but really it's all been about who's played the bigger points better. But as I say, maximum points that Houghton can finish on now is 11. You expect Billy Harris to perhaps get the better of Andrew Watson tomorrow in straight sets, which would make him finish on 11, and Dan Cox is already on 11 as well. So very much Houghton, you feel, has to win out here to give himself a chance of making it through as one of the top 2 players in Pool B. Somehow got to get himself going. That would have been a bitter pill to swallow, having had those break points in the second set and also having been up a mini break in the tiebreaker. But he's got to forget all of that. It's a 10-point shootout. Match tiebreak, first to 10, 2 points clear to see who takes this second match of day 4 on court 1. We had a long one to start with Olivia Nichols winning 14-12 in the match tiebreak against Elise Maloney. And it's another long battle. So it's going to be a late finish, you would have thought, tonight. Both players have generally done a good job on serve. So in the second set statistics overall, Hodkin first serve percentage up near the 70% mark. He'll be pretty happy with that. Houghton at 73%. And there's another super serve. I'm not sure whether Houghton got a frame onto it, but it should go down as a 4th ace for Hodkin. He's just missed that one. Really, just at the wrong moment, really. Just lost his radar somewhat, Houghton. I say, he has been the one looking to get on the front foot more often. Hodkin's caught position that much deeper. But at times, that has led to Houghton over-forcing. I'm not sure how clean the backhand was, but finds the corner of the court. Kind of feel this is a must-win set of tennis for Houghton if he wants to make it through as the top two. Hodkin, if he wins out from here, can get to 8 points, but he would need a big favour from Andrew Watson tomorrow. And not only that, as in the situation that Houghton would play Dan Cox would mean that he would be in a bit of trouble, but it's still, Hodkin statistically, I think, still can qualify, just. In fact, the fact that Harris has won 3 of his matches would mean he could still qualify because he could win 3 of his matches, but I think it would come back on his head-to-head with Billy Harris, which of course he lost. So either way, Hodkin of course wants to claim the match win here. As I say, it would mean he would go into either a 5th versus 6th playoff or 3rd versus 4th. Battle to finish 5th. As I say, there's money prizes at stake for all of these players with regards to where they finish, hence it being a league. Well, in that second set tiebreak, it was Houghton who had the first mini break. This time it's Hodkin with the mini break at 4-2. Healthy lead though, 3-point cushion. A couple of very big points coming up now for Houghton. It's just long, called by Houghton. Hodkin not overly happy. Tough to tell from the position we're in, but far baseline did look like it might have been just long, and the umpire happy to accept the call from Houghton. Hasn't had to get involved too much in this very tight match, the chair umpire. Yeah, there's the slider serve, something that he's had great success with throughout this match. Said how important it was for him to win both of those points, and he's done just that. So pressure will revert onto the shoulders of Hodkin now. Unsurprisingly, this match tiebreak as tight as the rest of the match. A little wild and just snatched to that backhand. Eyes lit up. Clearly there was space up the line. But the mini break got back for Houghton. Could be a costly double fault too. I'm not really sure what happened. Just seemed to lose the topspin on the second serve because he missed it by some distance there. Maybe just a sign the tension getting to Sean Hodkin. These are big moments for these players. Just a third double fault in the match for Hodkin, but not the time he would have wanted that third double fault. Never is a great time to hit a double fault, but you certainly don't want one at 5 points all in the deciding match tiebreak. And that's a super serve from Houghton. And there goes the racket for the man from Sheffield. Having been up 5-2 in this match tiebreak, now finding himself 5-7 down. Did have a little think about it, whether he was going to throw it or not. One thing with throwing a racket like that is that you scuff the grip, which sometimes isn't what you want. This sort of situation, but at least he hasn't cracked the frame. I do have Jenny Drummond sat alongside me, who managed to crack someone else's racket in the south of France last year with a spectacular serve. Definitely won't remind her of that when we commentate later on this evening. So then this time it's Houghton with the advantage, with the mini break. Hodkin just saying that one missed wide. It's a slightly late call. And Houghton can't quite believe that the umpire has agreed with Hodkin. Got to put it to the back of the mind because he's got a second serve to focus on. And this time it's Houghton's turn to hit the double. So often you see it when there's disruption between the first and the second serve. Can lead to that error. Talked about him putting it to the back of the mind, and maybe he didn't do that. And this match tiebreak continues to meander one way then the other. Oh, that's sweet as a nut. Couldn't have hit that any better. Took it on the rise, and no chance for Hodkin. Just stepping into it, full swing. And like an arrow up the line. Still cut the tension with a knife. This match is going to be around the 2-hour mark with regards to length. Still feel there's a little more drama to come. This time he does find the line. And what a timely ace. Just a third ace of the match for Houghton. And it brings up 2 match points. It's a big performance from George Houghton. The Loughborough University man wins on home turf once again. It was a battle, really could have gone either way. Valiant effort by Sean Hodkin, who could easily have lost the second set, but it is Houghton who keeps his hopes alive of making the semi-finals at the weekend. It's a third match win of the week for the 22-year-old as he comes through a real tough one. 6-4, 6-7, and then 10 points, 2-7 in the match tiebreak. And what it means is that he moves on to 8 points in Pool B. Hodkin's hopes of making the semi-finals are gone, whereas Houghton, if he can defeat Dan Cox, and if he can defeat him comfortably, still has the chance of making it through to the last 4 at the weekend. It's between himself, Cox, and Billy Harris. Of course, Cox sat in the best position right now, but Houghton will play Cox tomorrow. And so that will be a big, big encounter, but an excellent win. And generally, he was the player who just raised his game when it mattered most, right at the back end of that match tiebreak. He was 5-2 down, remember, but able to come through it. I think he'll be pretty happy with how he served. First serve percentage 68%, 73% for Hodkin. Remember, there was actually only one break of serve in the entirety of the match. That came in the first set, but there were many, many tight juice games, and Hodkin can feel a little frustrated, having won 4 more points than his opponent. Despite that, loses the match. So it's Houghton who wins a third match, and as I say, moves on to 8 points in Pool B here at the UK Pro League. Still plenty more to come though today. We've got another match which will be on court in just a few moments' time, and it will be Jenny Drummond to talk you through that one. It will be Beth Gray against Emily Appleton, but from myself, Pete Hodges, I'll be back to talk you through Alicia Barnett against Freya Christie a little later on today.
Well, a very warm welcome back to the UK Pro League here at the Dan Maskell Tennis Centre at Loughborough University. This is day 4 of week 1 of the 9-week tournament, taking place from now all the way through until November, as Britain's elite players battle it out to see who will be crowned the eventual champions of this UK domestic league. We have just today and tomorrow left of the round robin stages, so the two men's and women's pools, each made up of 6 players, are really starting to heat up. The top 2 players from each pool will qualify for the semi-finals at the weekend. And by the end of Sunday, we will have our week 1 male and female champions. Of course, after 8 weeks, the top 9 players in the league standings qualify for the final. That is Classic Week, along with 3 wildcards that will be thrown into the mix too, and eventually a male and female champion will be crowned. Well, I'm Jenny Drummond, and I'll be taking you through this Box B match between Beth Gray and Emily Appleton, and certainly is set to be a very interesting encounter, because if we take a look at Box B, these ladies are 1 and 2. Emily Appleton is 3 from 3, hasn't yet dropped a set in UK Pro League, so she has a maximum of 9 points at the moment. Beth Gray in second place, just 1 point behind, and there is a lot riding on this match, because whoever loses it will bring in the 3rd player into this group. At the moment, that is Alice Gillen, sitting on 6 points. So that will most certainly be in the mind of both of these players as they come into this match, and that's what's fascinating about the league standings, is that they know every set counts as a point. Well, these two ladies have met 3 times before, and interestingly, it is Emily Appleton who has won all 3 encounters. They've been pretty close indeed. 2 of them at the UK Pro Series last year, and the last one going to the championship tiebreak. The one before that was back in 2015 at an ITF event in Woking.
10-point match tiebreak will be played to decide the match.
But there certainly is a lot on the line for both ladies.
Right of the chair, Beth Gray.
It is Beth Gray who is
Appleton
the higher ranked of the 2.
Chose to receive.
Currently ranked 640 in the world, the career high ranking of 426. But there is not much between the rankings indeed, as Emily Appleton is currently 693 in the world and has been just outside the top 500. Both ladies with aggressive game styles, like to start the point with a big serve and take on the forehand as well. And that's something that we've certainly seen Emily Appleton do. She's been on a pretty solid winning streak. Day 1 beating Kylie Bilchev. Day 2 defeated Nadia Ross in 6-1, 6-1. And then yesterday beat Ella Taylor 6-1, 6-2. And the scoreline certainly suggesting that they were relatively straightforward matches. However, her opponent today, Beth Gray, is a tricky one indeed. She's not had as simple a run the last few days. Well, certainly days 1 and 2 were, dropping just 5 games in total across 2 matches. But yesterday evening was a tough battle against Alice Gillen, who she's trained with here for the last month or so. And she dropped the opening set by 6 games to 1, trailed by a break in the second set as well, but managed to find a way, fought back and won the championship tiebreak by 10 points to 6. And for the 25-year-old Beth Gray, that was an extremely important win for her. From Liverpool, now lives in Buckinghamshire, trains there too at the Houghton Tennis Club. But a different match for Emily Appleton here. First time she faces a lefty at the UK Pro League. And it is the top 2 ladies of Pool B facing each other as Gray gets us underway.
Love 15.
I mentioned Gray's performance last night, and there are certainly aspects that she should be very pleased with. Her fight back was really quite incredible, but she was not playing her best tennis for a set and a half or so. Struggled to get the serve going, especially the forehand as well. Number of errors coming from there. So she'll be looking to put that match behind her and find some form early on today, because Appleton will certainly be putting her under pressure.
$15 all. $30-15.
Her serve is certainly something that Gray is going to be after. She does not want Appleton stepping in on those second serves.
$40-15. Game, Gray.
A solid start for the top-ranked player in Pool B, Beth Gray. And certainly no signs of nerves from both players right from the get-go. Appleton, no stranger to UK Pro League. Last year she played the Pro Series. Even won week 5. It took place at St George's Hill Club in Weybridge, club that she trains at, with coach David Collins, who is sitting courtside. And she won week 5 there, defeating Naomi Brody that week. Played a lot of British Tour matches last year, UK Pro Series as well.
$15
And Appleton certainly delighted to be able to compete here, using this week as an opportunity to get matches under her belt and break up the fact that she's been in lockdown. Well, we've all been in lockdown.
First serve.
It's really grateful to be back and putting her hard work off the court into practice on the court. A bit of a message from Gray here, showing how aggressive she's going to be. Happy to move forward. She's got all the layers on, does Gray today. It is cool on the court, so the ball isn't firing through as quickly. Something that both Appleton and Gray have had to adapt to, given they're such big hitters. Oh, she went for it.
30-15.
And just pushed it a little wide, but again, saying to Appleton, you give me a second serve, I'm going to take it on.
$40-15.
That's a classic big serving Appleton right there. Loves to be in control of her service games. and dictate play from the back of the court. Just 21 years old. Has a couple of $15,000 titles to her name.
Game Appleton.
Appleton on the board.
1 game all.
On the net. On the lucky side of Appleton on this occasion. So a pretty solid start from both players. And I'm sure the outcome of this match, the relevance of it in Pool B, will certainly be at the forefront of both of their minds. How that will affect this match, we're yet to find out.
Love.
Not great with a solid 1-2 punch. Likes to use out wide serve just to change it up, just to keep her opponent guessing. Huge first serve. First ace for Gray. And she certainly found her serve early on in this match compared to that encounter last night when it wasn't firing at all. First serve percentage was below 50% in the opening set. That's certainly not the case right now. Great, asserting her dominance in her service games. Just overcooking that forehand a little bit, maybe forcing it a tad. But when you're 40 love up, that is the time to overhit. Oh, great change up in defense from Appleton there, chucking in the slice, and not easy to do on the back foot, the back corner. She's got incredible depth on it, and Gray not expecting that, unable to deal with the backspin, shooting the forehand long.
Great.
Well, Gray managed to hold on.
Gray leads 2-1.
It's another hold a serve. On serve in this opening set, Gray leading by 2-1. I mentioned Gray's singles ranking, but she's a well-established doubles player as well. currently ranked 147 in the world. Has been a few places higher in her career high, 143. 14 ITF doubles titles to her name. And a few of those with Olivia Nichols, who is also playing here at the UK Pro League in Pool A, and she came through an incredibly tight battle first on court 1 today. But Beth Gray has played the first round of Wimbledon mixed doubles, played that in 2019 and faced off against Venus Williams. That's certainly one of her career highlights and toughest opponents, that's for sure. Also made her WTA Tour main draw doubles debut at Dubai Tennis Championships a couple of years ago.
Love.
So has certainly had some big matches under her belt in her tennis career.
No.
That's top quality serve from Appleton. She really is a powerhouse off that serve, but lovely change up. A little bit of pace off it, super accurate. Thrown in a couple of errors and been putting herself in the driving seat in this game and just letting Gray sneak back in. Now he's under a little bit of pressure.
What's up?
The white serve catching Gray out once again. Smart play from Appleton. Especially under a bit of pressure.
Appleton.
Appleton gets the job done. And we're level once again. Gray just not quite getting in position for that slice backhand. And it's been a fairly even contest in the opening 4 games. No breaks of serve as yet. No break points as yet. Oh, lovely, lovely hands from
Love
Appleton.
15.
We know that Gray likes to come into the net, but just didn't do enough of that approach shot, and beautifully constructed lob from the 21-year-old. Good response though
15-all.
from Gray. And serve once again, proving extremely effective.
T15.
The service game of Gray, really night and day in comparison to last night, when she just struggled to find a single first serve.
Left. First serve. T15.
That was definitely an opportunity for Appleton. You know that she's going to step in on the second serves. Great
Game break.
holding once again, getting the better of Appleton in that long exchange.
Look
How strong she was on that backhand. Power of the outside leg. No wonder. A fist pump. And this match really important to the outcome of Pool B. Currently, Emily Appleton in your picture leading the standings at 9 points. Beth Gray just 1 point behind, having dropped a set last night. And it was interesting hearing some of the players chat yesterday about the point system. They feel sometimes when they go on the court pressure to win in straight sets, because if you do, you get the 3 points instead of just focusing on their match. And it's extremely fascinating to see how the mentality of a league affects each player in every single match, who they're playing. They're checking out what other opponents' points are, how that affects them. And it's certainly heating up as we're on day 4 of the round robin stages. One more day of round robin action tomorrow. Another 6 matches on both court 1 and court 2.
left.
That's really clinical stuff from Appleton there. Watch how she stays low, moves forward with the ball. Super relaxed on that forehand. Likes to come into the net too.
Love.
Big hitting once again. And that serve and forehand are both firing in conjunction with each other. She is tough to beat.
30-15.
Beth Gray, understandably, going in the direction of the Appleton backhand, because the last couple of points Appleton has stepped up the pace on that forehand side. Managed to get the error there. But it's hard to get the ball to the backhand side of Appleton when she's coming up with booming serves constantly.
Game Appleton.
Really
3
impressive.
games all.
And what a way to put the pressure back on your opponent. Hold with an ace, and we're tied at 3 games all in this opening set. Once again, yet to see a break point. And you just get the sense that both players are absolutely zoned in. Focus well and truly at its peak. Oh, great rally between these two.
Love 15.
Gray diving around at the net, but Appleton with the anticipation. Slight miss hit there on the forehand. Look at the movement forwards. Really cool under pressure. Case of the splits there, just about.
Love 30.
Looks all right though, thankfully. Just lost her footing. That's some pretty good flexibility right there. But finds herself under pressure for the first time in her service game. Great recovery though from Gray.
15-30.
Really took that point to Appleton. Didn't think about the scoreboard. Went back to basics.
That's good.
Appleton questioning if that serve was long, but chair confirming it was good. The players are calling their own lines here at the UK Pro Series. No line judges due to the pandemic. No ball kids as well. But the chair can overrule. Appleton getting jammed up in that backhand and forcing it wide. Great stuff from Gray, really increasing the depth. Concentration super high right now from both players. really feel the intensity increasing. Gray did so well to battle back from love 30, get herself into a winning position at 40-30, but here we are at deuce.
Advantage Appleton.
That error brings up a first break point of the match. What a chance this is for Appleton. Oh,
Game,
punishing.
Appleton.
Absolutely punishing stuff, and Appleton
Appleton
gets
leads
the break on the
4 games to
first
3.
time of asking. And a big forehand gets the job done there. And she walked to the bench with purpose there.
Time.
What a big game coming up here. Emily Appleton has the break of serve. Can she consolidate it? This has been a highly competitive Group B match so far. Neither player having lost a match in the last 3 days of playing.
Love. Love.
Really, really solid serving from Appleton.
Love.
Appleton absolutely firing off this forehand. The amount of pace she's able to generate is absolutely huge, and it's just pushing Beth Gray further and further back behind the baseline, constantly on the defensive. Really hard to cause any damage to the Appleton game right now. Oh, yes.
Game, Appleton.
What a backhand down the line.
Appleton leads 5 games to 3.
And I'm not surprised that I got a clap even from the Gray camp. Take a look at this. On the outside leg, stays so low, drives right through the ball. And a love hold to consolidate the break. Pressure right back on Gray to see if she can serve to stay in this opening set.
Let for serve. 15 love.
It's a great option from Gray there with the body serve. Appleton's a tall girl. The taller you are, the more difficult it is to get out the way of the ball. It's far easier to use your reach.
Love.
Oh, she was so quick onto that return of serve, just snatched at it ever so slightly. And Gray with pretty solid response so far in this service game to serving to stay in this set.
40 love.
Even more solid. Did everything right.
40-15.
Just didn't quite execute the final ball. Look at her court position there. On the baseline, moves inside. Just didn't quite give the ball enough height over the high part of the net. And drop shot sat right up on the Gray forehand. Gray does hold, a really important hold. She will force Appleton to serve for this opening set. Got her job done there. See a few words of wisdom coming from David Collins on the side next to Emily Appleton. A few words of encouragement. He's got his notepad there. Constant note taking. It's been some incredibly big hitting from Appleton so far. Something she's been doing all week. It's a slightly slower start in her opening match. Had to play her way into that against 18-year-old Kylie Bilchev. But certainly over the last couple of days has been in big hitting form indeed. So Emily Appleton here serving for this opening set.
Love.
And the points on the Appleton serve so tidy at the moment. Gray really isn't able to hurt her.
Let for serve.
Forehand set up a little for Gray. Really went for it. And she knows was a bit of a costly miss. Now Appleton just 2 points from this opening set.
Love.
Make that 1 point. Solid second serve from Appleton. Down the tee. And here are 3 set points. And gets it on the first, does Appleton.
By 6 games to 4.
Very impressive opening sets from the 21-year-old. Takes it by 6 games to 4, yet to lose a set in the UK Pro League 2021. Guarantees herself a point, no matter what the outcome of this match is, having won the opening set. And Beth Gray didn't do too much wrong. Here are the numbers from that opening set. Interestingly, Appleton with just 50% first serves in, but winning most of them when they do go in. Taking the one break point opportunity that she had. Gray just has to reset. She came back from a set down yesterday. Will need to do the same again today, but she's up against a tough opponent in Emily Appleton, who has faced players as brilliant as Iga Świątek and Bianca Andreescu. Beat Świątek when she was 16. Incredible. Current Roland Garros champion. Andreescu, 2019 US Open champion. Great to see her back at the Australian Open after a considerable amount of time out with injury.
Second set, Gray to serve.
But Gray looking to reset. Important opening game here in the second set for the Liverpudlian.
Love 15.
It's going to be interesting to see how Gray responds here, because Appleton's game is so big right now, is barely making a mistake. Gray's going to feel the pressure to go for the ball a little bit more, and that's where errors like that can come into the mix. Oof. That was a powerhouse of a drive volley, but too much of a powerhouse. It was the right play indeed. We know she loves to come forward, but didn't need to be that good. And already under some pressure.
15-30.
Oh, that is how to hit a forehand.
15-14.
Almost slightly Radvanska-esque or Kerber-esque in the way that her knee dropped to the floor. Stayed so low. The contact point, though, crucial there. So far out in front. 2 break points.
30-40.
Manages to save one. Okay, still with another to negotiate here. That is a fine first serve from Gray on break point down. Can take a little breath, a little pause, managing to fight back to deuce.
Advantage Appleton.
Here, a third break point in this game for Appleton.
Deuce.
First serve getting Gray out of trouble once again.
Advantage Appleton.
A bit of a sloppy backhand from Gray on that occasion. At this point needs to get her opponent playing some more balls. And Appleton so
Game
quick up
Appleton.
to that drop volley, and
New balls.
on the fourth time of asking, gets the break of
First game,
serve.
second set.
Anticipated it so well. And puts the pressure on Gray immediately in the second set. Carries on exactly how she was playing in the opening set. And you can see Gray there just having a little think, chatting with her coach. Needs to come up with a way to break down the Appleton game in some way, shape or form. Change up the pace. Get it away from the Appleton forehand that has just been dominating this match. But it's Appleton with a set and a break. New balls 2. That's a
15
tough
left.
shot to hit from that far behind the baseline. Appleton changing up the pace on that occasion in the rally, lofting it in the air. And to try and put that much pace on the ball that deep at shoulder height is not easy.
Left. First serve. Circular.
And yet another ace for Appleton.
love.
Well, at the moment, it is Appleton who really is in control of this match, in control of their rallies. There's 3 chances to consolidate the break here.
Game, Appleton.
And she does consolidate the break.
Appleton leads. 2 games
So
to
it's
love.
been a run of 4 games for Emily Appleton in this round robin match. Beth Gray needing to come up with an answer very soon indeed.
Love 15.
You just get the sense that the energy has dipped a bit for Gray. Maybe feeling a little flat, a little dejected. But we saw how hard she fought yesterday to get the victory. And fighting clearly is something that she will continue to do.
T15. All.
That's an unfortunate time for the double there from Gray. Needs a first serve here because she will know that Appleton will be ready to swing at a second serve. Does find the first serve though. Gets the cheap point, much to her delight.
Let's. Second serve. Use.
It's just proving really tough at the moment for Gray to hold serve. Really is a battle at the moment for her.
Advantage Appleton.
Just appears that she's lost any rhythm that she had in the opening set. And Appleton now with an opportunity a double break. Appleton gets the double break.
Appleton leads 3 games to love.
She is turning the screw in this match. Leads by a set and 3 love. Great, with some serious work to do here. She's to get back into this match here on court 1. Meanwhile, over on court 2, we have a Pool A battle between Tanisha Disanakaya and Danielle Daly. It is Disanakaya who leads by 3 games to 2 in that opening set. They're on their 4th match of the day here on court 1. We're on our 3rd because we've had some absolute battles taking place, both going to 3 sets. Olivia Nichols beating Elise Maloney 14-12 in that championship tiebreak, and George Houghton defeating Sean Hodkin. Houghton trailed 5-2 in the championship tiebreak but came through 10-7. Now that is some fate that Beth Gray will be hoping to achieve as well, trying to take this match to a championship tiebreak, but that is a long way off because at this particular moment it is Emily Appleton, 21-year-old, who is well and truly in the driving seat, leading by a set and 3 love with a double break.
Love.
And with the serving like that, it's really not allowing Gray into any of the Appleton service games.
30 love.
That in turn puts even more pressure on the Gray serve, and has already been broken twice in the 2nd set.
40 love. Game Appleton.
Boom. That
Appleton
was
leads
an
4
extremely
games to love.
tidy game from Appleton. And extends her lead once again. Now just 2 games away from victory. 6 games on the trot for Appleton. Gray needs to come up with something here. She is to stop the momentum.
Love 15. Love 30.
The luck just not on the side of Beth Gray this afternoon here at Dan Masco Tennis Centre at Loughborough University.
40.
And the wheel's just coming off for Beth Gray at this point. 3 breakpoint chances for Appleton.
Game Appleton.
Just too strong at the back of the court is Appleton so far today. She gets a 3rd consecutive break of serve and is just 1 game away from a 4th victory here at the UK Pro League in this Pool B match. Pool B certainly is shaping up to be extremely tight indeed, because in court 2 a little earlier, Kylie Bilchev defeated Ella Taylor 6-3, 6-1, so picks up 3 points for that victory, puts her into joint 3rd place with Alice Gillen, both on 6 points. Alice Gillen yet to play today, plays last on court 2 against Nadia Rawson. And at this point, Beth Gray on 8 points, Alice Gillen in 6 on 6 with another match to play. Kylie Bilchev sitting there on 6-2. Very interesting to see who will progress to the semi-finals. It is the top 2 of each pool. So we might need to get our calculators out a little later on tonight and tomorrow.
15 love.
Huge, huge serving from Appleton. It feels like a while since Appleton last made an unforced error. Hasn't just been running away with the 2nd set, but has been winning numerous games to love.
T15.
So powerful off the ground, constructs the point so well, follows it up with a routine overhead, and as a result brings up 2 match points for Emily Appleton. Seals it on an ace. And the winning streak for Emily Appleton continues here at the UK Pro League with a 4th consecutive victory. She defeats Beth Gray 6-4, 6-love in a clinical performance. Top quality tennis from the 21-year-old from Surrey. Beth Gray tried to stay toe-to-toe in that opening set, but just couldn't come up with anything to trouble Appleton, who seemed pretty flawless in this Pool B match. And Appleton now remains at the top of Pool B with 12 points. Has not lost a match, has not lost a set so far. And Beth Gray currently in 2nd place on 8 points. Alice Gillen and Kylie Bilchev joint in 3rd, both on 6, with Alice Gillen to play later on this evening. So Pool B wide open for 2nd place at the moment. Here are the numbers of the match. And look at the total points, 1 difference, huge. Appleton dominated the whole way through on her serve and forehand, barely hit an unforced error, and Gray unable to even get a break point. Just shows the strength of the Appleton serve throughout that match. Well, we are 3 matches down on court 1 on the UK Pro League today. First 2 absolute battles, lengthy encounters. Third one a little bit quicker due to the dominance of Emily Appleton. But still 3 more matches to come. And coming up next, we have the top-ranked player on the men's side of things, Anton Matusevich, taking on Mason Recce, who replaced Luke Johnson yesterday. Got the call up really late on. Luke Johnson had to withdraw, unfortunately, due to an ankle injury. But I will be back very shortly to take you through that one alongside Abigail Johnson. That is Anton Matusevich and Mason Recce coming up next.
Welcome back to Court 1 at the UK Pro League for this 4th match of the day. Emily Appleton didn't hang about just now, beating Beth Gray 6-4, 6-love, sealed with an ace. A dominant performance. It was an intriguing clash between Olivia Nichols and Elise Maloney, finishing in a match tie-break to kick off the day, in another highly competitive match in which George Houghton edged Sean Hodkin. So we're going to have to see whether this is a dominant display or a dramatic battle between the top-ranked male player in the draw, Anton Matusevich, the 19-year-old, and his opponent Mason Recce, who was a latecomer to the draw yesterday after Luke Johnson, in his match during the previous day, turned his ankle, was unfortunately forced to withdraw. That prompted Recce to have to race over from Birmingham to get here in time for his match, which he did, thankfully, and put on a good display as well. Had a match point in the match tiebreak against Josh Paris before going down 6-3, 6-7, 12-10. So he'll be hoping to build on that in this match. Abigail Johnson here to guide you through this one, and alongside me, the ever-reliable Jenny Drummond. How are you, Jenny?
Very well, thanks. Ever-reliable. I like that introduction. Positive from the get-go, Abigail.
Absolutely, absolutely. And you've seen both of these players so far this week. What do you make of them?
Yeah, I mean, I've commentated on all 3 of Anton Matusevich's matches. He lost the opening one to Jack Findle Hawkins. Served for the opening set there, interestingly, but he just kind of lost his form, didn't look super confident. But given the fact that this is a league, he's changed it around and came back the next day and beat Josh Parrish, and then followed that up with the first straight sets victory of the UK Pro League yesterday, 6-3, 6-4 against Johnny Gray. That was probably his most solid performance so far to date. Meanwhile, his opponent, Mason Recce, has only got 1 match under his belt because, as you mentioned, he got the late call-up to replace Luke Johnson yesterday, and I felt for him in his match earlier yesterday because he did lose to Josh Parrish. He went down 3-1 in the opening set, was actually a set and 5-1 down. Managed to take that second set, though he just seemed to relax at 5-1 and started swinging, and those balls went in, and in turn Paris got a little bit tight. So it was very interesting to see how that match unfolded, and Recce certainly is a talented player, super loose, likes to swing at the ball, but he's up against Anton Matusevich, who was certainly one of the best juniors in the world, as high as world number 12 in the junior circuit, and has some big credentials at Wimbledon too in the junior side of things.
Absolutely. Made the Wimbledon Junior quarter-finals back in 2019, did Anton Matusevich, and yeah, Recce was really swinging when he was down on that scoreboard yesterday and showed some great hand skills as well. He's got some good touch on him, but if he's going to beat Anton Matusevich, he has to play well when he's in front, so we'll see how that goes down. Here is the main man, Matusevich. Huge forehand. I don't know, when I've seen Matusevich so far this week, the balls are quite heavy, it's quite low travelling because it's colder conditions here at the Dan Maskell Tennis Centre, and just at times he's not seemed like it's the best fit for his game. He's maybe seemed a bit frustrated by it. Would that be fair?
Absolutely. He likes a fast-paced game. He's got a massive serve, massive forehand. He wants to generate all the pace, but the courts have slowed it down for him, and that is essentially... In his first match, he found it particularly hard against Jack Findle Hawkins, who is a serve volleyer who chucks in a lot of variety. The slice as well from Paris in his second match, which went to 3 sets, troubled him too. And it's been interesting to see how Matusevich has managed to deal with those very different opponents, and what Recce is going to come up with today to try and trouble Matusevich, because the power of Matusevich is something that Recce will find difficult to deal with. But you mentioned the touch in Recce's game, and something that he's certainly going to look to do to try and move forward, to chuck in a little bit of junk to Matusevich, change up the rhythm, and see how he can test the really promising youngster.
Yeah, that's what he's going to have to do. A reminder of the format here at the UK Pro League, which makes things incredibly interesting. They're looking for points to decide which place they'll be playing off for at the back end of the week, and it's 3 points for a straight sets victory, 2 points for a win in 3 sets, and then even if you lose, you can still pick up a point for winning a set. So it keeps these matches highly competitive right the way down the wire. There's always something to play for. And Matusevich coming off a 3-pointer, his first of the week. We'll be hoping to build on that here. Straight in at the beginning of this match. Is that a sign of things to come?
Certainly could be. It's super important for Recce to hold his service games because he's going to be up against it with the Matusevich serve. It's so powerful. So he needs to make as many first serves as possible and not let Matusevich swing on the second.
Yeah, that's going to be that pressure to go for more on the second serve. Someone like Matusevich stepping up, particularly if he's getting it on his forehand side. He's going to kill that.
Sure is.
Yeah, important to get this opening hold on the board just while Matusevich is warming up, finding his range again. So you'll notice there are no lines umpires here because of the pandemic, and the umpire gets the final call on the serve.
Oh, dribbled over.
I was trying to work out whether that had dribbled off his frame or the net. Let's have a look at this.
Did well to stop himself there. He'll take it nonetheless.
Absolutely. First game on the board. Now to get down to the real analysis. Okay, Jenny. I had a few people laughing at me yesterday because I commented on the fact that Andrew Watson was wearing his cap on backwards. And I said, what use is that? It's got to just be a fashion statement because they're indoors. It's not keeping the light out of his eyes. And then look, here on court one right now, 2 guys, cap on backwards. Explain this to me.
Oh, it's a pandemic. We're in the, no one can go to the hairdresser. Come on, they've got to control the locks in some way, shape or form. And also, we know many players are superstitious. They have their routines.
This is true.
They have their match gear.
It's one way to get going.
Yeah, it's an absolute rocket of a serve. Matusevich generates so much pace and power, and when that serve is firing, he gets so many cheap points.
Oh, redirected that.
That was a great switch up from Recce there. Matusevich was expecting the cross court. Recce just sending a bit of a message to Matusevich saying, I'm going to dominate every single rally, that's for sure. I'm here. Trying to get the positive energy going.
There's a double. Just an absolute copy of the one he did before.
He's a real high quality player, Matusevich. Ranked 570 in the world, career high of 550, but he's beaten players inside the top 300 just a few months ago in Hamburg, 2020, when he reached the semi-finals of a $25,000 event, qualified there as well. So he's capable of great things. Just 19 years old, of course, as well.
Easy to forget with everything he's done so far. Oh, hello. With the exception of the double fault, how sharp was that serving? At the beginning of the match, you're kind of hoping if your opponent's got a big serve, maybe catch them cold, get them before they've started going, but Matusevich is on the ball out here.
Yeah, and I have to say, each day he's started to look sharper and sharper. Granted, most of these players haven't played too many matches. This is some of the first matches of the year for them. Recce, in fact, really hasn't played much at all. So it's going to take a little time to find the rhythm.
That was so well set up.
It looks like he's found his rhythm pretty early on in this match. That's one of the struggles, especially with the pandemic, is if some of the players been able to practice, it's so different being on a match court to a practice court. And I've heard some of the coaches saying for them too, to try and replicate the match situation on a practice court is super challenging. So this is where something like the UK Pro League is so beneficial to these players. You can play day in, day out for a number of weeks throughout the year.
Will like it.
Yeah, he really stepped in there, did Recce. He took the ball super early, and in turn that just removed any time for Matusevich. See how far back behind the baseline he was there. Recce just pressing with the power.
Finding the corner. Well, this is some serious placement skill from Recce in the last couple of points. You wouldn't tell that he's been off the tour so long. He hasn't competed on the international circuit since the end of 2019. He did compete in a few domestic events last year. We saw him a little bit at the LTA British Tour, and he did compete in one edition of the Pro Series, 1 week of that. But like you were inferring before, the difference between the practice court and the match court, and it's funnily enough, I was talking to Katie Swan about this a little bit last year, and she said that the mentality of the match compared to the practice means that you're so tight on the match court that everything hurts that little bit more. She said you could do 2 hours on the practice court, you come off, you're fine, go on the match court, even if you're done in an hour, you ache from the tension and the tightness of it.
Yeah, the adrenaline is just a different ball game. And as much as everyone does try to replicate it, it's impossible to.
Well, he's swinging early, Mason Recce. Oh, flattened out the backhand cross court.
It really did. Absolutely teed off on that backhand. Recce unable to give a response. And first sign of a bit of a test here for Recce in a service game.
Hello there. Well, look at the reach from Matusevich here. He covered that baseline as best he could.
Yeah, he's got some absolute wheels on him, does Matusevich. He was just questioning there whether or not the ball in the middle of the rally was long, but it was called good.
They're really trying to paint the lines today. I've seen a few close calls out there. And he slams the door. Big game, big hold for Recce to come through at the beginning of this one. As we mentioned, we've seen Matusevich deep in sets, starting to get a little bit frustrated, and if he were to get the early breakthrough, it would just be ideal for him to kind of avoid that mental battle that he seemed to go through at times.
Absolutely. Matusevich will be keen to run away with this match. On paper, the rankings are extraordinarily different. I mentioned Matusevich ranked 570, but Mason Recce is 1383. So a huge margin on paper. This is Matusevich's match for the taking, and he comes into the tournament, certainly this week, as the highest ranked player. And he'll be looking to qualify for those semi-finals this weekend, with Pool A looking extremely interesting indeed. And I actually heard Matusevich the other day chatting to some of the other players saying, do you know, my first match, my second match, I was thinking about the points, because if you win straight sets, you get 3 points. And then I believe it was his first match, so he went into his second match saying, do you know what, I just need to play my match, do my own thing, and not worry about the points, what else is going on. But that's what makes a league so exciting.
Yeah, as you alluded to with the rankings difference as well, another benefit of this league is players of Recce's status getting to test themselves out against the kind of quality of Matusevich. They wouldn't necessarily always be in the same circles. Feeling the force of that forehand. Asking the question, I didn't think that one was that close, to be honest.
You don't ask, you don't get, Abigail.
No questioning that ace.
And just take a look at how far back Recce is receiving these serves. He's almost out of the frame of the screen.
Matusevich had turned his back there. He knew he wasn't getting a racket on that one.
But we know so many players who do stand far back to receive big serves. For example, Dominic Thiem is pretty much in the stands whenever he's returning the serve. But it works really effectively for him.
Not least Rafael Nadal.
Exactly.
Only sneaks it to deuce. And this is where things can start to happen.
Yeah, a little loss in concentration for Matusevich on that shot, and just giving Recce a hint of an opportunity here.
Lifts it.
Yeah, Recce going toe-to-toe with Matusevich in that rally. Really using Matusevich's pace, because Recce is a loose hitter of the ball. Really loose, relaxed swing. That's a break point being and gone, isn't it?
They are licking the corners of these service boxes. There's not much you can do about that, even if you're as loose as Mason Recce looked. Yeah, the second serves are going to be openings for both players. And there's a sign of the tension and the pressure once again. Not so much on that occasion.
Yeah, Matusevich has been tested a few times over the last few days, and something that I've noticed is whenever he turns it around, he's super positive. There's always a big come on. But there have been a few dips in concentration. That's no wonder with many of these players, given they haven't had much match practice.
How many aces in this game?
3 and counting.
Well, that is a lesson in how to respond to adversity. Matusevich pressed there, taken to deuce, faced break points, and what does he do? Rain down bombs of serves and steers his way to safety. I think Recce is coming back. He's not given up on the match.
Yeah, it's pretty good to have those types of serves in your arsenal when you are break points down. Immediately puts the pressure back on your opponent. See what they can come up with in their service game.
The timing there was quite something.
Yeah, he was so quick onto that return of serve. Knew exactly what he was doing with it. That's what he's going to look to do on the Recce second serve, because it's not super quick.
Ooh, made him get low for that. That's what you want to do when you know someone is looking to approach the net behind the depth of shot. Make it awkward.
And it wasn't a bad move from Recce. Quite like to sneak in here, but Matusevich, as you said, just able to keep it right at his shoelaces.
Not fully sure what happened there for Recce. Kind of leaned back out of the shot a bit.
Yeah, just didn't get his feet in the right position. And therefore mishit the ball. Got a little bit stuck. And when you're playing someone who hits the ball as hard as Matusevich, you've got to be on your toes at all times.
It's funny how this often happens. When you've faced break points and come through a game, you immediately get opportunities. And that's 1 of 3 saved for Recce. He seems like quite an instinctive player, Recce. Goes with the flow.
Yeah, he plays how he feels. He fancies and serve and volley at breakpoint down, he chucks it in.
That's just too big from Anton Matusevich, who gets the first breakthrough. Having come through a tricky service hold of his own, you just can't argue with that forehand when he's got it on the sweet spot. Cutting through the court nicely. It's interesting, we've talked about him occasionally getting frustrated. Definitely seems like quite the perfectionist, Anton Matusevich. He's very much into his studies as well as his tennis. Studied physics, maths, and further maths at A-level. Can't relate. And also a classically trained pianist, so he likes to excel at everything that he does. And that can be a blessing and a curse, really, on the tennis court.
It sure can. I mean, he's such a super smart guy. Not only has he studied all of that, in lockdown he started an online degree at UCL in economics and statistics, so likes to keep himself busy. And it can be, as you mentioned, it can be a curse, it can be a blessing, because you want everything to be perfect. He trains really hard. I know that he trained super hard over lockdown, put in a lot of hours, but during a match sometimes you can put extra pressure on yourself. You can overhit, you can expect too much. And we know the best players manage to put those points behind them and just move on to the next one.
So can he consolidate? That's the question now. I think that one might have clipped the net. Some of these low traveling backhands, they're lethal once they hit the sidelines, but getting them over the net is the big issue. Oh, kicked wide off the net cord. There was a moment there where there was a shorter ball from Recce and Matusevich stepped in but chopped it back instead of coming over the top of it. Now, it might have been difficult to get the lift on it with the heaviness of the balls, but I wonder if he would take that point back and replay it if he had it again.
That was a hint of a chance for Recce. The passing shot was on his racket, you guessed right. Just couldn't quite execute the pass. The reaction says it all, really.
So he does get the consolidation. Maybe one of the better starts he's had to a match this week. Matusevich looking very much warmed up.
Yeah, he looks super zoned in at the moment. Maybe a slight dip in concentration in his previous service game, but certainly looking to find his rhythm a bit more, has done over the last couple of days. But in all honesty, how often do we see that with top players in tournaments? You know, they have tough first, second rounds, and in a slam they're then peaking by the semi-finals final.
The timing is everything, isn't it? They know how to work it. So as much recently with Novak Djokovic at the Australian Open. Times that impeccably. You could pretty much read where he was going, but it was so well set up that there was very little Recce could do about it.
Yeah, at this point really showcasing the talent of Matusevich, dictating the point with his forehand and then showing his athleticism, his technique, his ability to chuck in some touch as well. Solid at the net.
Oh, he made it. That is one of the best rallies we've seen all week.
That is just classic Matusevich, chasing everything down at the back of the court. He's so quick. And also quick hands, quick thinking in that rally too.
Oh, he was pushed right back. He was right inside the baseline to return serve, and Recce had done a good job exposing where he was standing in the middle of the court, but that's what you call improvisation. Triple break point for a healthy lead. Catches him. And there is the 5-2 advantage, a double break in the bag for Matusevich, who is starting to roll through this opening set. So Recce, although being the older of these two players, closer to the beginning of his tennis journey, something stands out from his previous results to me. It took a whole team of Avengers and some assistants quite a while to take down Thanos, but Recce did it in straight sets in 2019. Just trying to find the result. Here we go. Thanos beaten in straight sets out in Greece. This is a tennis player, of course. This is not the Thanos, but that's something to write home about.
Sure is. What an effort. What an effort.
Let's get the full name. Aristotelis Thanos. So there you go. But he's going to have to put up a big fight to come back in this opening set.
Yeah, he's up against it at the moment. Matusevich with the double break, and the way he's been serving so far, he's just really not let Recce in.
Let's see if he can maintain his form on serve. Well, questions answered straight away with that ace down the tee. What does Recce do? Change up his return position? Try and get a Matusevich head, maybe?
Just got to get a racket on the ball at this point, especially on the first serves. it's hard when your opponent is hitting as big as that. Did the job of getting the return in the court. And then Matusevich here, look at his court position. He's moving further and further inside the court, pushing Recce further and further back. It's so hard to constantly defend against such a big hitter like Matusevich. He's now going for the second serve aces.
You've seen a couple of double faults from Matusevich, but he's keeping them to portions of the match that don't have an impact, and that's what's so key about their higher ranked players. You know, the unforced errors, they're still there, but they are kept within confines where they don't have as much of an impact on the overall scoreline.
Yeah, 5-2, 30 love is not the worst time to chuck in a pretty aggressive double fault.
Doesn't want to, though. Oh, hello. Did he find it? He did indeed. I was waiting for the confirmation there because that probably caught the outside of the line, stepping around to whack the forehand winner. And that tells us why he's been going for that second serve. Well, it's a show now, but for Matusevich, it's suddenly a sticky situation. Maybe that double fault will be costly.
Yeah, changed it up with the serve and volley. Nice tactic, but didn't quite do enough with the volley.
Oh, a bit too much there.
Yeah, just overcooked it ever so slightly. Knew that was an opportunity. Break point. Second serve. That is a must-make ball for Recce in that situation.
Happened so quick.
I'm not surprised. There's a wry smile on the face of Recce. Just got to move on to the next one.
Well, there is the opener for Anton Matusevich. One of the more straightforward openers that he's had here at the UK Pro League. And that serve biting when it needed to. But 6-2 doesn't really reflect how Recce was able to go toe-to-toe at times in the rally, and this is why an event like the UK Pro League is so interesting, because you see players of different statuses go up against each other, and it shows that anyone has the ability to take it to anyone else. It's a case of how you handle yourself mentally in the big moments when you're able to produce. Recce could go out and hit against some of the biggest names in the sport, most probably. I remember actually he faced Cameron Norrie at the LTA British Tour last year. They had some very decent rallies. It's just a case of where's your head game at and where's your skill set at in the most crucial moments.
Well, the thing is, when you're Recce and your ranking is where it's at, you're always, at this point, playing players who are higher ranked than you. And when you're Matusevich, you're the player to beat. So there is no pressure on Recce at this point. He can swing away. He's just trying to get into a rhythm, trying to get some matches under his belt, because as you mentioned, really hasn't played much international tennis for a year and a half or so. The hard job is for those who are higher ranked, who are expected to win. They need to consistently produce good tennis, and that is a very difficult ask sometimes, especially in a domestic league when you're playing against those that you've grown up training with. There's a little bit more pressure, and that's where we see different matches evolve. Especially, we're in week 1 right now, but the stories that we'll be able to tell when we're, you know, in week 7 or so.
Mm-hmm. You could just see Matusevich pushing Recce further and further behind the baseline.
Recce just couldn't really come up with anything there. He was just playing Matusevich at his own game, and at this point that's not something he's going to outdo him on. The error coming from the Matusevich racket there. It was good to see Recce chucking in the slice backhand, because if they're just rallying from the back of the court, flat ground strokes, 9 times out of 10 Matusevich is going to come out on top.
One of the reasons that Recce was out for so long is that, as with Olivia Nichols actually earlier in the day, he came back from injury just as the effects of the pandemic were kicking in. He'd been injured, he broke his toe, then he needed all his wisdom teeth out at once, only started training again in the middle of March, and we know what happened in March. The world went to pot. And so he spent lockdown in Solihull, had a home gym. How many lobs is he going to land today?
The feel on that is just incredible. Beautifully timed. It's so much spin on it. Dipped so far inside the baseline as well. He really is showcasing his power game mixed in with the touch and feel too.
Oh, that is being called wide by Matusevich, and I thought I saw some space. He takes his momentum into the second set. How big was that game for Recce?
It was huge. Recce needed to put the brakes on the Matusevich run there. Did his best to hang on in that game, but Matusevich coming out on top, and it's a pretty big uphill battle right now Recce is facing. But can't get overwhelmed by the moment by his opponent. Yes, he's ranked considerably higher than him, but he's not playing bad tennis.
This is an important return game coming up now. Just get back level before Matusevich can start to pull away. So Matusevich, with that set that he won, has guaranteed himself a point for the win of a set, however this match ends, which would tie him level at this point with Josh Paris at the top of the group. Paris is on 6, Matusevich would also be on 6, but it is very close at the top of Pool A.
Especially given the fact that Paris plays later on today, and as we know, the top 2 qualify for the semi-finals from each group. So there really is a lot to play for right now. And is that in the minds of the players?
Well, with the way that Matusevich is bludgeoning these forehands, I think he's going for that straight sets win and isn't accepting anything else at the moment. That 3-pointer would take him 2 clear of Paris for now. He didn't need that. Or is he calling it long at the baseline? I think that would be easier to take than the dead net cord.
I mean, I just think that sums up the day so far for both players, in the sense that everything is just Matusevich's way right now. Recce still positive with the body language. Good to see.
Did that land in? It did indeed. He's getting to everything right now. With the brutal attacking forehand and the wheels he's got around the court, Recce just can't be seeing an opening right now.
Yeah, I think the little crouch there dipped that ball in for Matusevich too. Everything he touches turning to gold right now.
Matusevich obviously made that Wimbledon junior quarter-final run. Recce wasn't a bad young player himself. One of his career highlights is being ranked the British #1 in under-18s. He did play in Wimbledon qualifying previously. Oh, that is someone playing without a care in the world.
You got to feel for Recce there.
I mean, the angle on the off backhand is ridiculous.
The off-hop backhand. It's just beautifully hit.
Yeah.
As if it's a routine shot in the Matusevich arsenal.
He just invented that one. We'll call it the Matusevich from now on. What can you do? Completely caught him out there. Recce legging it in the opposite direction. Double break point. Key moments for Recce. Little come on there. Still very much focused here. Almost backfired on him there, how deep he had Matusevich. He just picked that ball up and kept it traveling low. And here we are. Is there any way back from 3-love, Jenny?
It's a really big ask. I mean, Recce fought back extremely well yesterday against Josh Paris. Was a set 5-1 down, faced 3 match points in that second set. Ended up winning it. Faced 1 more match point in the championship tiebreak, then had one of his own. And it was on the 5th match point that Paris took that match. So he's got to draw on that experience a little bit. But at the same time, the level that is coming off the Matusevich racket is quite considerably higher right now. He is just dominating rallies from the back, from the net, his own service games, his opponent's service games. And that's tough to keep fighting against.
We've seen streaks of brilliance, I think, from Matusevich so far, but in terms of consistency, I mean, the scoreline says it all. I think this is the best level that we've seen from him at Loughborough University this week. Potentially a must-win game for Recce here.
Taste of his own medicine right there. Anything you can do.
Exactly. He took that so quickly. He's having a good time with that. You love to see it. Well, I like the idea. He tried to do something different. You know, you mentioned before he was so far back in the court to return, and he flipped it there, was right inside the baseline. But it didn't quite have the time he needed to make the connection. Well, you can see why he likes a grass court, Mason Recce. Those fast conditions aiding the all-out tennis he likes to play, as they would Matusevich as well, particularly in this kind of form. And this is why there's a careful eye being kept on him. Occasionally in the picture you can see at the back of the court Mark Houghton, who's coached the likes of Dan Evans and Kyle Edmonds. Just keeping an eye on the form of Matusevich right now. He'll be quite interested in what he's seeing out here. Matusevich rolling, consolidates the second break.
We got 3.
Yeah, he's absolutely dominating this match at this point.
Killed one of the balls. He said it was dead. The big hitting in this match. Tanisha DeCyanica getting the win over on court 2, 6-4, 6-3 over Danielle Daly. Good friend of hers. We're seeing a few clashes of friends today. Next match on court 1 will be between Alicia Barnett and Freya Christie. Two players that know each other incredibly well, and that can always be interesting. There are no secrets when you're playing someone that you've known for many years.
Especially when you're both undefeated in your group so far. That is set to be an absolute corker of a match.
Something has to give. I did think for a moment that had caught the sideline, but full credit to Mason Recce, pulling a love hold out of the bag there from a difficult scoreboard position. 4-1 now. He did come back from that rather huge second set deficit against Josh Paris. What's the situation for Recce? So he was called in late, so he's only played the one match. Does he treat this as everything to gain, or, oh, suddenly I've got something to lose? What weighs heavier, do you think?
Well, at this point, he's just trying to play his own game. He's trying to feel good on the tennis court. I think it's a bigger picture than that, because he's, as we've mentioned, he's really not played much tennis. He's coming back from injury. His expectations can't be through the roof. He's playing a guy who's ranked inside the top 600 in the world. His attitude to me at this point is great. He is positive. He looks like he's enjoying himself no matter what the score is, and that is so important, especially when you haven't been able to play, you haven't been able to compete in the game that you love, that you've worked so hard in for so many years. So this is a great chance to play someone of this caliber and see what you can do.
And like you say, he has gone toe-to-toe. I'm just wondering, have they destroyed that logo at the back with their huge hitting?
It's probably one of the many Matusevich aces that have been bombed down.
Just wide. He just has to hang in here, Recce, and see if Matusevich loses his footing, because that ranking is there for a reason. Matusevich playing with the match on his racket at the moment, but if Recce can somehow get in his head, you never know. There's always a chance.
He's just got to make Matusevich win the match, if that's the case. Do what he can to stay and do his job.
How fast is that ball traveling now? Whipping it.
It's such easy power too. It doesn't look like that is any hardship for 19-year-old Matusevich to create. And the builds of these two guys are very different as well. Matusevich is much taller, broader.
Yeah, give it to him. He needs it. Oh. A great striker of the ball, Recce. I guess when you're generating that kind of pace and it's coming at you as well, it can be easy to lose control. If indeed you can get a racket on the ball. Matusevich still heating up with that serve. Blasts an ace out wide, and suddenly he is one game from his most comprehensive victory by scoreline of the week so far. He's had to work for it. Remember, he was down those early break points.
Well, certainly this game here for Recce just needs to dig in and say to Anton, no mate, you need to serve it out.
And did you watch my match yesterday when I came back from 5-1 down in the second set?
I'd be giving him that gif at the sit down.
Still a bit of a chancer from Matusevich. This match ain't done till it's done. His last hold was a love hold. I wonder if Matusevich has just got the majority of his focus placed on his own service games at the moment. Can afford to really swing a bit on the return with this gap, you would think. Oh. Well, what about that? Big stuff from Mason Recce. He's certainly showing what he's about this week.
He has, as you said, only his second match because of the withdrawal of Luke Johnson. Bear in mind, this is Matusevich's fourth match, and we've spoken about the fact that it's taken him a couple to play his way into it. Looking in fine form now, as we can see, but you know, you never know, tomorrow for Recce could be his day to get that victory.
You do never know. For Matusevich, he continues his form. He's been very committed to playing the domestic events in the UK over the past few months. Matusevich was present at Battle of the Recce team tennis, played some of the British tour, and he actually won the Battle of the Brits Premier League of tennis just before Christmas, so early Christmas present. That was his final match over Jack Draper, sealed the deal. It was a very tight match tiebreak to close. Well, hello then, here we go. Double fault to open. And at this point, Recce's thinking back to yesterday and the mountain he climbed. Maybe.
Second serve here, got to step in here, Recce.
Some kick on that second serve.
Yeah, but Recce's court position was so far back. Got to be seen to put him under pressure. Granted, the kick was a lot.
Just letting the pace run with him a bit there. Well, it looks like this one is coming to a close. Anton Matusevich at times has just looked unstoppable. Power he's able to generate, the marks he can hit, and the great athlete he is as well, moving around the court, all on display. Yeah, you just can't argue with that from the 19-year-old. Anton Matusevich marches on, bags another 3 points with that straight sets victory. And credit to Mason Recce, he provided some entertaining tennis, some great rallies in this one, but ultimately Matusevich continually having the final say.
Yeah, it really was an impressive performance from Matusevich. Opening set a lot closer than the second because the 19-year-old ran away with that. Such a dominant serving performance, and the pace that he was able to generate, particularly off that forehand wing, was just too much for Recce to handle. And an important 3-point win for Matusevich in this Pool 8.
Absolutely, it just nudges him out in front with 8 points, but Josh Paris still to play, he's on 6. So he'll be eyeing that result with interest, and that will make him all the more eager for a straight sets win of his own. So close at the top of Pool A, so we'll be keeping a careful eye on that one. 4 matches down and 2 still to come on court 1. Confirmation of the stats for that one there. I think that we really saw what the key factors were: the Matusevich serve, the Matusevich forehand, and the Matusevich court coverage. And the stats reflecting that he was so big in the big moments, though at the break points there, Recce just unable to convert any against the big tennis that was raining down at him. Great effort, but Matusevich marches through and brings us to the close of this one. Next up, it's a clash of friends, Alicia Barnett and Freya Christie. It will be myself taking you through that one alongside Pete Odgers.
say? I'm sorry.
He said he apologised. I said sorry. I said I'm joking.
Have you seen this?
No, I've done it twice. I mean, that's properly.
But look, you can see like where it's getting hit though with all these ball marks on it. It is an actual target. I might need that. Sorry, I thought you wanted to take for something.
No, not at all. You're right.
Yeah. Yep.
So welcome back to the UK Pro League, the continuation of Day 4, Week 1. We're on to Match 5 here on Court 1, and it's a clash of two players who know each other well. Alicia Barnett, the top-ranked women's player in the draw, up against Freya Christie. And not the first time these two have faced off, not the first time that they've hit together either, so it could get interesting. Current head-to-head stands at 2-1 in the favour of Barnett, but when two players know each other well, there are no secrets on court, and that can make for some close contests. Abigail Johnson here to take you through this one, and alongside me, Pete Odgers, who we eased into today with a long marathon match between George Houghton and Sean Hodkin. But that was an entertaining match, wasn't it, Pete?
It really was, and let's just hope for more of the same. And I think it could be more of the same. You were just saying there, of course, two players who know each other well, and two players who've been in great form so far this week. There's a lot riding on this contest, and you kind of think when that's the situation, both players sometimes struggle with nerves. That probably is going to be what is the difference here, who can deal with the pressure better. I know that's a regular thing commentators say, but that could be what it all comes down to.
Yeah, will definitely be on their minds, because the winner of this one is guaranteed to inch out in front as the leader of Pool A to close the day. A reminder of the setup of the UK Pro League: 12-player draw on both the men's and women's side. Those draws are split into two groups, and Barnett and Christie, the highest ranked players in Pool A, both of them tied on 8 points each. Olivia Nichols inched out in front with her match tiebreak win over Elise Maloney earlier with 9 points, but with 3 points awarded for a straight sets win and 2 points for a win in 3 sets, the winner of this clash guaranteed to sneak out in front. That's Freya Christie on your screen right now with a current ranking of number 670. She's actually had a fair profile on the British scene for a while. She's been around a fair bit. She is from Nottingham, based in Nottingham at Nottingham Tennis Centre, and that's where she made her WTA main draw debut.
And if required at once at all.
Yeah, not too far from here as well, of course, Nottingham, but spent more time in London of late, hasn't she? Yeah, talented player, as in to get inside the world's top 300. So young in particular. That was Barnett winning the toss and electing to receive, which I think is always a smart move when you talk about the pressure on this match. And when you were talking about the match that we had earlier on today, which was very long, 2 long matches to start the day and then 2 quick ones. So it's always interesting being in the players' area, seeing what time do you get ready, what time do you sit and wait. And for these players, they would have thought, oh, okay, we've got loads of time, and then suddenly they're rushed out onto the court. So I think whenever that happens, when you get a very quick match, it's a good idea to maybe sometimes say, okay, I'll receive first, I'll just get the feel of the court, especially in a match that is so important.
Yeah, you have to do some predicting. Here is Alicia Barnett, top-ranked women's player in the draw, with a current ranking on the singles side of 595, but she's played a fair bit of doubles as well. Actually, herself and Olivia Nichols are a regular doubles partnership, and they won the Progress Tour Women's Championships during lockdown, which was the equivalent of the men's Battle of the Brits tournament that you may have watched. She was also a member of the Union Jacks team in Battle of the Brits team tennis, and competed at Christmas time in the Battle of the Brits Premier League of tennis, but hadn't competed since, so this was her first tournament back, and she's focused on just improving her own game, getting going again, and we've seen her progressing throughout her matches here. She has won all 3 of them, but some of them have been tight. So it was a 6-2, 6-2 start over Danielle Daly, but a tighter affair against Elise Maloney, 6-2, 5-7, 10-8. Now that one was interesting because Barnett was in a dominant position. She was up, had the advantage 4-1 in the second set, and that's when she started to look tight. And Maloney, we saw her great court craft earlier. She was scrambling, putting a lot of balls in play, and Barnett looked quite stressed out there at times and really had to demonstrate great mental strength to come through at the back end. So I wonder if she'll take some confidence from that particular result in what could be a tight match here. Yeah,
I think well, it showed in day 3, didn't it, with that 6-1, 6-3 win over Dissen Yaki. I mean, yeah, when you come through a match like that, but of course every set counts here, so that could be costly, the fact that she did drop that set at 4-1 up. And it's just constant pressure. Because I talked about slow starts, you could then lose a set, that means you lose a point with regards to the boxes. So it's just constant pressure, which is why I love this round robin format. I'm not sure the players love it, because it means you can't make slow starts. It means that you might get a little tight when you're serving for 4-1, because it then goes through to the match tiebreak. But I agree with what you were saying. I think if you come through a match like that, particularly upset 4-1, you so often see players have that hangover effect and fall away in the third set. But she showed her mental toughness. Okay, she got tight, but showed her mental toughness to bounce back.
Well, that may well be called upon here. It is Freya Christie then who will be getting us underway in this 5th match of Court 1. Yeah, expect to see that from Barnett, the move up the court. She'd spoken already about how the balls were a bit heavier this week and wants to finish the points a bit more quickly.
That's not a bad tactic, is it, either? Just to rush your opponent straight away. Already, Christie feeling like she's in a match, suddenly her opponent's charging forward. Yeah, for Christie as well, obviously they're tied at the top of the group. She has not dropped a match so far, but she was a point away from doing so in her opener against Olivia Nichols. She faced 2 match points there and was able to come through 11-9 in the match tiebreak. Couple of 6-2, 6-1 score lines against Danielle Daly and Elise Maloney in the matches since. So she's had a bit of both worlds here at the UK Pro League. Great direction on that shot from Christie. And again, interesting that Barnett has clearly decided tactically she's going to take on the second serve and come forward. We know Christie likes her first serve. She says that's her favourite shot. But again, just laying down a marker, and it will just put a little bit of doubt in Christie's mind with hitting that second serve. Of course, these two, as you say, have met 3 times before, so they'll know each other's games well, and maybe this is a tactic for Barnett in particular, is something that she spotted in those previous meetings.
Well, that one sat up in the box and she took it on, didn't she?
Yeah, it was a smart volley. Kept it short, just undercut the ball as well, which meant it was going to skid down low. That meant that Christie had to try and hit up. The other thing here, I think it might adjust Christie on the first serve. She might think, well, I don't like someone coming forward all the time for my second serve, so maybe put a bit more cover on the first serve to ensure she stops Barnett from coming forward all the time. Or might have to be a bit more aggressive with that second serve.
T30.
Back behind on the forehand. You see her standing on top of that baseline to get the aggression. Well, the first game had to go to deuce, I think. Just a foreshadowing of what's to come, maybe.
Yeah, this one we are expecting to be tight, as you were saying. It's certainly hotting up, isn't it, for tomorrow as well, with regards to Olivia Nichols, who is still very much in the mix.
Advantage, Christie.
First ace, not a bad time for it.
Yeah, she likes to play that serve, quite a lot of slice. So, of course, that is a favourite serve of hers, the slider out wide.
Christie.
Well done, Freya. Christie gets herself on the board here to open the match. And it looks like both players are raring to go. I mean, they've each played 3 matches in 3 days, and so we've seen with other players as well. It's likely they're going to be a little less slow off the starting blocks.
Yeah, used to the rhythm of the court. Of course, as we've been saying, the freezing cold conditions in the Dan Maskell Tennis Centre means the ball isn't flying through the air that much. But I thought Christie did really well in that game when you consider the Barnett tactics in terms of just to try and rush her, to try and unsettle her. But she seemed completely unfazed with what Barnett was trying to do. But yeah, as you say, these players now should be used to these conditions. So you just wonder, that first match against Nichols, it was a bit of a slow start for Christie, whether how much that had to do with it, you know, getting used to the circumstances here in Loughborough. It's a heavy forehand that Christie has. Big rotation for it, big backswing. And when she connects with it, it generally springs up off the court.
That move again. And it's easier to produce off the serve when the ball's on her racket, that move up the court.
Yeah, I think this is well controlled. Again, they know each other's game styles very well. I know Christie said herself that her forehand is stronger than her backhand, so you'd expect Barnett to approach to the backhand side more often than not, especially if it's up the line. That's the percentage play there.
How about that?
Yeah, I really like the commitment to that ball, as in great use of the legs to stay down low, and also generated the racket head speed to get the topspin to control it into the corner.
Well, that was comprehensive and a sharp contrast to the opening game of this match from Barnett. It's a case of whether she can sustain, though, as this match goes down the wire, but emphatic start.
It's enjoyable to watch, isn't it? As in, have to say, at the top end of the women's game right now, there's so much variety when you think of the likes of Ash Barty, Osaka, Halep. They're all very different players. Świątek as well, of course. But, you know, Barnett has got her way of playing, which is just throwing herself forward, which is refreshing. You don't see it all that often. And imagine when it all goes in, she can be tough to stop. I like the fact that even though Christie's main strength, or one of her big strengths, is the first serve, Barnett's position off the return is still on top of the baseline. She's still looking to take it early, looking to be positive.
And the hits and misses are going to come with that. So the mentality and the way she takes that in her stride, very important.
Yeah, I always find it very interesting in tennis, as in, you know, your character sometimes has to match your game style, as in, because of the way she plays, she's going to make unforced errors, she's going to miss easy balls at times. But, you know, as you can see already, she's a fairly calm, you know, measured personality, and that will help, because she can then understand that making those misses, that it's going to come with her brand of tennis.
Nicely caught.
It's a terrific volley, isn't it? I mean, that wasn't a bad forehand at all from Christie here, whipping it down low. Made it tough for Barnett, but was in position. Although we haven't seen the replay of it, she just got herself down low again. Great use of the knees. Terrific racket head control too. And it was smart with where she played the ball on the tennis court, just dropping it short, knowing where the open space is.
And drilled that return deep. You could see Christie leaning back slightly on the forehand, just nudged back by Barnett.
Yeah, and that's the benefit of where Barnett is standing, is in she took it so early. It's taking the time away from Christie. She was rushed, timed the forehand late. Couple of times just missing. But she should be encouraged by the fact that she is missing the right places. A couple of times just missing by about an inch.
T30. Christie.
And she holds again.
Christie leads 2 games to 1.
Meaning this is on serve as we head into the first changeover. And Christie, as great a player as she is, still looking for the first singles title on the ITF circuit. She's made 5 finals, but in doubles she's won 13 ITF titles and has spotted some notable British names on the way to some of those trophies, the likes of Harriet Dart, Laura Robson. Was also a partner of Katie Bolter at one point. I think they came runner-up way back when, 2014. So she's been around a long time, Christie, for her age.
Yeah, it almost feels like she's older than she is. I mean that the greatest of respect to her. But you are right, as in, you know, when she got in the top 200 in doubles, that's some feat, particularly someone as young as she is. And I'm sure she would have learned a lot from the players you mentioned, the likes of Harriet Dart and Laura Robson. Those are the people, if you are listening, you can learn a lot from their experiences.
Absolutely. Still just 23, Freya Christie. And actually, she told me earlier her career highlight came on the doubles court when she made her Wimbledon debut in 2019, alongside another Brit, Katie Swan.
Another young, talented player. But for so many of these players, it is that, what's your dream? So many would say to play at Wimbledon in a main draw match. And so to tick that off is is quite an achievement.
Absolutely, something Barnett herself is aiming for, actually, targeting that Wimbledon main draw.
And this is it. I mean, as you know, I spend most of my time on either the WTA or ATP Tour circuit, and you do forget how tough it is just to get a match in one of those events on the main tour, as in how much work has to go in, how much work does happen week in, week out, how early you have to get up in the morning, how much sacrifice you have to make just to play at this level. But also, when you watch these players, you think, well, they're not that far away. It is just small little things here and there. Mentality in the big moments, slight bit more consistent.
Christie making the move up that time, ever so close.
15-all.
I just feel she didn't quite do enough with the approach. Forehand dropped a little short, but she will feel she should have done a little better with the volley. Just pushed it into the tram lines. Maybe opened the racket face a fraction too much.
Let pass up.
Oh, so deep.
Yeah, both players hitting with great depth. As you say, it's the longest rally we've had so far. Maybe Christie just selecting the wrong ball to pull the trigger on. There's little things like that when we were talking about WTA and things like that. It's shot selection at times as well, knowing the right ball to pull the trigger on and things like that. It's just subtle adjustments that these players often need to make in order to take that next step.
Just wide. Well, with no lines judges here at the UK Pro League due to the pandemic and the current situation, the players are mainly calling their own lines. The chair umpire can overrule on the serve, but from our angle, that one definitely did look wide of the box. And it brings up a key moment here at 30-all. Went for the serve and volley.
30-40.
Well, backed herself, didn't she? Will probably be regretting it now. It was almost a serve and wait for the return and volley, wasn't it? She didn't serve and go straight in, and that was why she was a little late on the volley. Took it below hip height, which isn't ideal.
Here's a chance then for Freya Christie, break point. Just tried to make her overpress, but Barnett touching those lines.
Well, yeah, she was close to missing this last volley. It didn't need to be that tight to the line. Just about found it. Look of relief.
One chance erased, but the game goes on. No ball kids here either, but these are used to it on the ITF circuit. They've got to multitask out there. It was a long wait, though, between serves for Barnett.
Yeah, that's something that I've always wanted, calculated. Just the amount of double faults that happen when there's a distraction or a disruption between the first and the second serve. It's so common. And as you say, there was a long wait there.
Second chance. First blood to Freya Christie, and those were big forehands.
Yeah, you say first blood. This was brutal tennis. We talked about the forehand being ferocious, and it was certainly ferocious here, whipping up the back of the ball, forcing Barnett backwards and then taking advantage of the open space. Terrific angle on the second forehand in particular.
Looking dominant on that side, but she has to consolidate now to make this count.
Looking to be positive. How many times has she missed that? By about an inch, Barnett. Again, wasn't far away, but did look just long.
I feel for the chair umpires with some of these calls, you know, with the indoor lighting as well, and when the ball's so close to the line, it can be really tough, and I wouldn't want to be asked the question.
No, particularly on the far lines as well.
String on there?
I think it must have done. Strange time to change your racket otherwise. Although she has just lost a couple of points. And so maybe feeling she needs a tighter tension. That's the right racket, that one.
Not that she was blaming the other one at all. But it's funny, though, things like that, just little things that you do can actually change your mentality.
Yeah.
You come in with a fresh mindset.
100%. It's psychology, isn't it? And that's why they have the placebo effect in a lot of psychological tests. Because so often if you just change something, you then think it is different, even if it's the same.
No arguing with that, though.
Yeah, excellent serve to set the point up here. Short return, which allowed her to get that big forehand into play. As I say, it's quite a big backswing, so you just wonder if it can be rushed a little more on that side. But it's got to be very accurate and hard and deep if you are going to pressure Christie on that forehand side.
Well, Christie might have the early advantage, but I think this is pretty much playing out as expected. Tight games.
Tight games, and it's just a couple of misses, really, isn't it, from Barnett off the return, where she's missing by about an inch a couple of times. Christie took advantage of her chance to get the break.
Oh, she was pushed back.
40-30.
She'd had great depth of shot early in the rally, Barnett.
Yeah, it was a quality rally, but I like the switch up from Christie there, just using the slice backhand, and maybe that just caught Barnett by surprise. I mean, it's almost the first time that she's had to play off the slice. And I think these courts in Loughborough here are pretty receptive to slice in particular. They tend to skid low. So it's not a bad switch up. I mean, there haven't been too many long rallies, so hasn't really been able to use it that often.
Okay,
And she
Christie.
just misses that one, so Christie does consolidate.
Christie leads 4 games to 1.
Well done there. There were some sticky moments that she had to navigate, and Barnett's deep consistency required something a little different from her to come through. Pete, I'm going to take you back to your playing days. A few years back.
Yeah, long time ago, long time ago.
If you were playing someone whose game style you were very familiar with, you knew each other quite well, would you go trying to play the best version of the game you felt most comfortable with, or would you try to be more unpredictable?
I think you always want to play to your own strengths, so you always want to play to your own identity. I think it depends on what's happened in the matches before. You know, if you've lost to someone on a number of occasions, you know then that you probably need to do something different. And so, whereas if you've beaten them, you don't need to change as much, but you have to be aware that your opponent will be looking to maybe change something. But I think you generally want to be trying to play a brand of tennis that is true to yourself, that is true to your own identity. And I think we're seeing that from Barnett here. And I don't think she's done too much wrong, to be honest, in the opening exchanges.
Sure.
We said at the beginning of the match it's going to be who plays the bigger points better. It's going to be fine margins. And at the moment, Christie's been that little bit more consistent, and she has played those bigger moments better than Barnett. But yeah, I mean, look, you didn't try and adapt your game too much. You would think, right, if my opponent has a weaker backhand, I might be targeting the backhand a little bit more today. Or if they didn't like coming into net, maybe you'd be thinking about bringing them into net. But overall, you'd be looking to do what you do well, your strengths. You know, it would be the subtle changes here and there tactically. But you know, with what we saw from Barnett in charging the second serve straight away. Now, I sadly haven't watched their previous matches, so I'm unaware with whether she did that in the previous matches. But, as in, it's not a bad tactic to throw something like that early to try and surprise your opponent to go, oh, hang on, this is a different look from what I was expecting today. Because, of course, Christie would have talked with her coach how Barnett plays, what she was going to be ready for. And it's not a bad idea just to throw something completely different at the beginning of the match, to throw an opponent a little bit and unsettle them.
15-0.
Yeah, we've maybe seen it once or twice from Barnett, but it's less likely to be a common tactic against Christie because, as you've mentioned, serve is one of her big weapons. There's not going to be as much opportunity to attack that. So she might have been a bit shell-shocked when that came right at the beginning of the match.
And as you say, as in she won the toss, you know, elected to return first and then threw in that tactic. And so the shell-shocked is the word that she was hoping for. But Christie did well to hang on to a service game in that first game.
How well placed was that off forehand?
Yeah, as we were saying, it's such a heavy strike, as in it really does fizz off the court. Doesn't need to be right in the corner.
15-30.
You know, we often talk about Rafael Nadal and how much spin rotations the ball gets when he hits the ball, and of course he'll often hit the ball not too far away from the service line because it rises up so high and kicks up. Doesn't need to hit with much depth. It's a similar story for Christie. It's a great forehand. She connects with it. Oh, missed.
15-40.
She is continuously flirting with disaster here, Barnett, as she targets those lines, and Christie on the scramble using the slices, feeding her the extra balls, and that paid off. Now, huge moments here for Alessia Barnett. Double point for the double break. Are you kidding? What a rally.
What a rally, what a winner. I mean, this was just superb. I know she was talking about how much she's worked in the off-season to get her fitness up. And great movement to get there in time. And then there is that forehand. There's just so much shape on the ball. Whips over the top of it. And yeah, well, that dejected figure tells its own story, doesn't it, from Barnett?
I feel a lot of players as well. Barnett was forced to hit that volley from low under the net. It dropped in, and a few players might have slowed down, just hoped it was flying long. Christie didn't break stride.
Yeah. Yeah, she was onto it in a flash, as you say. But she'd set the point up well because it was the ball before, as you say, getting it down low to the feet of Barnett. That meant that the volley came up, which did give her time to get to that next ball.
Love 15.
Well, I've got to say 6-1 as a scoreline wouldn't represent accurately the close moments that have been within this set so far.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. As in, you know, the fine margins again, particularly early on in the set. You just feel right now Barnett's been just making a few too many unforced errors, but that's credit to Christie. I think she's been counter-punching superbly well, selecting the right ball to be aggressive with. That was something I said earlier, that, you know, we saw her miss that forehand off the back foot, and she hasn't done any of that. She's been really measured. Always talk about percentage tennis, and I think at this level it's so key to get the percentages right, and I think I'm sure Christie's coach sat courtside will be very happy with the shots she's selected to be aggressive on.
And that one just floating long. Pull yourself together, says Alicia Barnett. She's had some stern words with herself throughout this week.
Yeah, I just feel she's a little rattled here. I think, as you were saying, you know, very tight games early on. They went against her. And just feels the match is getting away from her. Too many unforced errors.
Well, it's a different mentality, isn't it? Stepping up to serve for the set, however well you've been playing. Just trying to put the final wrapping on it.
Yeah, does have the cushion of a 5-1 lead. But as you say, it can get a little nervy. We saw that happen with Barnett and in one of her matches earlier on this week. Also the fact that second serve, she knows that Barnett's going to take it on.
Oh, she drove that.
15-40.
A far more measured point that time from Barnett. Got good depth and length on the forehand and then waited for the right ball to come forward. As you say, drove the forehand.
Well, lifeline points in this set for Barnett.
Game Barnett.
And she takes the first.
Christie leads 5-2.
Well, 6-1 just wouldn't have looked right. That had to happen.
And I think that was an important game as well for Barnett, as in, I think that will at least give her a confidence boost. She may not be able to turn this first set around, but at least she sort of gave herself a talking to there. She reined in the margins a little bit, and so as much as we saw her charging forward, I think that's probably a bit more measured from her in terms of, right, okay, we're talking about Christie selecting the right balls to come forward and the right balls to be aggressive with. I think Barnett in that game did a better job of that, as in wasn't just looking to fly forward off everything, looking to get her opponent on the back foot, wait for the shorter ball and then come forward, backing herself from the back of the court a little bit more.
Well, as we keep our attention on court 1, play also continues over on court 2, and it's quite a significant affair because Josh Paris has just been leapfrogged by Anton Matusevich, who takes the first place in Pool A at the moment. If Paris can get the win in straight sets, he will be back out in front to end the day, taking him to 9 points, and he's currently a break up on Oscar Waitman over on court 2. So big match going on there, and another one here as they battle it out for top of the group in Pool A on the women's side.
Love 15.
Sag of the shoulders there from Barnett. It's an uphill struggle still, one of the breaks back.
Yeah, just saying she's just got a bit of momentum for herself there. Double fault, the last thing you want, having just gained that momentum.
$15-all.
Well, that forehand in the corner is something we've seen before.
Yeah, certainly, and as we were saying, it travels with pace. Very much a lot of weight on the shot as well. So that's not going to come back too often. Just feel whether Barnett can keep the ball away from that wing a little more often herself. Feel that Christie's been able to hit one too many of those.
2 points away for Freya Christie. Oh, handled well. Christie does keep throwing that slice in just to give it a different look, but that time Barnett well balanced over the top.
Yeah, you can see there, when you play off slice or spin, you need to use spin yourself, and that was exactly what she did. Made sure she got the cover over the ball on the forehand side. I just love her technique, always leaning into the ball, always looking to get forward, getting that body weight forward as well. Something that you have to love about tennis. There's so many different ways to play the sport, so many different ways to hit the ball.
Oh, what a shame it ended like that. That was ridiculous hitting from both players.
It was a fabulous backhand, wasn't it, up the line here? And I don't think Christie was expecting it to the forehand wing. She'd left that bit of the court open, did everything right, but just mistimed the drive volley. Such a shame, as you say.
Yeah, brilliant backhand setup, but here she is after that top draw hitting, facing a set point. And that's going wide. Freya Christie takes the lead. A shake of the head from Alicia Barnett. That was a tighter contested set than the scoreline suggests, but Freya Christie most often coming out on top of the big points there.
Yeah, winning the bigger points. Also just that little bit more consistent, as in we know how, you know, Alicia Barnett likes to play in terms of likes to get on the front foot, likes to come forward, and I think Christie did a good job overall of counter-punching when she could. And just a few too many unforced errors in the big moments, as we saw in that last game really of the match. You can look at the stats as much as you like. Barnett would certainly like that first serve percentage to be higher. She's under pressure off the second serve as well, only winning 27% of points, so maybe she can adjust with the first serve and put a bit more cover on it, just up the first serve percentage, and that may well help her going into the second set, because she plays front foot tennis, and so if you're not finding the first serve all that often, that's going to hinder you. But overall, just feel maybe pulling the trigger a little too early at times, but also just that execution. I think the last couple of points rather summed up that first set. She was in a good position, but just couldn't quite execute at the right times, and so Christie deservedly taking the first set, but as you say, maybe the scoreline favouring her somewhat.
Yeah, you saw with those breakpoint numbers as well, Christie getting those looks in, which emphasises what you were saying about Barnett probably wanting to up that first serve percentage in this set. Christie not bad at all with that conversion rate. She's very much locked in and ready for this match. So a guaranteed point for Christie. So if we're going by unofficial standings, shadow that in. That has Christie drawing with Olivia Nichols at the top of Pool A. Both of them technically on 9 points right now, but she'll be hoping to win this set and take another couple of points to make her lead pretty healthy. And indeed, if Barnett can come back, win this set, snag the match tiebreak, she would be picking up 2 points for that. So the winner takes all, essentially, in Pool A.
And am I right in thinking that if Christie does win this set, then she is guaranteed to be in the semis, because Barnett and Nichols will play each other tomorrow?
I was never one for maths, Pete, so if you say so,
yeah,
I'm going to believe you.
I think that is the case, because she would then be on 11, and then it would be Nichols on 9 against Barnett on 8. So as in she can be overtaken, obviously, by one of those players, but not both of them. So I think, you know, this set, win and she's in to the semis. So I'm sure she would want to top the group as well, so still plenty to play for tomorrow for her, no matter what happens.
High stakes. I wonder if she's aware of that scenario, if she's gone that deep.
I don't know her personally, so I don't know whether she's one of those characters that, you know, likes to do all the maths.
Maybe. Oh, again, it's that finishing shot that's just not quite there.
Yeah, again, the execution. Tougher shot to execute there, was below the height of the net. Maybe just try to be a little too careful and cautious with it. But with regards to whether or not Freya Christie would know, I think, you know, to coin a phrase that Jim Courier uses a lot, control the controllables. At the end of the day, she's got to just try and win every set she plays. So it doesn't really matter whether she knows she has to win to be in.
40 love.
Razor sharp. And this is exactly what she wants. Keep the momentum rolling from the back end of the first set. And don't give Barnett any hope, because really Barnett can reset here and know, if I take this set, it's anyone's game in the match tiebreak. Oh, come on, some of these rallies.
Well, what a get that was from Barnett. And that was sensational, not only to get there, but to get the lob over Christie's head as well was brilliant. Apologises because it was a miss hit earlier on in the point.
I don't think she needs to.
Yeah, I mean, I thought Christie had done enough with the stop volley, to be honest, but Barnett showing her wheels there.
Turned it around.
Out, Christie. Out. Yeah.
Had her head down, walking away, thinking that was an ace. Barnett says, not so fast.
Game, Christie.
Well placed second serve, though. How about that?
Almost as if she forgot that it was a second serve. But I suppose up 40-15, she felt she had a little bit of leg room to play with.
Well, there you go. Freya Christie gets the hold on the board to launch this second set.
I haven't asked if you used... Did you play much at all, tennis-wise?
I did before lockdown.
Okay. So were you more an Alicia Barnett or a Freya Christie?
Oh.
Game style-wise? Are you someone you'd
Good
like to get forward?
I was someone that wanted to hit a winner from the first shot of every rally, definitely.
So that's quite Lissy Barnett then.
Yeah, I think so. The way Lissy's playing this week, I would say that I was quite an Alicia Barnett, but I do hate that forecourt, I've got to say. Unless it's an easy finishing shot, I'm not going up there of my own accord just to be there, you know.
Well, it's one of the most frustrating parts of the court. I mean, as I remember playing as a junior, if you missed a couple of volleys, you'd feel so bad that it would linger in the memory, and so it's, as I say, with that brand of tennis that she plays, you have to be tough mentally. You have to tell yourself you're going to make 9 times out of 10. You're going to make that ball rather than miss it. But when you miss an easy one in the forecourt, it definitely gets to you more than anywhere else. But with experience, you hopefully in time start to work things out percentage-wise and think, actually, no, I'll make that more often than I'll miss that.
I decided to make my forehand stronger, so I didn't have to
Okay,
work on my volleys.
so it's a bazooka forehand.
Okay.
It just doesn't mean you need to come forward. Like
I have a forehand and nothing else.
Like it.
Yeah, her backhand's a million times better than mine, I'll say that much.
She's doing a good job of getting Christie on the run here. I think you've cursed her there.
Well,
Yeah, commentator's curse and all of that.
must have drifted over. She must have heard me. But again, I think throughout Barnett's matches, even the one she's won more straightforwardly, you know, there have been the hits and misses, and just with someone playing with the consistency of Christie right now, they're going to be more evident than they were earlier in the week. They're going to be more costly. Oh, she lined up nicely for that.
Yeah, an arrowed finish. Just didn't do enough, though, again. Barnett on the approach. This is where she's got to be careful. You can see that not really under any stress or strain. Christie off the forehand side and made that second volley very tough. Just for me, if she's going to approach the forehand side, she's got to get her on the stretch, got to really apply the pressure, and I don't feel she did quite enough in that rally.
Let first serve.
Now that's positive for Barnett because a lot of those longer rallies have been going Christie's way.
Yeah, I think Christie's far happier, obviously, when they're both back. Hasn't missed too many forehands, though, to be fair to Christie. She said herself, as in, when she connects with the forehand, it's a very dangerous shot, and she hasn't misconnected too often today.
Let first serve.
Well, there's another one.
40-30. That was good. I saw it in.
And Christie had reacted before there was a chance for the call to come, I think.
I thought it was in. Well, that's my decision. I'm calling it in.
Yeah, so, I mean, she has a point there, Lucy Barnett, as in terms of it's rare that you see a chair umpire overall on the far sideline, because it's very difficult for them. He clearly felt he saw it as in. Tough for us to see. It looked very tight, but I was surprised he did overall because it's the far sideline and it was very tight. We will never know, though, because we don't have Hawkeye here.
Barnett suggesting that she'd been lenient with some calls as well earlier in the match, so you can understand the frustration.
Advantage, Barnett.
It makes the call very clear on that occasion.
I think that was very clear from Barnett. And who knows, you know, maybe in frustration she'll be able to channel in the right way. But that was certainly a sensible point that she played, is, you know, not affected by the previous argument, so to speak, with the chair umpire.
Well done. Finally able to find that backhand wing.
Yeah, and that was what I was talking about in terms of building the point. She didn't charge forward recklessly there. She waited for the right ball, got Christie on the stretch, saw the short ball, then got herself up the court nice and quickly. And again, a lot of cover on the ball. A really good patient point from Barnett. And you could hear the noise from her as well, as if she did channel that frustration with the chair umpire. It's something we've often talked about with Andy Murray in terms of he's often having a go at his coaching team, but he's doing it in order to get into a fight, in order to get the fire in his belly, so to speak. And maybe it will help Barnett. Christie, meanwhile, is a scene of calmness throughout this match.
A match between these two who know each other so well, who are both playing so well. I wonder if match play prior to the event has an impact, because as I mentioned at the beginning, this is Barnett's first tournament of the year. Freya Christie, on the other hand, spent February out in Egypt. She played 3 singles tournaments, 2 doubles tournaments, made a semi-final in doubles. Do you think that has much of a bearing on this?
It definitely does in terms of, you know, match play. There's no way of replicating it. And that's the case, as you say, as in Freya Christie's been out to Egypt. Okay, you know, she's then got to adjust back to different time zones, different situations. Of course, a lot hotter there than it is here. But at the same time, it gets you into a rhythm, gets you playing matches, gets you playing those bigger points. And we saw her come through her opening match, 11-9 in the decider, and maybe that was a factor in that win. And she's playing the big points really well today here. And okay, she didn't have that much success in Egypt, but as in playing those matches, getting those matches under her belt, I think, yeah, it's invaluable. Even though this is the 4th match of the week already for Barnett, so she will be feeling like she's back to being, you know, playing tennis regularly. But as you say, you know, with the COVID conditioning, it's really tough for these players ranked where they are to get matches under their belt.
Well, she extends the lead, just keeps her nose out in front, Freya Christie.
Christie leads 2 games to 1.
Right ball to go for Barnett. Trying to take it early, trying to open up the court. And just didn't quite execute.
And that's been the storyline for her, hasn't it? She's been making a lot of the right moves.
Yeah, a lot of the right moves. I feel sometimes pulling the trigger too early, but overall looking to, you know, play her brand of tennis, looking to get forward, and just on occasions, for me, hasn't quite executed, be it coming forward and not doing enough with the ball to allow Christie to counterpunch. But, you know, it's a tough matchup for her, I think, because I think Christie she's shown is a good mover at the back of the court. I think she is very good at counter-punching. We can see she's got a lot of shape on both the forehand and the backhand, so she's very good at whipping the ball down to the feet. And, you know, all of those attributes make it tough for Barnett. And as you were saying, she's in the groove. She's played a lot more matches than Barnett this year. The other thing I like about what I'm seeing from Freya Christie is in she's taking everything in her stride. There's no drama out there from her. As in, you know, very calm, cool, collected. Can't really tell what she's thinking. And everything seems to be going her way right now, so we're unlikely to see the sort of frustrations or the emotions, but her management of her emotions seems to be very effective as well.
And I have to say that's impressive focus, because knowing Freya, having seen her over the years, that's something that she's struggled with, being down on herself. And so to see her come out with this maintained focus and concentration and positivity is really impressive to see. She knows the stakes here, and she hasn't crumbled under that. She's risen with it.
Yeah, and players often change things throughout their careers in terms of techniques and forehands and backhands, but they also can change their mentality. You don't see it happen as often, but you know, you so often see players saying, yeah, they're focusing on becoming calmer or more focused, or even in Kevin Anderson's case on the ATP Tour, you know, where he sort of focused on actually getting himself more G'd up in between points. And so, you know, it's such an important part of the sport, the psychology of it, in terms of finding what suits you best. And, you know, Freya Christie's obviously underlined that in terms of she was getting down at times in matches when she needn't have. I mean, I'd like to see if she does get tested, if this second set does get turned on her, whether she will stay so calm and measured. That's the real test for her.
Definitely. And the further you go up the rankings, the more that can actually be the decisive factor, the mentality. So you should be looking to work on that as much as your physical game.
Yeah, and also, I mean, you know, for these players here, as in they may win on the British Tour, but then when they get on the Futures or the Challengers, you know, or higher up, bigger money ITF events, then they've got to get used to losing more, which sounds bad, but as in, again, psychologically, you go from winning on the British Tour, you know, relatively often to then suddenly losing a lot. That's tough psychologically. You've got to be able to deal with that, so you're constantly adapting.
Game Barnett.
That was a great love hold for Alicia Barnett. Forehand on the penultimate point, right in the corner.
Yeah, a little bit cheap though that from Christie. Almost as if she just checked out of the game. Barnett not having to do too much.
So we'll see where she's at on serve. She's fully locked in here. Loops long, wide on the forehand, and that's just starting to happen a bit more from Christie. Looser forehands.
Yeah, the level that she played in the first set was so high, you got to expect it to dip a little bit, haven't you? And as we were saying before the match started, when she connects with the forehand, it's pretty devastating, but it can just spray a little. It's happened a couple of times, more often in this second set. Thing with the forehand with Christie is in she hits with such acceleration on it, and then if she does get tight and if it does start missing, then I would imagine that deceleration can be sometimes an issue, and then suddenly if you lose the confidence and you're not accelerating as you should be, of course you lose the topspin, and that's where it can fly. Christie, I think, just asking the chair umpire there whether he thought a ball was wide.
That was the Barnett cross-court forehand that I was asking a question of myself.
Yeah, I was surprised he didn't call it wide there, Christie, but he wasn't sure, so I think he would have gone with her call. So showing good honesty there, Christie. Might get the umpire in your favour though, so then on the far side you can get away with one on the line. I'm joking, of course. Don't advocate that.
First serve.
Marathon rally.
Bertiel.
Yeah, better length though, isn't it, from Barnett? Just keeping Christie back behind the baseline, not allowing her opponent to dictate. Just feel that Barnett's reined it in a little bit, which I think is sensible. Just made the correct adjustments for me going into the second set.
Ooh. Well, you could see what she was trying to do.
Yeah, it was the right shot to play. I just don't think she was set early enough. It's a tough one because it's a big booming forehand that Freya Christie strikes. And of course, this court being indoors, it can skid through. And I think it did just skid through on her a little quicker than she thought there. Hence why she was just a fraction late on the ball.
Oh, well done on the back foot from Barnett.
Yes.
I was just thinking that Christie was getting back into her stride with those brilliant forehands, but Barnett showing that she's got some decent court coverage there at the back.
Yeah, digging in, as you say. And that was good. And I think that's, you know, just need to see a little bit more of that. And we have seen a little bit more of that in the second set. Just feel there were a few too many cheap points from Barnett in that first set. And she's just asking Christie, go on then, try and win this match. I'm not going to give it to you.
Some of these margins are so fine.
Such a good point, though, from Barnett, as in really high-quality point from both of the players. Both of them really thinking out there now. And I really like what I saw there from Barnett. You know, great depth early on in the rally. And again, was patient, waited for the right ball to come forward. I even like what I was seeing from Christie there. A couple of slice forehands, just trying to get Barnett out of a rhythm in the rally. Didn't work this time. She was asking the questions, though. But Barnett had all the answers in that point.
Well, a huge moment. Barnett was 1 for 1 on break points in the first set. Now has another look, so some scoreboard pressure. She fends it off.
Yes.
Yeah, just couldn't control the forehand. It was good depth, good power from Christie. And again, maybe just came through a little too quick. Lost the control, lost the racket head speed. But I like the adaptation that Barnett's made. This is a fascinating point in this match right now.
Oh, great wide serve. You saw how far out Barnett was stretched on that forehand.
Yeah, I really like the way both of these players are thinking right now. As I said a few moments ago, you know, the intensity's just gone up in the last 2-3 minutes. And Freya Christie there just thinking, okay, well, rather than crunching the ball, she plays a clever slider out wide with regards to that first serve. Smart tennis.
That ball was travelling low.
It was indeed. Just got a little stuck behind the baseline, I think, Christie there. Talked about the intensity. Just got to make sure the intensity stays with regards to the footwork. As I say, she talked a lot about working hard on her fitness during lockdown, did the right thing. I think you can go one of two ways, as I think everyone can attest to during a lot of the lockdown that we've had over the last 12 months. You can be a little lazy, or you can get and try and work on your fitness and become super healthy.
Oh, she had an open court up the other sideline.
Yeah, I think she found it easier to hit this one cross-court, and I just think if she connects with it and finds the court, it's probably her point. Just looked a little uncomfortable playing it, didn't quite get over the ball.
Is she aware of Christie in her eye line covering that side?
Yeah, possibly. And then again, I don't think she did too much wrong.
Great play.
Yes.
So assertive.
A great bit of footwork here as well, just around the ball. Those little steps to open up the inside out, or at least the line forehand. Big game, this one. Haven't had too many long juice games.
And particularly not on the Christie serve. She's been pretty comprehensive with it throughout. But no blip from her yet, and she's still maintaining that focus, which is good to see.
Oh,
Off. Oh,
Missed
wow. Wow.
she can't believe it.
Advantage, Christie.
Well, this was so close, and again, I thought she did the right thing. It did look just long.
Great anticipation, though, as well on the serve. You could see a step aside to take the wide serve. She was locked into the rally immediately, and it's that last shot again.
Yeah.
It's just not going away.
Fine margins have gone against Barnett in this match, haven't they?
How did she get that deft touch off such a deep, like, heavy travelling ball?
Well, you can see why both of these players have won all of their matches so far this week. This match I'm really enjoying now. It's high-quality tennis, and as you say, late grip change there, sumptuous touch.
Well, that was a highlight.
When you consider it's the world number 594 against the world number 671, that the level of tennis is certainly higher than that right now. Both players hitting with good depth. They're both really thinking about which ball to play where.
And that's what's so great about this tournament, the UK Pro League, giving a platform to this level of tennis and showing, like you said earlier, is really the big moment consistency and that kind of thing that really separates these players from those further up the rankings. Not about the hitting.
Well, yeah, and I mean, if you go to if you were to go to watch these women train, and you would then watch maybe sort of players in the top 200 train, you wouldn't be able to notice the difference. There isn't much in it in terms of the technique, how they hit, often how hard they work. You know, it's subtleties, it's mentality in the big moments, it's belief. Saw that with Karatsev, of course, in the Australian Open. Oh.
Game Barnett.
She found the line, and
Barnett leads.
that's a ridiculous moment to produce something like that. Christie with such resistance early in that rally as well.
Well, I was asking the question of whether we were going to see and test Christie's resolve and whether she was going to be able to keep her mentality. That's a tough game to lose, but what she's got to tell herself there was that was too good from Barnett. A really terrific game from the 27-year-old, particularly that backhand up the line. I mean, it was just beautifully timed and deserving of the break of serve. She's adapted her game. We haven't seen her charging the net all the time. She's kept the point slightly longer. She's asking more questions of Christie. And overall, it's been a terrific response from Barnett. And as we thought at the beginning, we thought this match was going to be tight. Christie rather ran away with that first set towards the end of it, but great response here from Barnett, as I say, to adapt her game. And we've got a match in her hands now.
Absolutely. Christie's just got to make sure not to dwell on certain points. There was that double fault there that set up the opportunity for Barnett to hit that backhand winner. And there was a bit of a break between the first and second serves. She went to get another ball, as we say, and it can become quite easy to get wrapped up in that kind of little moment amidst a wider game that was actually such high quality.
Yeah, exactly. And hopefully at the sit down there, she's saying, okay, that was actually too good. This is something as well young players often do. I was in south of France during UTS, which is something where I was able to talk to the players during the matches, which was great. And it was so interesting, actually, the younger players, talking to them. So often they would say, oh, I'm doing this wrong or that wrong. And actually, a lot of the time, it was just the opponent was playing fantastically well. And then the older players, when you chatted to them, they were going, well, he just played fantastic there. They were able to see that their opponents were playing superbly well in those moments. And sometimes you don't do much wrong and you lose a game. And other times, you know, it's recognizing that and going, okay, I'll just keep my level this high. If they play that level all the time, fair enough, they just play a ridiculous match. But at least I've made them play that ridiculous match. What you don't do is beat yourself up and then drastically change things. And so this is a test here for Christie, because I don't think she played a poor game there. I think other than the double fault, as you say, it was mostly about the excellent tennis from Barnett.
Yeah, the final backhand put the stamp on that, because really the biggest differentiating factor between these two has been the fact that Barnett's been struggling to finish. She's been going toe-to-toe otherwise.
Yeah, and for me, she's just been a bit more patient on the point in terms of picking the right ball to attack, just hitting one or two extra shots before pulling the trigger. We haven't seen her sort of charging to the net as much either.
Sure.
As in, she has got to the net, but she's been patient to wait for the right ball. I think she's got encouragement from being able to trade at the back of the court and not being blown away. She's had success even just going toe-to-toe at the back of the court with Christie. So now I think the belief is there for Barnett. So it should be really interesting to see what happens from here on in.
Oh, dear. Well, she'd done the hard work with the depth of shot on the forehand.
Yeah, timing was just off there. Tried to jump into it. This is where I talk about not wanting to over-adapt to the situation from Christie's point of view. Oh, raised it long. It's one of the centres, incidentally, here that they have the lights down the lines. It's not easy to overhead. So if you get a straight lob and you go up to try and hit the smash, you can completely lose it in the lighting.
Yeah, it's difficult to appreciate that when you're just watching it on the screen.
Yeah, that's the excuse I'm giving her anyway.
Oh, Christie did a great job, I felt, in that rally of making it uncomfortable for Barnett, getting a lot of balls back in uncomfortable positions. That's what she's got to do at the moment. Barnett's got a rhythm going, and that's something that she needs to just try and take away from her a bit.
Yeah, I think she did such a good job in the first set of just counter-punching, but also trying to keep Barnett behind the baseline, hitting with length, controlled aggression throughout.
The level's really high here right now.
Yeah, it's a really good... I talked about controlled aggression. That was the perfect point, wasn't it? Like the approach as well. Made sure she got length on the slice backhand. Again, that means her opponent's got to hit the ball up.
A chance for Christie to get well and truly into this game, and potentially Barnett's head if she can snag this next point.
Barnett.
Just leant back on that.
Barnett leads. 4 games
Yeah,
to
you're
2.
right. Head just came up a fraction early. Didn't quite stay down and committed to the forehand fully. No reaction, though, from Freya Christie.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the respect she has for Barnett and her level is helping with that, because it's so easy to beat up on yourself when you think, oh, this is a match I should be winning.
Yeah, as you say, that you know, they're head-to-head. The fact that she has lost to her before, she'll be well aware as well that Barnett's, you know, higher ranked than she is.
Love 15.
Well, that's a good start. That first point can set the tone for the game, particularly on return. It's quite an important one. The depth to the feet, a good option. Great offensive tennis, and you can just feel this match slowly turning around.
Yeah, I talked about Christie not adapting. She may well have to start adapting now because Barnett's just playing too well. Again, getting on top of the point early on. Great controlled aggression from the 27-year-old. Love the fact, you know, we've seen her miss a couple of drive volleys, but as I said at the time, she didn't do a lot wrong in terms of they were the right shots to go for. So, again, I love the fact she saw her opponent on the stretch, got up, backed herself on the drive volley. And she's starting to make those balls now rather than just miss them. And yeah, Christie's under some pressure here. You just wonder whether she needs to play with a bit more aggression, whether she needs to step it up a little now. A bit more caution to the wind, because right now it is Barnett who is dictating these points.
Sign of the pressure there.
Yeah, I think she's a little rattled. Understandable. The other thing that might be in the back of her mind, last time these two met, she won the first set 6-2 and then lost the second 7-6 before losing the match 6-4 on the third. So
she is a numbers player,
yeah,
definitely.
Yeah, well, yeah, she just may be thinking deja vu. Here we go again, perhaps.
15-40.
Well, that's one way to start erasing the break points. One saved.
We talked at the back end of the first set, if you remember, when Christie was up 5-1. Barnett got the break and said that was an important game for her to win, just to give her confidence. Kind of feel right now, if she loses this game, you kind of feel she needs to do something in the next game a bit, just to get her confidence going if we are going to head to a match tiebreak.
Just when she was starting to look too solid, Christie pressing Barnett a bit more.
Yeah, generally though it was Barnett who was on the front foot in that rally, but Christie holding firm there.
And two saved. She can keep staying in the moment here. This is definitely doable. There you go. Well, how big is that?
Well, yeah, if she can hold here, and suddenly, as I was just talking a few moments ago about perhaps heading to a match tiebreak. She holds here, then suddenly the momentum will completely shift. Chose to play it on the forehand side there. Gave her the angle, just don't feel she got around the ball enough. Looked a little too open. So ended up catching it a little late.
Oh.
No, just missed. Christie thought she'd made it, but...
I need an eye test, let me tell you that much.
I thought it was just wide. You thought it was in?
I thought it had caught, but I might need to see a replay.
It was mightily close.
Well, she put the pressure on,
Barnett leads.
and a few times within the last few minutes we've just seen Christie lean back a bit more on the forehand side, which was so dominant even earlier in the match, and that was a costly moment.
Yeah, she's been forced back. It's been really good stuff from Barnett, and again there, even in that rally, you know, hitting with decent length, decent pace, and just feel maybe the confidence on that wing has just gone a little bit for Christie. And this is where I talked about not overreacting to Barnett raising her level. Now perhaps she does need to react. Now it's a situation of, okay, Barnett is controlling the points, so maybe just needs to throw a bit more caution to the wind, Christie. But by doing that, by being more positive and more aggressive, it might help her on the forehand side. As I say, generally when she's missed off that wing, it's either when she's leaned up off it or she's decelerated. And so in terms of to try and get that positive mindset to go, right, I'm going to be the aggressor, that may help her on the forehand side a little more.
Well, this is going to be an interesting game because we saw Christie serve for the opening set and she was broken, and that was a pretty healthy looking advantage as well at 5-1. Barnett here at 5-2 has definitely got herself onto the front foot in this set, but it all changes when it comes to putting the final ribbon on the present. Let's see what she's got. And if she is troubled here, it will be interesting to compare with the first set and see the similarity of the pattern, how it's completely flipped.
Yeah, right now, though, as in she should be brimming with confidence. Just wonder whether, I know, again, not to be cynical, you just feel if they do head to a match tiebreak, whether Christie takes a bathroom break, which so often happens, and just needs to do something to disrupt the rhythm of Barnett. As in, you know, and as I've said before, I think she's been thinking her way through this match, Christie. You know, she's tried to slice the ball, you know, tried to mix up the spins and pace a little.
Well, the height on that, you mentioned before the lights, and that would have been accelerating as it came down. It's in line with the lighting.
Yeah, it's not all that easy. All it needs is for you to lose it slightly in the lights, and it can lead to a miss-hit smash there. She'll be disappointed, though, because she had time to get in position. Yeah.
Couple of big points there for Freya Christie.
Well, she's thinking. I like what I'm seeing with her in terms of first point. She plays the slice. I said she has to do something to change the momentum here, so looking to use the slice more. And then that point, as I said, I'd like to see her more aggressive, get on the front foot earlier in the point. Did just that. So I think, you know, she's well, from what we've seen so far, I think she's well aware of what's going on in this match and what she needs to be doing. Both players are. I've been very impressed.
Nice idea, but she didn't give herself a lot of room to play with.
And that's just what can happen. Suddenly Christie plays an aggressive point where she's the one on the front foot, and Barnett perhaps just goes back to rushing and going a little too tight to the lines. And suddenly the psychology and the momentum can flip again.
There it is.
Barnett leads 5 games to 3.
To love. Wow. It is like a mirror image of the previous set, isn't it?
Yeah.
Reversed.
Yeah, Barnett able to be broken there. Christie showing some real incentive. And as I say, I'm really impressed again, as in deciding to adapt, to go, right, okay, I'm going to try and take the match to my opponent now. Stops the rot, doesn't it? Really fascinating what's going to happen from here on out.
Well, if it's to follow the rhythm of the previous set.
She might be broken here, and then who knows what's going to happen in the match tiebreak if we head there.
Nicely placed. Interesting there, it looked like Barnett was anticipating the serve coming wide, but it got her in position to hit the forehand. Clearly saw an opportunity to move up the court, but Christie was well balanced.
We talked about overreacting, and it's funny, isn't it? As in, Christie played a really good game, previous game, where she was more positive. She was the one getting on the front foot earlier on in the rally. And so Barnett, who'd been building the points so well in this set, you worry for her she doesn't go too far back the other way in terms of just trying to rush an opponent and in turn then rushing herself.
Long. Well, she's found her stride again quite quickly, Christie.
Yeah, it's been very impressive.
And again, credit to that mentality, the focus. Even when she went down, there weren't any negative words, maybe a fraction of a little bit when she sat down, but nothing compared to what has been for her in times past. So that's really deeply impressive from her to keep her head. Huge point to win. You could see Barnett waiting for that serve, dancing around, moving in and out, just trying to get ready.
Yeah, just being forced into the corner there, though. It's incredible, isn't it, how quickly momentum can shift.
Blinking, you'd have missed it. Christie with a hold to love to get herself right back into things here, and that was particularly big because Barnett would have loved to break for that, just to end on a high note, feel like she still had some momentum going, whereas now Christie's seized it back.
Well, yeah, very much so. No, and winning it to love, you now fully feel that the momentum is with Christie. As in, you felt going into those two games, Barnett was the one more in charge, but I just think she's thinking so clearly, Christie. And even on that final forehand there, didn't just try and rip the cover off the ball, aware of where Barnett was, well back behind the baseline, just dropping it short, using the angle. As I say, I've been very impressed with both of these players in terms of how they've thought their way through the match, and you can understand they're two unbeaten players so far this week, and they're showing everyone exactly why they are unbeaten.
Absolutely, but something has to give. No draws in tennis, as we say. Not even when you finish on the same number of points won.
No.
It's pretty brutal.
Yeah, that's the beauty of this round-robin situation, isn't it? As in, it's the unusual situation for the players as well. So often you lose a match, you're going home. And of course, you lose a match here, you've still got the chance to make it through and to win the tournament. But what it all does mean is that, well, it's hotting up for tomorrow. I think that the match between Barnett and Nichols anyway is going to be prime time, as they say in the States.
That will be quite the match. Doubles partners and the contrast of styles as well. It's going to be very interesting to watch.
I mean, do you think the tournament referee and the directors, slightly evil, isn't it? I mean, just thinking, hey, let's put the two good friends and doubles partners together in a grudge match on the final day of the week.
Yeah, totally set up. Okay. Let's see what goes on here.
15 love.
Oh, good start.
Love the use of the legs again here. Now, this is a tough ball to deal with. You've got to be ready, and you've got to be low. Again, keeps her head over the ball, and that helps her with the control.
Bullet forehands.
15-0.
Again, getting Barnett on the back foot. Of course, as we said, coming into this match, both players can get a little nervous, a little bit tight, and with the intensity of this encounter and also, you know, how evenly matched they both are, all it takes is just a fraction for one of them to come off it a little bit, and they can be made to pay. And you just wonder here with Barnett, has she just started feeling the nerves somewhat and allow Christie to start dictating that much more?
Well, the off backhand was sharp.
15-30.
Kept Barnett back.
And good length again on the forehand too. Just feeling under so much pressure, I'm sure, Barnett right now. He was saying the first strike kept her back, just not allowing her to dictate the play. Could do with a couple of big first serves, really, Barnett, just to try and get her on the front foot early in the rallies here.
Well, well, well. Double chance. The momentum swings in this match. More than a couple. A slight slump in Barnett's shoulders again. We haven't seen that so much in recent games. She is feeling the pressure that Christie's applying.
Oh, it was a late call from Barnett.
30-40.
The umpire happy that it was just long. Maybe it wasn't that late. It wasn't far away from making that return.
I think the return came in so quick
Yeah.
that anything was going to look a bit late.
Yeah, I agree.
Christie pumping herself up. I think she just missed the edge there.
Use.
Yeah,
She was
knows
waiting
it.
for the call.
Waiting for the call, but it was just wide. Just trying to guide it.
advantage, Barnett.
Well, set point Barnett, you might just have heard some commotion over from court 2. Josh Parris does take the win in straight sets, and that's a big win for him. That edges him out in front of Anton Matusevich and sits him at the top of Pool A. Can't be beaten before the end of today. But here's the big moment in this match.
Game and second set, Barnett.
Well, it deserved a match tiebreak, and to a match tiebreak we go. Christie, though, so close to seizing that second set back.
Yeah, and it's going to be really interesting, this match tiebreak, because you almost feel it's still Christie with the momentum. You know, having been down 5-2 there, have those 2 points to get back level. But yeah, she'll have to try and put those 2 misses behind her. Of course, missed the forehand return by a fraction on the baseline, and then just missed the slice backhand, pushing it into the tram lines by a fraction. And really, those were the only 2 mistakes of any note in the last sort of 2-3 games that she's played, because other than that, it was high-level tennis. Overall, a really high-level tennis set from both players. And as you can see how tight it was, as in 34 points for Christie. She won more points, yet lost the set. But both players serving pretty well. Decent high first serve percentage. But it's going to be really, really interesting that there's so little to separate these two, as much as it sounds rather stupid, it's whoever executes better. It feels whoever's getting that first strike in, who can get on top of the rally earlier, is generally winning the point. I thought Barnett, though, in that set in particular, was just that little bit more patient with regards to building the point. Wasn't just rushing the net and therefore rushing herself as much. But yeah, I mean, who's got the momentum now? I mean, it was Barnett who recovered in that game, but Christie, you know, has won 2 of the last 3 games. So it's so tough to call.
Yeah, she just edged across the line there, didn't she, Barnett? And credit to her for doing that and having the mentality to see it through from double break point down. But Christie really built something at the back end of that set. Let's just see if she can take it into this final stretch. 10-point match tiebreak. Winner takes all.
Match tiebreak, Christie to serve.
Including the leading place in the group. Of course, it was a lengthy rally to kick off. First visible bit of frustration that we've seen from Christie there, smacking that ball into the back curtain. Not the time. Not the time. She's done so well all the way through.
Maybe just needing to release a little bit. Release the tension, because these are pressure moments. You might say this Pool A is dangerously poised, so dangerous, it's emergency services time, because Elisa Barnett on 9, Christie 9, and Olivia Nichols 9. So it's 9-9-9.
Very good. Very good. I could not have come up with that one.
I don't think you would have wanted to. It's more to the point. But yeah, you are right. Whoever wins this has the advantage tomorrow. I certainly feel probably Barnett may need to win it more than Christie. Christie has, on paper, the easier of the matches.
First point won on serve. But at the same time, you know, I questioned Christie, you know, whacking the ball into the back curtain. But I think you had a point. You know, release some tension.
Yeah.
It's quite subjective, really. Depends on the player.
Very much depends on the player. Depends on the situation as well. I would say it's all what helps you on the tennis court that little bit more. I know there's been lots of debate about Novak Djokovic and the racket smash that he did against Sasha Zverev, but you know, he and his fans will point to the fact that that was actually a good turning point for him in that match. never one to advocate smashing rackets, as in, if my
3-1.
parents are watching, as in that was something, you know, you've got to remember juniors, in the juniors, they cost a lot of money, rackets, so as in, and if you don't have a sponsor, parents have to fork out for that money. So
That smash from Djokovic was the first time I've ever seen them bring out the dustpan and brush to get rid of the splinters.
I think Medvedev in Rotterdam, actually, just the other day, eviscerated one as well. But as I say, not something you want to see on the court, but sometimes to let out the emotions, it can help for the top-ranked players.
Brilliantly done, taking it on under some pressure
Barnett.
after dropping the previous point.
He kept that forehand slightly lower. That took the time away from Barnett. And was coolness personified with the backhand.
Well, that was massive. Obviously, they're going to head to the change of ends in a moment. And had she dropped that point, it would have been a bit of a deficit that Christie was facing. Could still be. That's magnificent. Double bounce, only just.
Yeah, read the play, Christie, but this was just too good from Barnett. I was worried she hadn't closed in on the net enough, but lovely, delicate hands, got the weight of the shot just right. And it's not easy to do that sort of a delicate shot, in particular in such a pressure moment, but wonderful tennis from Barnett.
Beforehand, another one of those low volleys that just looped down the line and landed in the court.
Yeah, again, I didn't think she'd done enough actually on the approach, and Christie made the volley tough, but she got the length on the volley, got it deep, and that meant, and again, Christie just had to hit up there, which made the next shot she played that much easier. Oh, Christie did a good job of just bunting the ball back. So little to separate these two, though.
How significant might that be? Reminder that this is first to 10 points, though, so a little bit more breathing room. Not that you really get that in a tiebreak at all. But Barnett with the early advantage. Can you say that momentum has shifted in a tiebreak? Is there enough room for that or not?
I think it was tough to say who the momentum was with because Barnett recovered from 15-40 down in her last service game. Before that, you were saying it was Christie with the momentum, so I think it was pretty even, really. I think, and it's still even right now.
5-2.
That will help.
Well, that might be her most accurate serve of the day.
Yeah, it's the first ace as well of the day for Barnett. What a time to have it. Just pushed long.
5-3. Barnett.
Not every match here at the UK Pro League has seen tennis that has been played this consistently close to the lines. It's a hard level to keep up, really.
Yeah, as I've said a few times, I can understand both of these players being unbeaten with what we've seen.
Barnett.
Yeah, it's almost slightly tired looking back and just didn't really get up to the ball, and you can see breathing quite heavily there, Christie. Just wonder whether she's feeling it somewhat, as much as we talk about the fact that she's got matches under her belt this year. It's a test for players to play back-to-back matches 4 times in a row when you've had such a big gap, especially at this intensity, and it has really been an intense encounter.
She did have a bit of trouble with a toss a few games ago as well.
I think maybe the toss a bit of tension, and well, that's frustrating for Christie. I think for once I actually thought that was the right shot to go for, to be aggressive, to go inside out, but just think maybe the little steps, perhaps a little bit of fatigue there, just maybe she isn't quite in the right position, so then executes wrong. And it's just beginning to look a little weary right now, Christie.
And both of these two have played one match tiebreak here so far, each of them edged. Barnett 10-8 over Elise Maloney, and Freya Christie on day one 11-9 over Olivia Nichols, but Barnett has opened up a nice lead here. That said, she was 9-5 up in the match tiebreak against Maloney and just managed to close it out with an unreturned serve at 9-8. So this gap could still be closed on Christie's serve now. Oh!
Missed it. Would you believe it? Did so much running in the rally, Barnett. Or did she miss it? Yes, she did.
You have to say, nerves of steel from Freya Christie to move up the court the way that she did.
Yeah, it was. She could have moved up again though, and so decided then to stay back. Nearly got into a bit of a muddle. You do feel right now it's Barnett who's looking a little fresher, buzzing around the court. Bit more than Christie. You feel that the energy is a little bit sapping on the Christie side, but you know, she's a tough cookie. She's hanging in, and as we've referenced before, Barnett has got tight before. The finish line is very much there. We referenced that match against Maloney where she was a set and 4-1 up. Got a little tight as well, trying to close out the second set. So Christie will be telling herself that, you know, she doesn't want to give away too many cheap points here. Maybe ask the question, make sure that it's Barnett who goes and wins this match.
Huge point here. Short break in play. And Barnett just 2 points away from the victory. It was a yap from Barnett, just confirming how good that forehand in the corner was.
Yeah, good honesty again from Barnett. We saw in the previous point there was a ball that landed very close to the line as well. Very honest with the line calls. But yeah, you got to give credit to Christie there as well. You know, these are big moments, and backed herself with that inside in forehand.
Barnett was giving her a lot of different looks on those balls in the rally as well. Did well to hang with. The placement's on point.
8-6, Barnett.
Just got to be so careful, Barnett, when she does approach it, particularly to the forehand side. And again, didn't quite do enough, but once more, real credit to Christie, just whipping up the back of the ball, whipping it down to the feet of Barnett.
And you're starting to sense that tension that could well creep in at this kind of stage.
Well, it's exactly the sort of thing that happens there, because you get tight, you think, well, I don't want to go too tight to the lines because I might miss, so you start giving yourself more margin for error, but in that you become too conservative and give Christie chances to hit balls like that.
from inside the baseline. The
8-7.
positioning she got in that rally, Christie.
Yeah, and Barnett, you just feel has tightened up. There's no doubt about it. Christie doing exactly the right thing. It's almost as if she's been listening to my commentary. I know she's, but every time I've said, okay, she needs to adapt and do something differently, as in, you know, I said, rein it in, but still hit with controlled aggression, and she's done just that, knowing that her opponent is tight. She's not given away any cheap points. As I say, really thinking through this match.
And the high loop on that forehand, just dragging Christie wide of the tram lines.
Well, it was interesting. I think a couple of points ago, Barnett might have come to net on that ball, but she's been stung a couple of times, so used that angle and then backtracked. Just gave Christie a different look, and it clearly worked.
Monumental double match point for Alicia Barnett.
Good length from Christie.
What could she have done differently there?
I'm just not sure that was the right ball, you know, to go for. The shot she was trying to go for there, I mean, it was deep down the middle, didn't have a lot of angle to work with, so should have been a bit more patient, in my opinion, in that point. It's very easy to say that in the commentary box, I have to say.
Always.
But as in that was a shot that looked a little bit, I just want to get over the line in this match, rather than being patient.
Still got another chance to do that, though, on serve here. That's just stunning from Christie.
Well, it's amazing, isn't it? The evolution of this match is in Barnett. It looked like Christie initially at the start of this match tiebreak was lacking in energy, looked like her intensity of her footwork has just dipped at the wrong time. And Barnett in complete control of the match tiebreak, but she's just tightened up. As in, just haven't seen that sort of aggressive nature where she has come forward on the right balls. She's just backed away there, and suddenly it's Christie controlling the points. But again, credit to Christie, she's done exactly the right thing.
Well, on her side of the net, the adrenaline building as well, and maybe kicking aside some of that fatigue that she was feeling.
Yeah, exactly that. As in suddenly, it's match point down, she's got to dial in. Suddenly, she sees her opponent get tight. That can lift you as well as a tennis player when you see your opponent sort of start to feel the nerves. And suddenly the belief has come back.
Well, who would have thought it at 8-3? Maybe you would if you've seen the rest of this match.
Yeah.
But these are tense moments on court one. Sat up a bit, the forehand, and Christie was there to crack down.
Yeah, it's been the Achilles heel all match, I think, for Barnett. Again, just not enough on the approach shot. And give Christie half a chance off that forehand wing, and she will make you pay. And once again, does just that.
From 2 match points up, she's now facing a match point against her on the return. Well, no one wants to miss when they're behind.
Well, I'm sure all of Barnett's fans' hearts were in their mouths here, but did a brilliant job. And then kept the racket head speed with the smash. It would have been easy to decelerate there with the pressure on her.
There was
point down.
A heart-stopping forehand angle partway through that rally. I'm not quite sure how she had the nerve to go for that.
just long.
Oh, these are tough moments. These are tight moments from both sides of the net.
Barnett.
And you wouldn't necessarily have expected Christie to break down on that particular shot with the way she's been playing recently.
But as I've said before, as in, when these pressure moments come on that forehand in particular for her, if she decelerates slightly, then that's where it can fly a little. And I think because she maybe felt the pressure there, didn't hit through like she has been, and it just drifts long.
Well then, a third chance for Barnett to close. And this one on serve again. Are you kidding me? A stunning contest from start to finish.
6-4.
Momentum shifts galore, and they finish with that sheer quality. That is unreal.
Yeah, what a way to finish. Rather sums up the match. As I say, it was a really high quality match. Two players going toe to toe. Could have gone either way. You've got to feel for Christie, but you've got to say, how well did Lissy Barnett do there at the back end of the match? When you consider she tightened up, looked like her opportunity had gone. But what a match point. She did everything right in the match point. We were saying that she perhaps started pulling the trigger too early. She was patient. She built the point. She was aggressive on the approach shot, and then was solid on the overhead. And she's missed a couple of overheads as well. Really well played. Well played to both players, though. That was a joy to watch.
A ridiculously good battle, and it was winner takes all. The quality of that with the stakes riding on it as well, but it is Alicia Barnett who takes the lead in Pool A, just edging out in front with 10 total points because she takes the 2 from that one. Christie walks away with a point. Well, that's nice because initially, like, if she was out on the ITF circuit, she'd be walking away from that battle with nothing to show for it, but she does have a point on the board.
Yeah, and arguably sat in the best position still. When you consider who she's got to face tomorrow, it's Tanisha Disanagiake, who is a player who has struggled this week. So, as much, no disrespect to her, as in that's a match that I'm sure Christie will favour herself to perhaps go and win, and that could mean that she still tops the group. Barnett tomorrow will face her doubles partner, Olivia Nichols. That's going to be a very tough encounter. So it's all to play for. It's really exciting, and it was a really exciting match. I mean, you can look at stats as much as you like in that encounter, but they don't mean all that often. It was who played the bigger points better, particularly right at the end. It came down to a point or two here or there. You do feel for Christie. She won 5 more points than an opponent, but such is the tennis scoring system, still ends up losing the match.
What a battle, and a fantastic win for Alicia Barnett to keep her clean sheet here at the UK Pro League. 4 matches played, 4 matches won, and that brings us down to our final match of the day on court 1. It's a men's match between Jack Findle Hawkins and Jonathan Gray. Pete Odgers will be staying on for that one, and joining him will be Jenny Drummond.
Final match of day 4 of the UK Pro League in Loughborough. Of course, UK Pro League 1, week 1. And 2 players still with a hope of perhaps getting in the mix for the weekend in the semi-finals. Jonathan Gray taking on Jack Findle Hawkins. Findle Hawkins in a bit of a better position than Gray because he's on 5 points, whereas Jonathan Gray is on 3. Findle Hawkins on 5 points because he won his first match, really good win against Matusevich in straight sets, which secured a 3-pointer for him, and then has lost his other 2 matches in the match tiebreak, which means he's picked up a bonus point each time. And so that's why he's on 5 points. So he's still in a good position to perhaps qualify. He's a little tougher for Jonathan Gray, who's only on 3 points after winning his match against Waitman, but other than that, lost in straight sets to Paris and Matusevich. Pete Hodges in the commentary box. Very glad to say I've been joined by Jenny Drummond for this encounter. Jenny, how are you feeling?
I'm excited for this. I mean, that last match here on Court 1 was so incredibly exciting. The level was so high, and what a thrilling encounter to watch. I'm all set, buckled up and ready for another one.
Yeah, why not? And so, as I say, to tell you a little bit about the players, Jonathan Gray ranked 746 in the world, 23 years of age. And, from Maidstone, but generally lives in Leeds, so not too far away from Loughborough. As for Jack Findle Hawkins, well, he's 910 in the world, been ranked as high as 635, 26 years of age, and from one of my hometowns. I don't say quite my hometown, it wasn't where I was born, but Exeter. Exeter and Exmouth is where Jack is from. And yeah, came across him a lot as a junior around those parts. And yeah, someone who's very good with the hand skills, and he was as an 11 or 12-year-old. You knew he had very good touch, very good hand skills, plays with great variation. And well, he said to me before this match he's going to put on a show, so that should mean we're guaranteed a show.
Oh, well, he must be telling the truth for sure.
Surely he's not going to lie to me.
Absolutely not. Well, I tell you what, he put a show on day 1 when he beat Anton Matusevich, who was the highest ranked player in this tournament this week in the men's side of things. He well, Matusevich served for the opening set, but it was Findle Hawkins who came back, and he was throwing all sorts at him. You mentioned his touch and feel at the net. He is super talented when he comes to the net, and also on these courts, because they're slightly slower, the slice backhand just tends to die. So I think that's going to be a key factor against someone like Jonathan Gray, who is a pretty aggressive baseliner.
Yeah, well, that was another thing he actually said to me, because back in the day when he used to train at Exmouth Tennis Centre, that's carpet, and that's lightning quick, and the slice certainly worked well on those courts. So yeah, as you say, not quite as quick here. But as for Jonathan Gray, well, you know, he's used to play. He's had a bit of practice with Djokovic back in the day, 2015.
Now this is a cool story. Yeah. It's a really cool story because he was shooting a promotional video with Novak Djokovic, 2015, 5-time Wimbledon champion now, and incidentally, Djokovic won Wimbledon that year too, but they were shooting a promo video for one of the sponsors for Wimbledon at the NTC in Roehampton, and Jonathan got to practice with them, he got to have a chat with them, and particularly special for him given the fact that Djokovic is one of his idols. So a really cool moment because not everyone gets to do something like that.
And maybe he can sort of say he helped him go and claim he had another Wimbledon title.
Oh well, yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, generally from... but he's an aggressive baseliner, so we're going to see contrasting styles.
We are.
Jenny.
We are, absolutely. And it's going to be super interesting to see how that plays out, because the other day, well, yesterday certainly, all the days are merging into one, Jonathan Gray, he struggled with his form yesterday. He couldn't find his first serve, and that could have been the pressure of playing someone like Matusevich because he is such a top-ranked player in terms of this particular tournament. But he needs his first serve if he is to be able to play his attacking game. That was an area of his game that just didn't stand out for him. It wasn't working, and he was getting quite frustrated. So the interesting thing about this league, though, is that even if you lose, you're coming back the next day to play another match. So what has he taken from that loss last night into this evening? And
he's still got a chance, despite 2 losses already, of actually getting into the mix and possibly qualifying for the semi-finals. It's going to take some effort. He needs to pretty much go unbeaten from here on in, win both of his matches in straight sets to get up to 9 points, because Matusevich is on 8 and, well, Paris is on 9, and so he's then going to need help elsewhere. As for Findle Hawkins, well, if he wins in straight sets, he goes level with Matusevich on 8, And then it could well come down to his last match of the week against Paris tomorrow, which could then well be a winner-takes-all with regards to making it into the semi-finals. But so much to play for. Are you a fan of Djokovic? Is he one of your idols as well?
Absolutely. I mean, he's such an incredible tennis player, and what he's achieved is just quite remarkable. There are certainly, I mean, growing up, mine was Agassi. He was my favourite player, for sure.
You're that old?
I'm not. A lady never tells, right?
15
But
love.
it is Jonathan Gray to get this match underway. Nice start by him. Front foot is great.
30 love.
Yeah, it's super key for Gray to get an early hold here. Put out of his mind the memories of his service performance last night.
40 love.
Well, dream start so far. As you say, it's a 6-3, 6-4 loss to Matusevich. And so important that he does get off to a good start. Both players will be searching a little bit for confidence after Findle Hawkins is 2 tight losses.
Let first serve.
Oh, well, taking the ball so early. We were talking about Findle Hawkins' hand skills, and there's a fine example of them.
Absolutely. You mentioned those losses of Findle Hawkins. I'm quite interested to see how he performs tonight, because he came back from the brinks of a loss against Luke Johnson, managed to get into a championship tiebreak, and he'll certainly draw on that. But then afterwards against Oscar Whiteman yesterday, another loss in a championship tiebreak. Tricky. But no matter what, if you win a set, you win a point, and that is super important in this league format.
Well, that's what we were saying. I mean, you know, 2 losses, but yet if he wins this one, it perhaps comes down to whoever wins out of himself and Josh Paris with regards to making the semi-finals here. Of course, Findle Hawkins went to university in the States. He's now back studying, doing masters in Nottingham, so he isn't all that far away, not far for him to travel. He's actually living in Nottingham right now, but he's doing a business and management masters. This is the thing with a lot of these players. They've got to decide whether they become pro tennis players and completely commit, or go down another route.
15 love.
But nice if they can do a little bit of both.
Definitely, and it also depends on what stage you are in your career, what age you are. Findle Hawkins, 26. It's a tricky time, especially during a pandemic, to decide exactly which way you want to go.
Yeah, it's certainly not the worst time to then get your studies done. He has said it's strange, though, of course. He was at university in North Florida, so he's very used to sort of the buzz of university tennis, and yet now studying online for that master's degree.
Love.
Many of the players taking up studies online. Tom Matusevich studying economics and statistics.
Does he play to the percentages?
I hate to think what goes on in his brain during a match.
40 love.
Studied maths, further maths, and applied maths in school. Super
That's
smart
why
guy.
he's so good with the angles. But yeah, of course, he's had a lot of success with regards to university tennis. Findle Hawkins, of course, won Great Britain's first ever gold medal at the University Masters. There is the net plate. Fun player to watch, Findle Hawkins. And he's able to secure the first game. Nice response from the man from Devon.
You mentioned the college route, and that's something in tennis now, Pete, I'm sure you would agree, that is really come to the forefront, and it's a route that's far more popular now for a lot of players, and we've seen so much success from it as well.
But not only that, it's a smart thing to do, as in, you know, we were talking about actually funding at this level is very difficult to sustain. You know, to pay for very good coaching, to pay for a coach, to pay for your equipment, and yet when you go to the States it's all paid for. But not only that, you get an education, you get a degree, you're surrounded by other top ranked tennis players. I think it's great fun too. I think almost everyone I've chatted to who has gone down that route have thoroughly enjoyed it. And as you say, it's not just a fun route that sets you up with a degree, but it's also something that allows you to then perhaps go on and be successful. Look at Cam Norrie in particular.
30 love.
In terms of a global stage as well, on the women's side of things, Jen Brady.
Yeah. And what success she's having now. I mean, it was something when I think we were both a little younger, particularly myself. It was a little more rare that players would go out to the States. It would happen every now and then. And by the time I sort of reached about 25, it seemed now like everyone is doing it. It's the known route, unless you are stupendously good at a very young age, where you don't need to and you want to turn pro at the age of 18. But particularly now in the men's game, when it takes a little bit longer to develop, a lot of players now going over there.
T15.
I've got deja vu from last night for Gray. Not only did he struggle with the first serve percentage that was way below 50%, he threw in a few doubles. Just doesn't quite get up to the serve. On occasion, certainly.
Game Gray.
Yeah, just didn't get that one quite right.
Gray leads 2 games
Does
to
like
1.
to play with the touch and the variety. But it's Gray who's able to come through another service hold and leads by 2 games to 1 in this opening set. But it was interesting seeing Jack Findle Hawkins as I was actually brought in to sort of duff him up a bit, because I was about mid-20s and he was, I think, 13 perhaps, and he actually beat me.
I was going to say, I believe he was better than you.
Well, he's certainly better than me now. But yeah, back then, I was
How old was he?
I was a little casual here. I think he was about 13. It was pretty embarrassing in front of his friends as well. It only happened once. I did beat him all the other times, so it was all right. But I was meant to sort of stop him from getting overconfident. That was the whole point. I was there. And
did he remind you of this morning when you saw him?
No, I haven't seen him personally yet, so I'm sure he will.
I hope he does.
Yeah, but it was a moment. I remember the manager of the centre, Joe Louis, who's very involved in tennis, played at Wimbledon herself, and saying to me, "You weren't supposed to do that at that point." But he was, even at that age, you could tell with the hand skills, you could tell what a talent he was in terms of how he thought about what shot to play where. But also, oozed with confidence, because even then I turned up sort of not really in the mood that morning, but and I just thought, well, I'll still be able to come through. He's 13 years of age, and yet on the big points he stepped up and played really well. Which just shows you the sort of confidence and audacity of him, which he's already shown here against beating Matusevich, and of course having that game style of just being able to back himself.
Did he have the... Was he keen to come to the net at that age as well?
Even at that age, yeah. He was like, there was a want to play exciting tennis, to use the spins, to use the drop shot, even against, you know, mid-20s players who would generally better hit him off the court, but he was still always keen to play expansive tennis, full of variety. You always sense he was going to be a good doubles player because he was happy to serve and volley. Now he's got other family members who are very good at badminton and squash, and so again that hand skills, those hand skills are in the family. Does a good job there, getting on top of that volley.
15-13.
Did not look like the easiest volley to control either. In between forehand volley and overhead there. Didn't try to do too much, and so often that's the key when you do come to the net, just to do the simple things right.
That's a good return, isn't it? And this is the thing that I think Findle Hawkins has got to be careful with. He's got to play with variety himself. If he becomes too obvious, that's where the return will go over and over again.
Yeah, down to the feet, great tactic from Gray. Down the middle too. Just says to Findle Hawkins, come up with something here, and he couldn't on that occasion.
Talking about Gray's first serve percentage, it's been a worrying start for Findle Hawkins with his first serve percentage. Superb return, and it is Jonathan Gray who picks up an early break in set one.
Incredible movement out the way of the ball there, and hit that so flat, picked his spot, executed it with perfection. He has himself in a pretty strong position here in this opening set. Hasn't done anything particularly special, but just been super solid.
Yeah, I think Findle Hawkins will be pretty disappointed with his last service game. Missed too many serves, the double fault, and also, you know, just not quite executing on the volleys allowed Gray to get those good returns in.
Low 15.
Another thing to talk about, though, is in terms of mentioning Findle Hawkins with regards to the courts that he used to train on as a kid down in Exmouth. They're lightning quick, they're carpet. And when you look at other players in the big game, he'll love this comparison, Hingis and Federer, but they used to train on wooden courts, very super fast courts in Switzerland. And obviously that then helped them when they got to the big stage. Suddenly everything felt like it was slow motion to Hingis and Federer.
So much more time to deal with the ball, to get yourself in position.
So I don't think it's a bad thing, growing up playing on very fast surfaces.
Didn't serve you so well.
No, I didn't train at Exmouth when I was a kid. If only. Yeah, that's really nicely done. Just caressing the slice backhand onto the line.
Yes, really smart play from Findle Hawkins here, because Gray was pushing in. Went back behind him. Got the nod from Gray too. Super skilled with his hands. We've mentioned it a couple of times. Manages to keep his composure as well.
3 break points.
15-40.
It's a terrific serve. Third ace already for Gray. Comes back on the side of Gray, so it's Findle Hawkins who is able to respond straight away, breaks back.
3 games to 2.
Although it is Gray who leads by 3 games to 2 first set.
That was absolutely the perfect response from Findle Hawkins, because it's so easy to get down on yourself when you get broken, when you do so in a fashion that, you know, you chuck in a double here, you make a few wrong decisions. But he stepped right in and broke straight back. And we'll be sitting at this change of ends feeling relatively confident.
It's been a very quick start as well, it feels. Both players don't seem to mess about too much in between the points. Not going to see too many long rallies either, with the way that they play. Do you think that's an homage to Milos Raonic, the elbow strap?
Could be.
And I was going to ask
could
about...
be one of his idols. Djokovic could be, well, is one of Gray's. Raonic could be one of Findle Hawkins.
I was also wondering with the red shirt for Gray, of course, with the Tiger Woods situation, the tragic car accident, although he is okay. But of course, all the golfers on the golf course the other day wearing red shirts. And
yeah.
I don't know, maybe Gray taking some inspiration there. You liking the red? You fan of bright colours on a tennis court?
Do you know, I used to wear red on the finals day.
Really? So
yeah.
Was that
because of Tiger Woods?
Because of Tiger
yeah.
Woods? So you're a Tiger Woods fan, more so than Djokovic?
15 love.
I love the idea of it. You know, the purpose of it is you're coming in to say to your opponent, I'm here, I'm ready, I'm wearing red, I'm going to fight. And I think the whole mentality behind it is awesome.
Also, of course, the heritage of his mum, in regards to it being a lucky colour too.
100%.
That's obviously where I was going wrong. Just wasn't wearing the right coloured shirt growing up. So much fun watching serving and volleying, isn't it, in tennis? That brand of tennis again, backing himself on the second serve. Of course, it gives himself a little bit more time to close in at the net off the second serve.
Yeah, that was something he did against Matusevich that worked really well, and the 19-year-old couldn't read it. Findle Hawkins was very effective serving and volleying on his second serve.
Make that one. But you kind of feel, I mean, even though Findle Hawkins 910 in the world, that with his brand of tennis, if he finds his A game, if he's in form, it'll be tough to stop. It also, you don't see too many players playing like him, although we are beginning to see more and more, but that's why I think he will cause any player in the world difficulty, because it's not something that they're used to.
Exactly. They're not used to having to think about their return differently, their shot selection so much. For some players, they love the target. They absolutely love it. But for others, it sends them into a bit of a minefield. They're not quite sure what to play when. It upsets their rhythm. They don't know when he's going to serve and volley, when he's not. And that unpredictability unsettles quite a few players.
That's a super serve. I was actually just about to mention Gilles Muller, a bit of commentary with, and he talked about the fact that he felt he did very well at the back end of his career because he felt the younger players on tour weren't used to playing against the serve and volley like him. Okay, he had the lefty slider, whereas Findle Hawkins has the righty slider there on cue. But yeah, it's something that it's very tough to replicate. It's very different nowadays. 3-all then. Oh, he's found the corner of the court, showing that he can do the business with the ground strokes as well as the volleys.
And that was not an easy forehand to hit at all. He was quite a few feet behind the baseline at that point. High part of the net too, just flattened it out.
Love 30.
There's that Achilles heel again.
And that could be a costly double.
Well, he made Gray play one extra ball, but this time, world number 746 is up to it.
Yeah, that was much better play from Gray. Dominating the point. And I mean, credit to Findle Hawkins for making him play one more, but Gray was all over it at the net. Good play under pressure.
First serve percentage pretty high for Gray, although he has been struggling behind that second serve. He's only won 1 point so far when he has had to play the second serve. Much of those double faults. Another fine first serve.
Yeah, really needed that one. You get the sense that this game is really quite important to the outcome of this opening set, both with a break each in the set so far.
Well, it was audacious, wasn't it, from Findle Hawkins? Perhaps not the percentage play. You just don't know what's coming next off the Devon boys racket. Gray alert to the variety. It's a good hold from Love 30 down. It is Gray who leads by 4-3 in this opening set.
Yeah, it's certainly not boring in any way, shape or form to watch Findle Hawkins. As you said, Pete, you just don't know what is coming next. We've seen 4 or 5 drop shots already and we're only 7 games down. We've seen some big hitting as well. We've seen lots of net play.
Just running through some of the results today from the men's event. A comfortable win for Dan Cox over in Group B. 6-love over Andrew Watson, who did seem to be struggling with a shoulder issue. Houghton got the better of Hodkin in a really tight one. That was also in Group B. Houghton winning that one 10-7 in the match tiebreak. Billy Harris got another win. Harris also playing in Group B. He was able to win again on the match tiebreak 10-5 against Whitehouse. And then earlier on, Matusevich with a win over Recce, 6-2, 6-2. And Paris with a straight sets win over Waitman as well, 6-3, 6-4. So what it all means in box A, so to speak, is that it is Josh Paris who leads the way now with 9 points. Matusevich second with 8. And then it's Findle Hawkins third with 5. So that will change, or might change after this one. Gray with 3 and Waitman with 3 now. Oh, it's terrific tennis. Wonderful play from Jack Findle Hawkins. Just wondrous stuff.
Well, first of all, the touch from Findle Hawkins, incredible. The wheels on Gray there to get back to it. And then Finally, the reaction from Findle Hawkins. No wonder there was a big smile on the face of Gray there, acknowledging what great tennis that was indeed. It's a bit of double faultitis going around.
It's amazing. It's a catchy disease, isn't it?
It's not one you want to catch either. It just gets in your head. It makes you overthink. It makes you doubt what you're doing at certain points of a match.
Oh, what a volley that is. Did so well just to get his body out the way of it. Looked like he might have lost his footing momentarily, but still able to adapt.
He did indeed lose his footing a tad, but you hit the nail on the head there, Pete. It's about adapting. It's about the little fixes, the footwork.
Oh, he's done so well there. Got plenty of whip on the forehand, great. A little bit of luck with the net call, but it was a tough ball to deal with.
And Gray did really well to stay as close to the baseline as he did. Just meant that that ball came firing back. Findle Hawkins unable to deal with a little bit of luck for Gray. Big point right here.
Quality volley, isn't it? I wonder whether the ball might have been going long, but coolness personified from Findle Hawkins.
He did exactly what he needed to do there. He knows that Gray is a quick mover, great athlete, so he just came around the outside of the ball, pulled it shorter. Just wonder if there was a little bit of fatigue in that volley. It's tough physically serving and volleying point after point after point.
Yeah, especially when he's so quick in between the points as well, Findle Hawkins. But that was a quality first low volley, kept it low again.
Advantage, Findle Hawkins.
So entertaining to watch. You can understand why he gets booked in the evening spot time and time again.
Also must get under the skin of the opponent too, because when he's there you feel like you should be passing him or lobbing him, but he's all over the net.
Yeah, and that's well played. Comes through a tough game. It's not the biggest of serves either, is it? I mean, you know, if we're looking at ATP Tour level. So he does give opponents opportunities. But just so sound with the volleys, although, well, that's not what you want to see happen. Ricocheting onto the head. Took it so well.
Took it like a champ.
Yeah. Unaffected. And it's 4-4 first set.
Still circulating around. It just collapses when he's hitting through the ball.
I mean, it's amazing because today first serve percentage is up around the 70% mark, but he's actually missing more first serves percentage-wise. Sorry, more second serves than he's missing first. So that would tell him just almost hit through the ball.
And that's got to get to you after a while. You lose a bit of confidence in your second serve, or when you do miss your first serve, there's that little element of doubt creeping in. And especially for Findle Hawkins, he then thinks, right, here's a second serve. I'm going to step in. I'm going to show my opponent that I'm ready. I'm going to put him under some pressure.
Yeah, there's nothing worse, is there? It's the one shot that disrupts the rest of the rhythm. And that one missed mid-net, so real pressure here on this second serve. Just mistiming the forehand. And the frustration bubbling over for Gray. I think that's much to do with the serve than anything else.
Well, in turn, missing the serves is putting extra pressure on the rest of your game. You can end up forcing it a little bit because you know you've got to make those balls, you've got to put your opponent under pressure, and that one, just forcing it wide. Now with some work to do here, great.
Let first serve.
What a great get. Superb dig from Findle Hawkins. And Gray, well, his frustration there for all to see as Findle Hawkins breaks to love and will serve for the first set. Hope that wasn't in our direction.
Definitely not. That's disappointing for Gray. He is absolutely livid with himself. Some loose serving. And bear in mind, he was leading this set by 3-1, break up, playing solid tennis. And it's just turned around, just making too many errors. Findle Hawkins is just there.
But it's interesting after, you know, his issues yesterday, you know, he talked about the serving issues and it's clearly in his head, isn't it? And so suddenly the double fault comes along and then it can unravel pretty quickly because it then sticks in his head. Oh no, not again. Credit to Findle Hawkins though for taking advantage of that situation. As you say, was a breakdown, now a break up, and serving for the first set.
But even there, as you see him change ends, hitting the net with his racket, it's still very much in the forefront of his mind, that last game. He's got to eradicate that now. It was a tough last service game for Findle Hawkins to hold. He's got to hold on to that positivity and see what he can come up with here.
Let second serve.
Beautiful hand skills once again.
15 love.
Just getting the weight of the shot just right. It's not easy to do coming forward at that speed.
It's absolutely not, and you could see there Gray was expecting it to come back deep to his backhand, had to change direction. And credit to Findle Hawkins, he executed that forehand volley beautifully. Not easy to do at all, especially when you're going into the net at full pace.
First serve's right now invaluable. That's the only break of serve we've seen. Followed another break of serve. Wanting the same ball.
So many tennis players are superstitious.
Just making life so easy for himself with finding these first serves. And it's 3 set points for Findle Hawkins. Good return though from Gray. He's done a good job off the second serve of Findle Hawkins. He's won about 70% of the points.
Yeah, and that's something he's got to continue to look for. The set not quite over yet. He's got to look positive at the other end of the court. He let out his frustration in the previous game, but he's got to send a message to his opponent that he's still here, he's still fighting.
That goes long. That's a quality set of tennis from Jack Findle Hawkins. Always entertaining to watch the man from Devon. And he did a very good job there, especially when you consider when a breakdown. But a superb response from Findle Hawkins enables him to take the first set by 6 games to 4.
Yeah, I was really impressed with Jack's performance there, considering the fact that he has lost his last 2 matches really closely indeed, and he knows that how important the position is within the pool. There are the numbers of that opening set. See, despite his first serve percentage being lower than that of Gray's, he's winning most of those points and took his opportunities as well. There weren't many of them, but just played a more consistent set than that of Gray's. Gray's was too up and down, solid start, but his serve started to break down and the rest of his game did too.
Yeah, and really those double faults hurting Gray, but not only that, I mean 12% of the points won behind the second serve. I mean, if you are Gray, I mean his first serve percentage wasn't actually too bad, so surely has he just got to tell himself to almost play 2 first serves? Doesn't he just go for that second serve more? I mean, because that a lot of it has been to do with the racket head speed. Because you lose the control if you lose the racket head speed.
I mean, it's not a bad tactic.
Tough to do mentally, though.
Tough to do mentally. Because there's obviously a higher chance you hit a double fault, but given the fact that he's, majority of the time when he is hitting a second serve, it ends up being a double fault, why not go for broke?
Second set's Gray to serve.
But this game is really important for Gray. He's got to put that first set behind him, and he knows that each set counts for a point, and that could be really crucial for him.
30 love.
Yeah, as much as I'm not sure he'll be able to make the semi-finals now, Gray, but of course with the way this tournament is, there's plenty more to play for each position that you finish in, hence why it's called the UK Pro League this year. So he'll want to try and finish as high as he can in Group A. And then finish as high as he can in the overall league position. The higher you finish, the more money you get. And of course, as I say, at this level, money means a lot to these players.
Game Gray, new balls.
Dream sort of game for Gray. Blink and you miss it.
First game, second set.
And leads by a game to love second set, but that will help him perhaps forget what had been in the first set.
Certainly, but you heard the chair umpire call new balls there, and that's something that Findle Hawkins will absolutely love. Firing some serves, considering the previous service game of Findle Hawkins, majority first serves went in, and Gray unable to get a racket on most of them.
Did you like playing with new balls?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Loved it. The ball shoots through far quicker, especially if you're playing at Scots and Leisure Centre in Glasgow. Quickest indoor court you've ever played on.
Did you like it though? Oh, we'll have to have a.
Yeah.
We'll have to have a. You know, Exmouth was pretty quick as well. So we're going to have a speed test here. Didn't help you either.
No. Till I was 18.
Well, a little bit of everything in that point.
50 love.
But that's what Findle Hawkins is so good at, improvising. He's in the middle of the court, but somehow he finds a way to get the ball back in. Just uses his hand skills.
Question I was going to ask you was that, did you like new balls even when you were just about to serve for a set?
So, that's a good question,
Thanks.
Pete.
Thanks a lot.
So, I was just thinking it depends on the surface. Because sometimes, if you're playing on clay, you're kind of used to the balls. And it's very different to bring in new balls. But having said that, if you're serving well, it's great.
Yeah.
Absolutely
Depends
great.
on your confidence as well, yeah. But yeah, it's always a question I ask a lot of the pros. And
Do you get varying
I
answers?
get varying answers,
Yeah.
Because often, obviously, it means that if you are playing with new balls and you are serving for the set, that means you've done something right to get to that position. So you don't really want anything to change too much. So you get some players saying, yeah, I don't like having that change, that, you know, you've got to adapt at a time when you're wanting to close out a set. Whereas you get other players who are just like, yeah, new balls, I crunch the ball, I love them whenever. But Findle Hawkins clearly enjoyed those new balls there, because that was a very comfortable service hold.
The rapid.
15 love. Yeah.
Especially on these indoor courts that are a little bit slower. I think the new balls are definitely welcome. Particularly when you're serving.
30 love.
Still continuing to do well behind his first serve. Again, a bit of ingenuity from Findle Hawkins with the slice approach, but graded so well to deal with it. Meeting spin with spin.
I was going to say there's a squash coming out from Findle Hawkins' relatives.
Well, this is something as well. Growing up, he played a bit of squash, a bit of badminton as well. Obviously, up until the age of 14, players are encouraged to play different sports. Not always easy switching in those sports because, of course, the rackets feel very different.
And technique is so different.
But now we talk about adapting,
40-15.
and that's why it's so important for kids these days, not just to play tennis. There's numerous players on tour right now who've had success at other sports when they were young. Even ballroom dancing, if you can class that as a sport. If you look at Yelena Ostapenko. You've got the likes of course, skiing with Djokovic and Sinner.
Retired player Daniela Hantikova, fantastic skier and golfer as well.
A lot of players, good golfers. Tim
Murray,
Henman, isn't
yeah,
he?
Tim Henman, Jamie Murray.
The Murray brothers are just good at everything. They're very good
Football.
footballers as well. He's overcooked it.
40-30.
Maybe just overthought it.
Yeah, I'm not surprised he had a little punch to the head there. As if to say, what were you thinking? This was a routine put away. I just came up at the end. And he's gone from 40 love to 40-30. And Findle Hawkins with a slight look in this game.
Superb return. Took advantage of the second serve, and again, this is one of the reasons why we may be seeing the double faults as well, and struggles off that second serve because he knows what's coming. He knows that Findle Hawkins is going to charge forward.
Yeah, he's super aggressive on that return of serve. Seen it already a couple of times in this game, but Gray's managed to deal with it on that occasion. Just had too much power and too much depth. A bit of a crucial stage here for Gray.
Just gets it right.
Advantage, great.
Perfectly weighted. Giving almost Findle Hawkins a taste of his own medicine there, Gray.
100%. That was just a very cute forehand drop shot indeed. Gutsy as well, considering he's a set down and it's a very tight service game.
Yeah, backed himself in the big moment.
Game, great.
Comes through a tough service game. Did well there just to reset. Haven't been up 40 love, peg back to juice. But comes through the game, great. And it is the man from Maidstone who leads by 2-1 second set.
Yeah, despite that comeback from Findle Hawkins and Gray coming through that game, you just look at Gray's body language and he's a little bit down on himself. His shoulders are down. He's not super positive. Just have to wonder what thoughts are circling around that brain of his right now.
Yeah, certainly. As you say, it's tough mentally to play against someone who serves and volleys as much as well, because you feel there are opportunities to pass and you almost should be doing more off the return. But at the same time, as in we've discussed, as in it is so frustrating when you're having serving issues, particularly on the second serve. Of course, it's something that these guys have practiced all of their lives, and then when you get to a moment like this and it lets you down, and he'll be well aware. He probably would have won that first set had he not had those second serve issues.
You've got to wonder, is that the thought that's going round his head right now?
Yeah. Obviously, it's all about players trying to stay in the present, something that Novak Djokovic talks about all the time. But it's easier said than done, hence why it's so difficult to do. Whereas Findle Hawkins, watching him, you just feel he's just having a whale of a time every time he's out on the tennis court.
He seems like a pretty happy chappy. Well, that's something we've actually been talking about with the way the league is. The number of players that will be involved across the 8 or 9 weeks, and seeing different players with different personalities play each other week in, week out, seeing how they all interact on the court. Everyone is so different in terms of their style of play and their personality.
And it's the same right at the top end of the sport as well, really. In the women's game as well as the men's game. Saying that in particular in the women's game, I was saying it earlier with Swiatek and Barty, Osaka, Sabalenka, Serena.
It's the same in commentary too, hey?
Yeah, it was long, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, I mean, at least I'm shattered after 5 minutes playing tennis, so it is different to everyone else. Everyone else can last,
That's true.
for at least half an hour on the tennis court.
Yeah, your playing days are...
Well and truly, yeah.
I can testify to that.
That's a good cutter into the body.
15.
That's a really sensible serve, because Findle Hawkins hasn't hit that one too often, but it just keeps your opponent guessing. And Gray's quite a tall player, just jams him right up.
40-15.
Didn't even need to play the volley.
Yeah, I'll take that easy ace any day.
It's a lovely pickup.
Game, Findle Hawkins.
It really was great hands, I thought. The shout being called. Did a good job of just getting this down low, and I think he probably thought he'd done enough. He was expecting the drop shot. Just saying great hands to himself, of course, because having got there, couldn't make it. And it's 2-all second set.
It's fascinating seeing the temperament of Gray. He's such a nice guy. Seems slightly timid, and then all of a sudden you get a massive outburst.
Well, as you were saying, it's always fascinating in sport. Someone's sporting personality doesn't often match their off-court personality.
Yeah.
I mean, you're lovely on court.
I knew something was coming. It's just waiting for the line.
Sure what he was looking to do there, Findle Hawkins, and he knew straight away as soon as he played the backhand slice. It was neither a drop shot nor sort of trying to just float the backhand.
I think what he was trying to do was bring Gray forward, because he's had quite a lot of success doing that, but just really didn't execute it the way he wanted to. And that time, Gray putting it away.
Oh, he's made it. He's found the line. Leaning into it. It's now the time to pounce.
Yeah, you know what Findle Hawkins is thinking now. I want a second serve.
Well, didn't even get a second serve.
I did wonder, as soon as he missed that first, what was going on in his mind. Must be so frustrating for Johnny Gray right now. He's just having an absolute battle with himself out there.
So 2 break points for Findle Hawkins. And he will get a second serve to swing at if Gray makes the second serve. How aggressive will he be with this one?
If you're Findle Hawkins, I would stand up at the baseline.
He's ready to charge. Didn't need to swing at it again. Incredibly frustrating for Gray. It's a second double fault in a row. And Findle Hawkins rather gifted the break. And now, if he can hold serve from here on out, he will pretty much be in a match shootout with Josh Paris for a place in the semi-finals. Leads 3-2. Wouldn't quite be a full shootout with Paris. Paris would be on 9, Findle Hawkins would be on 8. But it means it would be in his hands. If he would win in straight sets, then he would make it through the semi-finals. Matusevich also on 8. But you have to expect Matusevich to beat Waitman tomorrow. Not a foregone conclusion, of course, you never quite know. But a straight sets win here for Findle Hawkins means that qualification into the semi-finals will be in his own hands. Albeit, I think he might have to win well, even if he won in 2-1, then we're going to have to get calculators out.
Are you doing all the numbers?
Well, we're going to have to get, because it would mean Paris had lost 2, Findle Hawkins would have lost 2 as well, so maybe it goes back on head-to-head. We're going to have to talk to people. We're going to have to get the big guys in.
Quite impressed with your quick maths, Pete.
It's about the only thing I can do okay with regards to tennis these days.
Take that win.
Yeah.
Take that small win. No, it's really exciting to see how the groups are now playing out. We're on day 4, just one more day of round robin action tomorrow. And we will see who our semi-finalists will be.
Yeah, just didn't do enough. Maybe tried to be a little too cute. And Gray read it right well.
Yeah, again, I think just trying to pull Gray forward because he's made a hash of a few of the balls running forwards, but didn't quite drop it short enough. And Findle Hawkins has to be careful here to not think he's over the line yet with the break and the set.
Yeah. More tennis like that, will certainly help.
15-0.
Yeah, that occasion just kept it super simple. Well placed first serve. Didn't have to do anything special with this volley. Just into the open space.
Great serve again.
15.
Really has done superbly well behind his first serve, Findle Hawkins. He's winning about 90% of the points when he gets that first serve in play.
Yeah, you mentioned it's not the biggest, but it's the accuracy that is causing so much damage for Gray here.
As well as what he's able to do after the shot.
15.
Got to be careful just not to get too annoyed here, Greg, because this has been a very good service game from Findle Hawkins. Not much he can do when his opponent serves like this. So he's got to wait and bide his time, wait for the opportunity where he can take advantage. It's just found the baseline. What a backhand that is from Gray.
Yeah, considering the fact it looked to me that it was soaring out as well. I have to say, I agreed with Findle Hawkins, but got enough dip.
Incredible shot, really, when you consider he's on the back foot. They almost had to play it behind himself. Did Findle Hawkins make an error by not perhaps fully covering the line? No, and again got a little too cute. And Gray let off the hook.
It was such a good serve too. Completely jammed up Gray. And I think Findle Hawkins had too many options here. He knew as soon as he'd hit it, he'd under-hit it, and now a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, missing 2 first serves in a row there. It's just added to the pressure. Can he find a first serve here? Coolness personified. Such a big point, but again, backs himself under pressure.
Yeah, exactly. You got to admire his guts there. He's just missed a drop volley and goes for the drop shot once again. That time worked wonders.
Just enjoys tennis, Findle Hawkins, and he will have enjoyed coming through that game. Again, find a first serve. Again, the volley backs it up, and again he's able to hold serve to back up the break. This time for a 4-2 lead.
Yeah, that was a really important hold for Findle Hawkins there. Let Gray off the hook for a slight minute, but steadied the ship very quickly indeed. You just get the sense now that Gray is about to erupt.
Well, he's on the ropes here. This is a vital service game. You feel if he's broken again, then really it's going to be a very long way back, isn't it? But if he can just dig in, it's only the one break. Didn't do enough of the volley again, just left the gap up the line.
15-0.
Always feel with Findle Hawkins, as I say, even when he was a junior, it was always going to be difficult with shot making because he's got so many options available to him. Sometimes can overplay, can just be a little too cute, but it's difficult to know how much you want to take that away from him because that's just his brand of tennis.
That's some pretty big ball striking from Gray. Made a couple of first serves in this game. Got himself ahead. Needs a couple more though.
Yeah, no doubt with that one. Point beautifully set up by Findle Hawkins.
Yeah, the depth that Hawkins was able to create meant that Gray dropped the ball short, and from then on it was Findle Hawkins who was in complete control. That's something we haven't seen for a while from Findle Hawkins, a slightly sloppy shot.
Yeah, I think he'll be annoyed with himself. That's such a big point, 30-all. He knows he's perhaps on the brink of what will be a very big straight sets win. See what he was trying to do with the backhand. A bit loose when you consider how Gray's been feeling lately. And he's got that one wrong as well. So really, a couple of patchy games from Findle Hawkins, and well, is it going to cost him? Just taking his foot off the accelerator pedal. He was the one with all the momentum. Just allows Gray off the hook there. Knew it was wrong as soon as he played it. And so Gray wins the first game in 4. But it is Findle Hawkins who still leads by 4 games to 3, second set.
I'm a little surprised by Findle Hawkins' shot choice in that game. As you said, he was absolutely in control, and particularly after nailing that return to serve, surely you want to keep the momentum going. Just giving Gray a little bit of an in here. Now Gray just has to compose himself. We've talked about his temperament. He's been quite hard on himself, been quite down. Expecting a lot from him in the Findle Hawkins service games.
Well, you just wonder whether that game from Findle Hawkins will have given him a lift.
Absolutely.
You kind of think his mind was sort of possibly thinking this match was going to be taken away from him, but say a couple of sloppy shots from Findle Hawkins and Gray is allowed back into the match. It's still just a 1 break of serve. Of course, it's always difficult when you commentate on someone like Findle Hawkins because he plays so much brilliant tennis that when he then misses, it sometimes looks worse than what it is. Because we see him play those audacious shots at 4-2 and deuce. Or 3-2 and deuce as it was.
He did tell you he was going to put on a show.
Yeah, he did. And he's backed it up. He is an honest kid, so that's never doubted him. Yeah, it's really tidy tennis.
15 love.
Well, this time he covered the line. He's been caught out a couple of times previously with the drop volley or the drop shot. Not that one.
Timely ace.
I think so, yeah.
6th ace for Findle Hawkins.
Make that 7. And this has been a perfect response from Findle Hawkins after dropping his tempo a little bit in the previous game.
That's a brilliant low volley, isn't it? Once again, going back in behind. They call it the ankle breaker in basketball. Thankfully, Gray is okay here. Just being sent one way, then the other. You can understand him losing his feet. It's the highly skilled hand skills of Jack Findle Hawkins.
It really was a gorgeous volley. Waited to the last second as well, just to keep Gray guessing.
So now serving to stay in the match, Gray. 3-5. That's the string gone. Has he found the line, though?
15.
He has found the line. That's one way to break a string.
It doesn't happen often. I think Johnny Gray can't quite believe it either.
Well, it's usually a nightmare, isn't it? You break the string, you think you've got to hit 3 or 4 more balls. Not that time. Hit it so hard, breaks the string in the racket, and gives himself a love 15 lead.
Love 30.
Oh, he would like to get it done right here, right now, Findle Hawkins. And not have the pressure of having to serve it out. Oh, he's missed it by a whisker. The shot was on. And he just pushes it into the tram lines. And it will be 3 match points for Jack Findle Hawkins.
You could hear him talking about the number of drop shots he's had to run up to, and he's annoyed at himself for not being able to read it. But that's really been a bit of a story of the match.
And there it is. It's another brilliant win for Jack Findle Hawkins, as he ensures if he wins his next match in straight sets, he will be in to the semi-finals. Superb display of serving and volleying tennis. Plenty of wondrous hand skills from the man from Devon. And he's got the better of Jonathan Gray in straight sets, 6-4, 6-3, to secure the bonus point too.
Yeah, it was a really impressive performance from Jack Findle Hawkins. Really from start to finish, it was Johnny Gray who got off to the better start, but that was snuffed out pretty quickly indeed. And Jack Findle Hawkins didn't really take his foot off the pedal at any point. And the serve from Findle Hawkins was pretty solid, unlike that of Gray's. First serve solid from Gray, however, really had some trouble with the second serve. Just 12% of points won on his second serve, and that is an area of his game that he's going to have to go home and look at and come back tomorrow with a fresh head.
Yeah, Jonathan Gray will take on Mason Recce tomorrow, but Jack Findle Hawkins will have a all win it and you're in it perhaps against Josh Paris, because it is Josh Paris who's on 9. He leads the group on 9, but Findle Hawkins is on 8 alongside Anton Matusevich. But if Findle Hawkins can win in straight sets, he guarantees a spot in the semi-finals. That's a big, big win for Jack Findle Hawkins, and it rounds off day 4 of the UK Pro League. We will be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Make sure you join us as well for it. From Jenny Drummond and myself, Pete Dodgers, as well as Abigail Johnson earlier, we hope you've enjoyed the day's coverage. We will speak to you again tomorrow. Good night.